5 heroes who protect humanity from monsters have gathered in a remote mountainous area. Prosecutor An Soo-ho looked at his friends, whom he had always trusted implicitly as his closest friends, with confusion. The poison that infected An Soo-ho had already spread throughout almost his entire wounded body. The boy felt that his strength was waning, and besides, his battle sword was broken. He frowned, his eyes flashed. He looked at his comrades. Alex noticed with a smile that the boy with the broken sword was bluffing. Morgan bitterly told Soo-ho that it would have been better if he had joined them from the beginning, but civil servants were very stubborn. Suzuki Endo, the group's mage, added that she thought so too, and Soo-ho gathered his strength and stood up. The girl noticed that no matter how often he was called the sword god or whatever, having innate talent was something else entirely. The magician added with a grin that she hates guys in strict business suits. An Soo-ho coughed, and black poisoned blood flew out of his mouth. The guy looked at his palm in confusion. He saw clots of his own blood, infected with poison, and he had very little time left to live. The prosecutor turned in bewilderment to those whom he had considered his friends for so long. Moments from their past battles and glorious victories over monsters came flooding back to Soo-ho's mind. How many times have they saved each other from certain death? They had hundreds of defeated monsters to their credit, but at that time they always acted together, covering each other. The mighty warrior Alex Morgan fearlessly attacked the monsters and covered others. Mages Suzuki Endo and Isabella attacked monsters with magic and healed the wounded, while swordsman An Soo-ho was always at the forefront. Thanks to their coordinated work, these 5 heroes achieved a huge number of victories in the most difficult battles. They have always been an excellent team, capable of defeating any enemy, even the most powerful one. Soo-ho asked the boys how they could do this to him when they had been fighting side by side all this time. He demanded that they tell him why they did it. Isabella timidly replied, "Unfortunately, nothing can be done. Soo-ho is the only one against this operation." The guy asked if they weren't ashamed. They had conquered one of the 5 gates of disaster. There were 4 more to go, and humanity would be saved. Do they, the heroes, really want to leave the gates from which monsters are bursting out? Then what is the difference between them and the monsters? Hex Hood countered that at least they didn't kill people. The archer reminded Soo-ho that he had told him what would happen to them if all the gates disappeared. Hunters, who are revered by everyone, will immediately lose their position and will seem like thugs to ordinary people. Hood extended his hand to An Soo-ho and asked if he really didn't want to become the person everyone was afraid of. The archer admitted that he liked Soo-ho, and the swordsman just needed to say that he would join them, and they would accept him. An Soo-ho asked his former comrade if he really thought he could say such things after stabbing him in the back. The guy felt that his strength would soon completely leave him. He realized that time was short. Suzuki's poison had already poisoned his body, which was already covered in incurable wounds. He has no chance of surviving here. His injuries are too serious, and there is no help to be expected. Soo-ho clutched the broken piece of his sword. A piece of the blade flashed. The swordsman was about to enter his final battle. He carefully examined his former comrades, assessing the position and strength of each of them. The guy decided that the only thing he could do now was to take at least one of them with him for the good of the people. This was his last duty as a hero of humanity, and a fighting energy swirled around Soo-ho, and the others turned to him in surprise. Alex Morgan was confused about what Soo-ho was going to do, but Suzuki was sure that there was no need to be afraid. The swordsman was just bluffing. In the end, he is just a swordsman with a broken sword and a wounded body. But Hood frowned and objected. No, something was wrong. An Soo-ho had suddenly changed. And the young prosecutor jumped up and with astonishing speed chopped at Alex Morgan's hand and Suzuki Endo's neck. His broken sword suddenly transformed and turned into an even more powerful weapon. Hex Hood and Isabella managed to jump back and dodge the attack. Isabella looked at the fallen Suzuki in confusion. The archer was amazed. Quickly, another second and he would have fallen under attack. But Soo-ho's sword was definitely broken, since he managed to do this, and the poison must have made it difficult for him to even breathe. Alex clutched his wound and groaned. Isabella rushed to heal their mighty warrior. The girl directed her magic at Morgan's stump of an arm, trying to restore it. Suddenly, Isabella felt that she could not heal her comrade. Something was forbidding her. She turned to An Soo-ho in confusion and muttered that this couldn't be. She had only heard about this before, but she didn't think that it could actually happen. In Soo-ho's hands, an intangible sword, a powerful magical combat weapon, blazed. The poisoned swordsman smiled weakly. He finally got it, this legendary sword. Everything swam before An Soo-ho's eyes, and he still couldn't understand why he received this sword now. He swayed and began to fall into the abyss. The system congratulated him. He had achieved unity with the divine sword. In addition, An Soo-ho awakened the supreme mastery of swordsmanship and mastered the intangible sword. The boy, who was falling into the abyss, acquired his first SS rank skill and achieved transcendence, and the reboot of the player's system, An Soo-ho, began. He opened his eyes and looked around in surprise. There were piles of some kind of stones all around. Suddenly, Soo-ho saw a flash of light and heard a noise. Someone was running towards him. The firefighter's strong arms caught the boy, and the rescuer hurried to carry him out of the ruins. Suho couldn't understand why he was being carried in the arms of a fireman. The rescuer explained to the boy that he was injured, but everything was okay. He would take him to a safe place because the gates had opened there. Suho was puzzled as to why the fireman was there. The guy definitely thought he was dead. He looked around carefully, trying to figure out what kind of place this was. And then it dawned on him. He recognized this area. He had been here before. A fiery portal blazed in the sky above the city, from which bloodthirsty monsters burst into the human world. Buildings were collapsing, and crowds of armed, evil goblins were rampaging through the rubble, from which a rescuer carried the guy away. The guy's gaze fell on the sign with the name of the metro station. Could this really be Sindorim? But wasn't this station already contaminated long ago due to the opened gates? Suho compared what he saw, the opened gates at Sindorim Station, the goblins. But it was impossible. His thoughts were interrupted by the goblin's spear, which he threw at the running fireman. The rescuer let out a muffled cry as the spear hit him, and the firefighter was wounded. They, along with Suho, fell onto the pavement strewn with stones and debris. The guy stood up and saw a large, grinning goblin approaching him. The injured fireman shouted at Suho to quickly run away from there. But instead, the guy picked up a fireman's hatchet, warning that he would borrow it for a minute. Suho realized that if his guess was correct, then his strength should have been preserved. The fireman warned the boy that fighting monsters was dangerous and that he should run. But he calmly and silently threw the hatchet at the goblin, who was taken aback by such impudence. The monster didn't even flinch from surprise and looked in surprise at the axe flying towards him. Before this, people hadn't resisted. The fire axe hit the goblin square in the forehead and split his horned head. Suho watched as his opponent went limp and collapsed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The guy looked at his hand. There were no wounds on it, nor any traces of poisoning from the magician Suzuki. This means that for some reason Suho was revived. The system congratulated him. The awakening conditions were met. He awakened as a player. The system wanted him to become even stronger. Suho laughed when he saw the messages from the system. Everything happens exactly the same as when he first woke up as a player. The system offered the guy to choose the power he wanted to use. Suho's hand instinctively reached for the warrior button, the power he had previously used. The fireman asked the guy in confusion what he was doing. He had to run away from here quickly. Suho pulled his hand away from the screen and asked the system to postpone the power selection. He turned to the surprised fireman and calmly told him there was no need to worry. The guy assured the rescuer with a smile that he could deal with these monsters on his own. After all, they were just goblins. The monsters, meanwhile, growled threateningly. Suho surveyed the battlefield and calculated his trajectory. Seeing the man rushing towards them, the goblins let out a war cry and rushed towards the enemy. With glaring eyes, the monsters rushed at the man who had killed one of their comrades. But the guy fearlessly ran into the thick of the enemies. The goblin slashed at the guy running towards him, but he deftly dodged the blow. The monster looked questioningly at the strange man with his bloody eyes. Meanwhile, the guy bent over the goblin he had killed and took the fire axe out of its dead head. The young man clutched the weapon in his hand. Now he could enter the fight. Without hesitation, Suho immediately rushed towards his opponent. The goblin didn't have time to realize what was happening before he received an axe blow to the back. The monster growled and groaned angrily, and blood gushed from the huge wound. The guy calmly dealt blow after blow to the enemy until he fell silent. Finally, the enemy was defeated and fell powerlessly onto the pavement. Suho took the monster's sword and thought that goblins were only dangerous for beginners. But for an experienced warrior like Suho, these horned monsters pose no danger. The guy said menacingly that he would single-handedly cut them all up with their own weapons. Soon the severed heads of the goblins flew in all directions, and the blood of the monsters flowed along the pavement. Suho rushed around the city square with astonishing speed, cutting down the stunned goblins. The monsters didn't even have time to resist. The guy was so fast. The mortally wounded monsters screamed as they were struck by the curved saber and immediately fell onto the city pavement. Soon all the monsters that came out of the gates at this station were killed. The young man looked at the bloody blade in his hands. Strangely enough, his anger still hadn't subsided. He was, of course, a little nervous, but he understood perfectly well that he shouldn't act on emotions. In such situations, you must always keep your cool to avoid making irreparable mistakes. The guy felt some strange vibrations and an amazing, aching nostalgia. Suho thought, if he wasn't mistaken, for some reason he returned to the past. This was definitely a chance. It's the same as starting from scratch, perhaps taking a completely different path. Congratulations from the system and notifications about level ups and stat increases poured in. The guy chuckled. Basic sword skills. He hadn't seen those names for a long time. Suho threw the goblin sword to the ground. It was too short and useless in most cases. The fireman, seeing the results of the fight, went up to the guy and asked him if he was a player. Suho confirmed. Suddenly, the guy turned his head and informed the system that he had decided which power to choose. At that very moment, the game screen appeared in front of An Soo-ho again, allowing him to choose the power he would use. He stated that he would choose the power of a healer, and the system asked if the player was sure that he wanted to take this path. The guy confirmed. The system reported that he became a healer and received 5 additional stat points. Soo-ho obtained the healing light skill and immediately asked the fireman to let him look at his wounds. There was an arrow sticking out of the rescuer's back. The guy asked him to be patient a little longer. An Soo-ho activated the healing light skill and selected the healing area. A bluish light streamed around. The guy carefully pulled the arrow out of the fireman's back. He groaned. The healer directed the light at the wound, and the fireman gasped again. Soon the wound from the goblin arrow began to heal, and after a couple of seconds, only a hole remained in the clothes. The guy asked the firefighter how he was feeling, and the rescuer looked at the slender guy in surprise. He said confused that it didn't hurt anymore. The fireman was amazed. So the guy was a healer, Soo-ho replied. Now, apparently, yes. The fireman asked in bewilderment what now meant. At this point, the system offered Soo-ho the choice of a weapon as a gift for using his first healing skill. The guy realized that even though he had chosen a different class, his weapon was still a sword. He summoned the novice's sword, and the familiar combat weapon flashed in his hand. The system informed the player that he had received a novice sword. An Soo-ho silently looked at his reflection in the blade of the sword flashing in response. The guy told the fireman that he was going to conquer the gates. The fireman was stunned. Was he really going to go alone? It was dangerous. But Soo-ho calmly replied that everything was fine. He could even benefit from it. He remembered that the sword skills he had acquired before choosing a class were ones he could now use without any problem. Just like talent-based skills, they can be used regardless of class. And the skills of the selected class are automatically enhanced when the player levels up. The light of Isabella's Holy Spirit was also originally a purely healing light. If Soo-ho had been able to heal the wounds treacherously inflicted on him by his comrades, the outcome would have been definitely different. So this time, he will become both a healer and a swordsman, so that everything does not happen again. Since the system has given him a second chance, he must get ahead of his former comrades and become stronger. Therefore, An Soo-ho needs to level up faster and gain combat skills. If he remembers correctly, it is a gate whose appearance cannot be predicted. In his past life, Soo-ho almost died because of this gate, but now everything is different. Soo-ho's swordsmanship is imprinted in his memory in its original form, so he can simply start all over again. The guy extended his hand towards the portal to enter the opened gate. The system warned the player that he had found the entrance to the gate. The prosecutor closed his eyes and stepped inside. After passing through the barrier, An Soo-ho opened his eyes again and looked around. This world was green and red. The entry conditions and the number of participants were unknown. The guy took a step, and his foot ended up in green liquid. Everything around was covered in green goblin blood. Soo-ho remembered the goblins running amok outside the gate as if it was their world. And on this side of the gate, they are all dead, their brutally hacked bodies scattered everywhere. It seems these monsters came out of the gate in an attempt to escape from something or someone that threatened them here. The guy clutched his sword. He needed to be on guard. The enemy was probably somewhere very close. As if in response to the player's thoughts, a threatening growl of monsters was heard from the green thicket. Soo-ho thought, here it is, the very reason why the goblins fled from here, and why the gate is called green-red. 2 large monsters came straight at the guy. One of them was a 10th level hobgoblin, and his companion was even larger and stronger. It was a hobgoblin of the 12th level. One of the hobgoblins, seeing the man, threw away the dead goblin and roared joyfully. He immediately pointed his broadsword, soaked in goblin blood, straight at the new enemy. The former swordsman calmly looked at the bloodthirsty inhabitant of the green-red gate. The guy smiled. So the hobgoblin wants to make him the prey instead of the goblins. That's funny. Unlike normal goblins, the skin of these monsters is red. In addition, the hobgoblins' bodies are larger, and their muscles are significantly stronger. The hobgoblin lunged, intending to finish the man off with his huge, crude weapon. An Soo-ho dodged the attack as usual. Even though the hobgoblins were larger than normal, they were still goblins. The monster's bloody eyes flashed angrily. This little man turned out to be surprisingly nimble. The monster swung its sword and again attacked the man who dared to enter the gates into the hobgoblin territory. The guy reacted instantly. He pushed off the ground and jumped to the side. The hobgoblin's blow missed its target again. The monster was becoming increasingly angry, losing its composure. The inhabitant of the green-red gate clenched his teeth and growled menacingly at the man. He thrust his horns forward and rushed at the enemy. Soo-ho knew very well that right now, his level was too low to penetrate the hobgoblin's skin. This means that we need to come up with some kind of unconventional move to defeat this monster. A plan instantly formed in the experienced player's head. He jumped to the side, turning into a spring. Pushing off the ground, he suddenly attacked his powerful opponent. The guy knocked down one of the hobgoblins and desperately rushed at the second. The swordsman understood that he simply needed to find the enemy's weak spot and take advantage of it, for example, by striking the enemy in the eye. As soon as the newcomer's sword pierced the hobgoblin's eye, blood gushed from the monster's wound, and the enemy roared in surprise. Suho knew that this was impossible when the level difference was huge, or when the monster's stats were too high. But now in front of him was an ordinary hobgoblin. There was no way this technique wouldn't work. He struck the monster in the eye with his sword and slashed as usual, the area resounding with its death roar. The monster fell dead to the ground. The guy was confused. He dealt with the monster out of habit. The guy sighed. Well, nothing could be done. He was a bit hasty. He turned to the second opponent, muttering that he had to be more careful this time. He needs to use this hobgoblin until he finds another one to increase his experience. The guy watched as the enemy he had knocked down rose up and growled angrily at the insolent man. The death of his comrade really angered the hobgoblin. His eyes literally blazed with rage raging within him. He yelled angrily at the prosecutor and rushed into battle, trying to finish off the man as quickly as possible. The hobgoblin deftly wielded his powerful battle axe, attacking Ansuho again and again. But the guy continued to dodge and provoked the monster into new attacks. Suho knew that by repeating one action several times, one could quickly acquire the skill associated with that action. This is exactly what the player was doing now, provoking the monster into new attacks. If the boy continues to avoid the monster's attacks, he will be able to master the evasion skill. And indeed, the system soon congratulated the player on having mastered dodge. The guy was happy. Okay, now he has a dodge. It's time to move on to the next basic skill. The weapon in the paws of the enraged hobgoblin flashed quite quickly. He was trying at all costs to finish off the enemy. But An Suho had his own plans for the hobgoblin. Now he was going to master parry. This skill has its own long history and special weapon. From his past life experience, Suho knew that parrying was a very important skill. It is the basis for other important combat skills, so you can't do without it. After several successful attacks, the system congratulated the player on mastering the parry skill. The guy smiled to himself. What luck. In one fight he mastered two basic skills at once. The monster's body shook. It was already tired. Suho was glad that he received the skill before the monster got tired. The hobgoblin was exhausted, which meant that he would be finished off now, and this fight would be over. Suho dealt the enemy a fatal blow. The monster roared. Dark blood gushed from its wound. The young man quietly remarked that he needed to find other hobgoblins. As a player, he needed to get serious about gaining experience. He wasn't going to miss out on this opportunity. The other players watched in amazement as the desperate newcomer made his way through the gates alone. Everyone was surprised. Who is invading the gates without permission? Where did this guy even come from? The guys were discussing that it would be difficult when this guy came out of the gate. Someone suggested that the impudent fellow would die there. The players were asking each other who the hell this guy was. No one had seen him before. The fireman said that, judging by the boy's words, he had just become a gambler. The rescuer explained that this guy dealt with the goblins single-handedly, then healed his wounds, and entered the gate. The man thoughtfully noted that they weren't too late yet, and yet, being a healer, dealing with all the goblins, the player looked around the area and concluded that it was all very strange that a healer was going to conquer the gate alone. Considering they've only encountered goblins, the gate doesn't seem particularly difficult, and yet, is it really possible for a healer to easily deal with a crowd of goblins without getting a scratch? What is this guy doing? Perhaps the newbie simply didn't think before entering the gate, but a healer can't be so crazy as to fight alone. However, if this guy manages to clear the gate, it will be a real miracle. The man ordered that he be informed immediately if anything changed at the gates, and if anyone came out of them. The official frowned. If the newcomer succeeded, then they would have to get him for themselves, no matter what. Meanwhile, Ansuho carefully made his way through the green thickets in search of other monsters. Seeing a group of enemies, the guy immediately rushed into battle. His level began to rise. The hobgoblins didn't even have time to attack the surprisingly fast enemy before they themselves were killed. The newcomer's blade was already covered in the blood of monsters, and the system confirmed the death of the player's opponents. The further Suho went into the thicket, the more numerous were the groups of his horned, red-skinned enemies. But this did not stop the guy. Time after time he rushed into battle against the horned monsters. The newbie's sword in Suho's hands had become much stronger, and he could now cut off the heads of several hobgoblins with one blow. Thanks to this power, the player dealt with the enemies he encountered more and more quickly. Another squad of monsters was exterminated, but among the corpses, a wounded hobgoblin trembled. The gate dweller extended a shaking, clawed paw towards the man, begging him to spare him. The hobgoblin looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding where he came from and why he wasn't afraid of them at all. The monster clutched the wound and watched warily as the man who had single-handedly exterminated their entire squad. An Suho wondered what he should do with this frightened monster. The guy told the monster that he would let him go so the hobgoblin could bring his friends here. The wounded man didn't keep us waiting long. He rushed into the thicket. Suho shouted after him to drag everyone he could. While no one was around, the player decided to figure out his stats. It's better not to focus on one thing, but to increase everything evenly. Because Suho killed a lot of monsters and gained extra stat points, it was easy to level up. The guy has mastered a lot of basic skills, and now he needs to collect some treasures. He pierced the dead hobgoblin's body with his sword. Somewhere inside there should have been a magic stone. Soon, the blade of the sword hit something hard. It was the scarlet crystal. Suho muttered, albeit unexpectedly, but fortunately, the stone really was there. He didn't know about the other things, but he needed to take this one. A blood-red crystal flashed in the player's hand. It was a magic stone. A D-rank size like this costs 50,000 won apiece. In his past life, Suho didn't need to collect such small change. He doesn't really want to dig through corpses, but he does need money. He looked around the battlefield and thought that perhaps he should search more thoroughly. The player quickly examined the slain enemies, collecting the loot, and then the last stone gleamed in his hand. Suho moved the crystals to the storage. It will be quite profitable if he sells all the magic stones. The guy jumped to the edge of the clearing and became alert. A noise was heard in the thicket. He turned at the sound. It seemed the wounded hobgoblin had led another squad. An Suho felt the scarlet aura of the enemies. The guy realized that they had finally arrived. Well, great. Judging by the stomping, this group was large. The player thought that a boss would probably appear if he dealt with these monsters. Now the bushes began to rustle, and a large detachment of hobgoblins actually appeared in the clearing. An Suho estimated that there were about 30 monsters in front of him, and he would gain some good experience in this battle before the boss fight. The guy asked the wounded hobgoblin with a smile that he had gathered a lot of his friends. The monster grimaced in response and screamed angrily, pointing at Suho, saying that it was he who had killed their friends. The squad leader roared the order to kill the insolent man, and the monsters, their eyes blazing, rushed into battle. With a wild roar, the monsters surrounded the guy. It seemed like they were about to tear him into small pieces. But there was no trace of fear in Suho's eyes. He pushed off the ground and rushed towards his stunned enemies. The hobgoblins looked in surprise at the frail boy with a thin sword in his hands, who seemed so weak. But before they could figure out what was happening, An Suho, like a hurricane, swept through their ranks, cutting off everyone's heads. The newcomer's sword flashed furiously, quickly, and accurately striking the monsters, who were stunned by surprise. And then the guy heard one of the hobgoblins scream warlike and attack him. An Suho continued to conquer the green-red gate alone. Deep in the thicket, bursts of energy raged. A battle was underway between the boy and a squad of hobgoblins. A large goblin armed with a huge battle axe attacked the man with a roar. The boss appeared. Suddenly, the guy heard another cry behind him. He glanced towards the sound. Another hobgoblin struck Suho, but the player blocked the attack with his sword. At the same time, the hobgoblin boss himself could enter the battle at any moment. The guy grumbled. "What a little bastard." He shouted at the enemy to keep the little thing out of the way. The newcomer's sword flashed like lightning, cutting the monster's powerful bodies into small pieces. Having dealt with the enemies, Suho noted that the punks shouldn't interfere when the grown-up guys are busy. The system warned the player that the hobgoblin boss was using intimidation. The boy was affected by fear. All his muscles tensed and became less mobile. This skill causes fear, and its effect increases depending on the characteristics and level. An Suho never thought he would meet someone with such skill in a low-level gate. But on the other hand, this guy is still the boss. A squad of bosses, consisting of large and powerful hobgoblins, appeared in front of Suho, and the boss himself stood behind him. The hobgoblin boss broke into a wicked grin, feeling his intimidation taking effect on his enemy. Suho knew that he couldn't resist the intimidation without items and skills related to mental defense. The boss growled furiously at the damned man and rushed at him with an axe. The player suddenly remembered that even without special items, there is a method to overcome intimidation. You need to cause pain to your body, then your consciousness will switch. And the guy slashed his own sword across his palm, and blood spurted. The system informed the player that he had broken out of his state of fear, and the guy breathed a sigh of relief. But it was very close that he could lose this fight to the hobgoblin boss. Returning to his normal state again, An Suho counterattacked his horned opponent. The boss frowned and looked questioningly at the boy. The monster did not understand how he was able to get rid of his fear. The guy glanced sideways at the squad. Maybe he should deal with those punks first. This idea seemed right to the guy. First, he should secure his rear. Suho's sword flashed again, and the monsters barely had time to scream as they fell to the ground dead. The guy's weapon worked like a terrifying meat grinder, cutting through the pumped-up bodies of the hobgoblins. Finally, the system informed the player that all the hobgoblins were killed. An Suho activated the healing light to heal the wound he inflicted on himself to overcome his fear. The guy selected the healing area, and a magical bluish light shone on his palm. The wound healed instantly, and after finishing the treatment, the guy clenched his hand into a fist. The player glanced at the hobgoblin boss standing nearby and said that it was time to deal with him too. The mighty horned boss of the gate clutched a battle axe in his hand and glared angrily at the man. He frowned and growled with displeasure. The boss was tense, very alarmed by the quick death of the entire squad. An Suho said with a smile that they would have a cozy time here together. The guy attacked the dejected boss of the green-red gate, inflicting many painful blows on him. The monster fought back diligently, but still was unable to block most of the blows. Suho methodically pierced the boss's thick hide with his newbie sword. The boss didn't even try to attack anymore, he was only trying to protect his muscular body. The guy figured it out. It seemed that due to the difference in damage levels, he wasn't doing much damage to the monster, but the effect was still cumulative. The player then decided to resort to a little trick again to defeat the hobgoblin boss. He made a small cut in his opponent's protective clothing with the tip of his sword. Then Suho plunged his sword into a very painful spot on the enemy's leg, and green blood gushed out from the wound. The guy decided to take advantage of the cumulative damage effect and deal the monster a fatal blow. The boss howled in pain and tried to use his skill to intimidate the enemy again. Suho chuckled. This wouldn't work with him anymore. As soon as he overcame his fear, its influence would cease to work. He pulled the blade out of the hobgoblin boss's wound, causing the bleeding to intensify. And the guy began to strike the boss blow after blow, turning his strong body into a continuous bleeding hole. The boss looked at the enemy in bewilderment, and he concluded that the next blow would be the last. Suho swung his sword and struck the tall and muscular horned monster. The boss's huge body had already turned into one continuous bleeding wound. Taking another hit, the gate boss let out a deafening scream, feeling the life leaving his body. And then the hobgoblin boss fell with a crash right at Suho's feet. The giant's eyes still glowed with a scarlet, bloody fire, but they had already begun to fade, and green blood continued to ooze from the wounds. The monster turned to the man and again flashed his eyes angrily. Suho crouched down next to the wounded and bloodless monster, stretching his hand over its head. The boy used healing light to bring his enemy back to life. The hobgoblin boss felt his wounds healing and looked questioningly at the strange enemy. Suho turned to the boss, telling him to get up. His wounds had already healed. He told his boss with a smile that he was far from finished with him. Congratulations from the system poured in, reporting improvements to virtually all of the players' combat skills. The boy used the healer's power and brought back to life his most powerful opponent in this gate. The hobgoblin boss's body shook as he resisted the magical influence of his human enemy. But in the end, the giant could not bear it any longer and fell to his knees in front of Suho, bowing to the floor. The boss's hands were shaking. He no longer dared to fight the guy who was able to kill him and revive him again. The system delightedly informed the player that his aura was so overwhelming that it could break the ferocity of the boss monsters. The system also congratulated the guy on mastering the intimidation skill. Suho was surprised that he even acquired such a skill. The player smiled with satisfaction. He had now learned everything possible here. The guy took up the sword, telling the boss, who bowed before him, that he had already played his part. Suho instantly cut off the head of the hobgoblin boss. Now, after killing the boss, the gate was completely cleared by just one player. The headless body waved its arms convulsively, and the guy told the boss that he could now go straight to hell. The system congratulated Suho on mastering the decapitation and on the fact that the hobgoblin boss was killed. Thus, the most valuable player Suho conquered the gate and received additional experience and stat points. The boy reached level 10. The system wished for him to become even stronger and granted him great power. Also, with every 10th level, the rank of the healer class skills will increase. Suho thought with satisfaction that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about debuffs. If he continues to strengthen his skills, he will be able to cope with thousands of poisons. Here, he has got everything he needs. The hero, having returned to life, decided that now he should see his old acquaintances. Having finished clearing the gate, Suho confidently walked towards the portal to return to his world again. Outside, the other players eagerly awaited the outcome of this solo trip to the gate. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the gates were shaking. Had they already been conquered? This couldn't be. At that moment, Suho passed through the barrier and returned to his home world of humans. The players began to whisper. Someone was coming out of the conquered gates. Could it really be that same newcomer? Suho walked silently among the bewildered players, not paying attention to anyone. The guys asked each other, what the hell? Was he really alone? How was he able to clear the gates by himself? Representatives of various guilds tried to attract the attention of the newcomer in order to invite him to join them. But Suho jumped from the height, noticing an old acquaintance, a representative of the hunting association, in the crowd. The boy landed near Cheol-min, intending to join the Hunters Association. Suho extended his hand to the association representative and said that he was glad to meet them. Cheol-min looked at the young man questioningly. The assistant asked the boss if he knew this guy. Suho went to the Hunters Association office with Cheol-min. In fact, Suho was very familiar with this office, but he tried not to show it. The association representative looked through the details of his unusual guest and was perplexed. Cheol-min remained silent. This young man had puzzled him quite a bit, even though he had seen many different players during his career. He thought again and again about the moment when Suho extended his hand to him, called him by name, and said he was glad to meet him. This guy treated Cheol-min like an old acquaintance, and this gave the official of the Hunters Association no peace. The association representative introduced himself and asked Suho how he knew him, perhaps he had some business. But he suggested discussing everything in the association. He was just about to go to them to get a hunting license. A stunned Cholmin asked in confusion if the guy was probably talking about renewing his license. But now the association representative realized that those words meant that An Suho was an unregistered hunter. It turns out that this recently awakened player with the weakest class of all cleared the gate alone. While Cheol-min was feverishly studying the documents, Suho was calmly chewing on a dry cookie. Min was puzzled. Judging by the test results, this guy looked more like a warrior. Suho asked if there were any problems. Cheol-min closed the tablet and replied, "Everything is fine." He clarified whether the guy's name was An Suho, and he confirmed it. Min asked Ho what he had done before, and the boy casually replied that he had dropped out of college. Suho explained with a smile that he was not an excellent student, and Cheol-min asked the guy if he had studied medicine. The guest objected. His direction was physical education. The association official opened his mouth in surprise. Normal people usually choose the warrior or archer class, so why did An Suho choose the healer? The guy chuckled and laughingly explained that he hated getting injured. Min asked to tell what happened in the gate. Since the guy cleared it out alone, the player thought there was nothing to tell. As he spoke, Suho took out the magic crystals from the storage room and poured them onto the table to the stunned Jong Cheol-min. Seeing such a quantity of valuables, the association official clutched his heart. The guy calmly explained that he got these magic stones from killed hobgoblin monsters, as well as from the boss. Suho stated that he did not know the value of the stones and asked Min if he could trust him with this, which he quickly confirmed. Choi-min immediately reached out his hand to the large scarlet crystal that the boss boy had received. The official carefully examined this rare and very valuable stone. He seriously asked Mr. An Suho if he really wanted to be a hunter. The young man confirmed that everything was correct. He had decided so from the very moment he woke up as a player. Xiong was delighted, exclaiming that this was an excellent solution. However, the official thought it was a bit impulsive and asked the guy if he had any reason. He replied that he wasn't sure. Suho chuckled to himself. Min still couldn't hide his emotions. The guy reminded the official that there are many reasons why people become hunters. However, An Suho has a genuine hatred for monsters and gates. Because of the gate, he lost his entire family and became an orphan. So Suho is aware of the danger, but entering the gate alone was his choice, made under the influence of emotions. The guy wondered if killing monsters would help him cope with his disappointment. He simply killed the monsters he encountered, but it didn't change anything. That's how Suho realized what he needed to do next. His strongest desire is to ensure that there are no more victims like him. People can't be allowed to lose anything valuable to monsters. Choi-min was shocked by this young man's speech, and Suho concluded that he wanted to serve for the common good of the people. And it is for this purpose that he wants to join the Korean Hunters Association. There was a lot of bitterness in the words and expression on the face of this young man, but at the same time, there was also a determination to act. The association official looked silently at his surprising guest. He muttered in confusion that he was indeed glad to hear it, but was the guy sure of his decision? Joining the association means that the guy will become a civil servant with a not very high salary. Private guilds pay more. Suho replied that he was aware of this. But what he needed much more than money was free access to the gates, and he also wanted to have priority in conquering the gates. In addition, the association has the power to punish players for crimes. Min was confused about what Ho meant. The newcomer stated that he wanted to work in this direction, preferably during the conquest of the gate. Min became increasingly surprised. Despite the association's priority regarding gates, they usually sell clearing rights to private guilds. The reason for this is simple. There is no point in risking your life raiding gates with such a low salary. It is often said that hunters choose their path out of altruism. But many people want to become hunters because the job is stable and doesn't require entering the gate to earn money. Most of the employees of the Great Hunters Association are, in fact, ordinary government officials. Some strive to get a job as an administrator, while other members of the association try by all means to avoid entering the gate. But An Suho is completely different. He is a person who wants to work and talks about people's safety. This is truly the ideal of a hunter in public service, an ideal patriot. Chul-min's head was spinning with happiness. The guy asked the official if he was okay. Min hadn't met such a person for a long time. He promised to fill out all the necessary documents. He explained to the guy that to pass the exam, he needed to pass an aptitude test, a written test, and also a practical test. But this year registration is already closed, and the exam day is tomorrow. The guy's face lengthened. Min reassured the guy. He could register him additionally if he wanted. The young man smiled. But is that even possible? The official explained that this was one of the rules. Since Ho had cleared the gates alone, he could report to the leadership and receive approval. He has already recommended him because of his incredible talent, but preparing for the tests in one day will be very difficult. Suho reassured Min that everything was fine and asked him to register. The guy smiled. For the sake of experience, it's worth taking the exam when there is an opportunity, and if he fails, he can take the test again. The player asked, "So, the test is scheduled for tomorrow." Min replied that he can test his abilities today. Suho remembered that he didn't have money for the registration fee and asked if Min could take care of his stones right away. A representative of the hunting association stood up and said that he would take care of it while he checked the test. The guy mentally told Min that even now, he was the only one Suho could trust. The player looked at his brother Chol Min's surprised face with a smile. He hastened to sincerely thank the association representative for his effective assistance. After some time, Chol Min informed the newcomer that the suitability test had been passed. Besides, the magic stones have been sold and Min has transferred the money to Suho's account. He can take a look. It's a bit awkward, but as a civil servant, Min is exempt from taxes specifically on magic stones. The young man asked the manager if he could ask for one more thing. Min looked at Suho in surprise. The guy heard that the association has a library where you can find reference books and workbooks for tomorrow's test. It was already a bit late, of course, but An Suho felt that he needed to prepare. If Chil Min allowed it, the boy really wanted to study in the library. Min smiled happily. What is Ho even asking about? Of course you can. After dinner, he took the newcomer to the library, where an employee ID was not required, so he could study. As he left, Min smiled and expressed hope that the boy would pass tomorrow's test. Suho advised Cheol Min to be careful on the way home. The player smiled. Brother Chol Min was still the same, as always kind and reliable. The modest and conscientious Cheol Min now doesn't even suspect that in the future he will become the head of the association. It was hard for Suho to pretend to be ignorant. It seemed like he was teasing Min, but if he didn't, suspicions would arise. Left alone in the library, the guy sighed. Great, I need to get down to business. Now he needs to find this thing. He walked along the rows, turning his head. Suho remembered important events from the future, but not everything down to the smallest detail. So it would be nice to get that skill as help. Walking past one of the cabinets, the guy noticed an unusual glow. It seems he found what he was looking for. This book was different from the others even in its size, Suho thought in surprise at how big it was. The player picked up a heavy tome and took it off the library shelf. It was a book from another world. When Ho tried to find out information from this book, a short sentence would appear. There are several ways to use this valuable item. The young man opened the locks and opened the mysterious book right in the middle. He placed the open book on his head and froze, waiting to receive information. But for some reason nothing happened. The guy was puzzled as to what was going on. Suho didn't understand why it wasn't working, which meant there was only one way. Suddenly, the player noticed that the system screen opened and a new message appeared there. It said that the memory library was interested in An Suho's story. The pages of the magic book lit up, and the system informed the boy that the Library of Memories was inviting him. The guy was enveloped in a glow emanating from a large, thick book, and memories in the form of pages began to spin before him. The number of pages swirling around Suho grew, and the book revealed its secrets to him. And then, right in the middle of the library, a huge tree appeared, and a spiral staircase wound upwards along its trunk. The Library of Memories allows one to recall everything a person has ever seen and heard, even painful and bitter moments. From the moment a person masters this library, a memory curse is imposed on him. He will not be able to forget anything. The first owner of this skill was a girl from the Hexagon Guild and a former member of the association. While studying in the library before her job change, she used this book as a pillow to sleep comfortably. They say that this girl was very lucky with her skill. Thanks to her, Suho received information about the Library of Memories. The guy thought he should treat her to something when they met. The system asked if Suho wanted to pass on his story to the library. With this skill, he can restore everything in his memory. Memories fade and change over time, so to keep track of small details, Ho must master this skill. The system responded to the player that his story had been accepted into the library. The memory library accesses An Suho's memories and begins recording them. The player was caught in some strange whirlwind and spun around the huge library hall. The book read Suho's memories and transformed them into an ornate magical seal. Now the guy could return to the time period he chose at any moment and remember absolutely everything. He continued to stand at the very base of the huge tree. The system informed him that the Library of Memories was open. It stores everything Ho has ever seen or heard, memories and recommendations available at any time. The guy thought that perhaps the recording process itself was strange because it was an illusory place. Suho wondered if he should test out the new skill now. He decided to try. The guy mentally ordered to return to the past, to the day when his friends betrayed him. After giving the order, the player closed his eyes, his head spinning slightly, as if he had entered a portal. And then he opened his eyes, and before him appeared a picture of the last day of his past life. He stood before his former comrades after attacking them with an invisible sword. The player was acutely aware that he was still feeling those emotions, but that was to be expected. Suho gritted his teeth as he saw those faces again, and a sharp pain stirred in his heart again. They are all selfish traitors who left the gate for their own comfortable survival and glory. As he fell into the abyss, the boy thought that he would never forget them. There was little pleasant in this memory. The guy decided that he needed to think about something else. This wound was too fresh. Suddenly, Suho saw system windows popping up in front of him. He didn't remember it because he was almost unconscious. He began to read the game messages carefully, and then the situation became clearer to him. The guy was puzzled at first, asking what it was. The system decided to reward him with the opportunity to become stronger because he was the first to achieve transcendence. To this end, An Suho's player systems were rebooted, and he returned to the beginning of his player journey. The young man found himself again in the large hall of the library. He stood in bewildered silence, pondering what he had seen. He shuddered and came out of his stupor. Now Ho knew that it was the system that had returned him to the past. He also remembered how he had achieved the unity of the divine sword, something no one had ever managed to do before. Just before his death, Suho received his first SS rank skill, which in itself is incredibly cool. But he was given a second chance because he was the first to achieve transcendence, something Suho had never even heard of before. This means that he did not return to the past by accident, but in order to change the future for the better. A taxi stopped near the office of the Hunters Association. Having received new information, Suho rushed to act. He quickly got into the car that had pulled up and went to another building that was well known to him. The guy understood perfectly well that it was not the reason itself that was important, but the fact that he had returned to the past. After all, this means that he cannot change not only his own future, but also prevent the enormous sacrifices that will be made due to the conquest of the gate. It's worth a try. Perhaps you'll be able to clear the gates much faster than in your past life. Now he knew for sure that not a second of precious time could be lost. Thinking like this, Suho found himself in front of the large, luxurious Nexus building. He raised his head and looked. Despite the late hour, the light was brightly burning in the director's office. It was the private Nexus Hunter Academy, a very prestigious, wealthy, and respected organization. Suho smiled. Impressive. They say it's the biggest in the country. The guy needs a lot of money for the future. He'll just earn some extra money. The girl at the reception greeted the visitor warmly and asked what brought him to them. The guest said that he would like to meet with Director Kim Soo-ae, and the girl was stunned by surprise. She asked if the guy had arranged a meeting. He answered negatively. He just came. He needed to discuss something with her. The girl politely apologized and explained that such meetings needed to be scheduled in advance. Then Suho asked to convey that a man had come to Nick, who had single-handedly conquered the gate at Cinderim Station. She immediately contacted the manager and reported the visitor. After this message, the door to the Academy Director's office swung open in front of An Suho. Kim Soo-ae introduced herself by saying that she was the director of Nexus Academy and that she was very pleased to meet him. The guy bowed respectfully and shook the director's outstretched hand and said that he was very glad to meet him. Soo-ae invited the guest to sit down. She heard about him clearing the gate alone and asked what brought him to the Nexus. The player said directly that he came for a scholarship because tomorrow was the exam to obtain a hunter's license. Suho informed the director of Nexus that he was also going to hand it in. The director of the prestigious academy looked at her unusual guest with curiosity. Soo-ae asked when An Suho woke up, and he replied that it happened today. The director of the academy jumped in surprise, that is, just like today. Had she heard correctly, he was an unregistered hunter who had awakened today and would be taking his license exam tomorrow. And yet he single-handedly conquered the gates at Cinderim Station, Ho confirmed. That's right. Immediately after waking up, the guy was lucky enough to contact a person from the association who helped him register. Tomorrow, Suho plans to be the best in the exam. Soo-ae looked at the impudent newcomer in shock. The young man asked that if he succeeded, the director would make him a scholarship recipient at Nexus Academy. Of course, a scholarship also needs to be provided. Kim Soo-ae couldn't immediately find what to say to this impudent man, and yet she didn't drive him away, but only watched silently. The guy wasn't at all embarrassed. He was absolutely sure that his proposal was useful for the academy. Suho understood how difficult it was to become the best as a rookie, but he was a veteran who had conquered many gates. Director Kim was surprised at how confident this guy was. The fact that he cleared the gates single-handedly is impressive, but the exam is a different matter. On average, only a fifth of the participants pass it. Suho noted that Soo-ae might just ignore him if he didn't get the best marks on the exam. The director of the Nexus Academy politely asked the young man to ask one question, since there were other academies besides them. For example, Hexagon and Prime are considered very prestigious establishments. Why did he choose Nexus out of all of them? An Suho answered directly because Nexus's situation was the most dire among the others. Kim Soo-ae's mouth dropped open in surprise. It was quite a brazen statement. The guy explained that Nexus Academy is the largest in the country, but in recent years, its students have not won any prizes. So, the number of people wanting to enroll there has significantly decreased, the director knew. It's sad, but that's how it is. They need to show good results too, but they don't have a single outstanding student. And if Kim accepts Suho's offer and he truly becomes the best, the hunter who conquered the gates alone, If An Soo-ho passes the exam with a high score and it is revealed that he is from Nexus, it will be a success. And it is the Nexus Academy that will benefit the most from this. It will raise their prestige, something that cannot be refused. Kim asked how much exactly Ho planned to receive from them, and he asked how much the best student's scholarship was. Their terms include a full refund of the year's tuition and a bonus of 30 million won. Furthermore, if a student wishes, they can immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho smiled. The director of the academy sighed. He had probably expected a more generous offer. Kim Soo-ae asked the guest to honestly tell how much he wanted to earn. The guy announced with a smile that he needed 300 million, a reasonable amount considering the size of the academy. The director was taken aback, but she was tempted by the advantage of having the best student. Ho was sure it wasn't that much money for Nexus. The director had nothing to say. She paused for a moment and then briefly agreed. Kim Soo-ae promised to allocate this amount if An Soo-ho became the best on the exam. While they were preparing the contract, the director suggested that the young man take a look around the academy. The size of the academy amazed Soo-ho. He thought that once he enrolled in Nexus, he would no longer need anything. The guy accompanying him laughed. After all, this is the largest academy in South Korea. Ho thanked his companion for the excursion at such a time, and he replied that he was an important guest and that it was the least that could be done. And then Soo-ho noticed with surprise that there was someone on the site. It was hard to see from afar. It looked like a student. The guide explained that this was their most diligent student. He was training again, even at this hour. He shouted to Daehan, "Training is good, of course, but it is important to think about yourself too." Daehan replied with a smile that he was a third-year student and needed to train hard. In his past life, Soo-ho had the chance to go on raids with Daehan several times. At that time, this guy was the best tank in the country. He had incredible defense and mental strength. It's a shame that over time the tanks began to lose their position. However, judging by the axe and not the shield, Daehan is not yet aware of his true abilities. An Soo-ho smiled. Great, since it happened like this, he could lay some groundwork in advance. Since Daehan will later join the Nexus, he must be brought into the Great Hunters Association in this life. An academy employee introduced the boys. Both Soo-ho and Daehan were happy to meet each other and greeted each other warmly. Ho noticed that, from what he heard, Daehan was participating in the exam. Apparently he wanted to use an axe as his main weapon. Soo-ho asked Daehan why he chose this particular weapon. The third-year student explained that he aspired to become a melee player and was advised to use a battle axe that suited his build. The escort supported, "Nothing compares in destructive power to a battle axe." Soo-ho was surprised that Daehan only used an axe. He confirmed that he was learning a little slowly. Daehan was sure that trying out other weapons would take a lot of time. He had been mastering the axe for 2 whole years, although he was not strong in it either. The player mentally answered that it was because this weapon was not at all suitable for his abilities. I wonder if Daehan is persistent or just stubborn. He should have changed his weapon since his skills didn't improve from the start. An Soo-ho sighed bitterly. The country's largest academy turned out to be unexpectedly weak. He told the student that he should use what he is comfortable with. Each player gets a stat adjustment anyway. You can quickly improve your skill level, but many things depend on personal experience and knowledge. The academy guest told Daehan that it seemed like this weapon wasn't suitable for him. The fact that it took 2 years to master the axe speaks to their incompatibility. Daehan looked at the guy in surprise. Ho confirmed that the destructive power of this weapon is indeed great. But attacks with an axe are very long, and without special measures, you can get hit in return. However, Daehan's build is large enough to be a tank. In this position, he can certainly become an outstanding player and become famous. The third-year student looked at his new acquaintance with wide eyes, wondering if this guy was really right. Daehan asked in confusion if this was really true, and he had been doing the same thing for 3 whole years. Soo-ho reassured him that if Daehan was resilient enough to work with an unsuitable weapon for 3 years, that was the ability of a tank. Daehan needs to wear a shield on his left hand and hold something one-handed in his right hand, then he can improve his results. He asked in confusion, so Ho was advising him to become a tank now. Wouldn't it be difficult? After all, there was an exam tomorrow. Ho asked who Daehan thought was the core of the squad. The third-year student hesitantly suggested that it was probably a magician. Soo-ho objected, no. A tank, for the squad to function properly, the tank must aggro the enemies and protect the mage and healer. Daehan wondered if it wouldn't be better to use only the shield then. But Ho explained that in order to use crowd control, a tank must have at least 1 weapon equipped in addition to a shield. Daehan was happy. It sounded good. Soo-ho was glad that he didn't lose heart and quickly made a rational decision. The future tank needed to think, so he decided to interrupt the training. The student thanked Soo-ho for the consultation, and he wished Daehan good luck. The attendant, who had been silently observing the conversation, turned to the academy's guest with a question. The director did not explain who he was, simply saying that he was a guest and that he, by chance, was not an instructor. The guy is very knowledgeable about weapons and combat tactics, Soo-ho objected. No, he is not an instructor. The guest sheepishly replied that he was simply an interested party and immediately asked if the contract was ready, as much time had already passed. The escort perked up. He had just received a call about this, so it was time for them to return to the director's office. The next day, an exam was scheduled at the Korean Hunters Association. At the entrance to the association, candidates eager to obtain a license gathered, all honing their skills and in top shape. But An Soo-ho, who cleared the gates single-handedly, was literally sleeping on the go after a sleepless night. The guy felt so exhausted after yesterday that he was in his worst shape. The administrator asked the candidates to line up by numbers, and they began drug testing. Ho is so terribly tired, and then there are these useless tests. Even though this test was done to check for doping, no one cares about such things. People who use drug doping only receive skill enhancements. The guy was surprised. The examinee's level did not exceed the 5th, but such a magical wave could not come from such a person. And it's not just this woman, at least several people have been enhanced. The system noted that An Soo-ho's sensitivity to magic was significantly higher than the others. She congratulated the player on mastering magic recognition, which made it much easier to discern magical energy. Even though the issue of doping had not yet been raised, there were a huge number of cheaters. Soo-ho thought he needed to deal with the doping issue, and then he noticed Cheol-min. The association representative waved to the newcomer, and Ho thought with relief that, fortunately, at least one person was clean. The theoretical part of the exam began. Candidates took tests and wandered around the hall awaiting the results. Many suspected that they would have to retake the exam. The task was too difficult, and Soo-ho, thanks to the library of memories, passed the test in a jiffy. The guy felt that he had inadvertently become a cheater. Suddenly, Cheol-min called out to him, eager to talk to the promising newcomer. Approaching the boy, the association representative asked how the written test went. Ho replied that he felt he had done well, but why was Min here? He explained that he had come to help. There were not enough workers. Mina was amazed by the newcomer's confidence. He had heard that this time it was perhaps the most difficult test in history. Ho wanted to ask something. Cheol-min pointed out that if it wasn't related to testing, it wasn't that important. The guy chuckled. He noticed that some of them hadn't passed the doping test. Cheol-min was very surprised. An Soo-ho felt this when he himself was being tested. The player asked Min to check some of the participants, and he quietly indicated which ones. To prevent fraud, the association conducts urine and blood tests, and participants' belongings are also confiscated. The clothes change into the examination uniform, but Soo-ho is surprised that there is no check for unfair skill enhancement. And thanks to his magic recognition skill, Soo-ho could easily spot the scammers. Min thanked the newcomer and promised to check everything before the practical testing. Soo-ho went to prepare for the practical test, but Cheol-min stopped him. The association representative personally wanted Ho to pass because he really wanted to work with the guy. Therefore, Min really hoped that An Soo-ho would get a high score on the practical test. Min once again wished the newcomer good luck, and he sincerely thanked him for his support. Half an hour later, the participants gathered at the location where the practical testing would take place. Suddenly, the administrator announced that the test would be delayed for 2 hours due to problems with some capsules. Soo-ho realized that this was just an excuse. Cheol-min must be taking measures against the use of enhancements. If the cheaters can be detected, those who pass the exam will become pure and unrivaled talents. In the meantime, Ho considered it his duty to take a closer look at the most useful candidates. Suddenly, he heard one of the examiners suggesting that the big guy have a competition. The big guy cursed and suggested that the bully not get into trouble and get lost, but he objected that it wasn't a fight but a sparring session. Or maybe he was afraid that his abilities would be revealed. The big guy exploded and pushed the enemy away. He warned the guy that he shouldn't quarrel with him, so it's better for him to stay away. But the guy didn't calm down. He asked with a smile what would happen if he attacked first. The sound of a blow whistled through the air, and the other candidates turned around curiously at the noise. But the attack didn't reach the big guy. An Soo-ho instantly stood between them and blocked the blow. The attacker did not expect a counterattack and was unexpectedly thrown back. He looked questioningly at the stranger, not understanding where he came from. The big guy indignantly asked the hunter who had attacked him if he had completely lost his mind. Ho asked the big guy to calm down, promising that he would take care of the hooligan, but he asked the guy in bewilderment if he was an officer. Soo-ho objected. He was his exam mate, but if the big guy got into a fight with that guy, nothing good would come of it. The man who was attacking the big guy indignantly asked Soo-ho why he was interfering. An Soo-ho introduced himself. Apparently the guy was looking for a partner for sparring. How about a fight? But the bully said contemptuously that he would not compete with such weaklings. Soo-ho was dumbfounded. He was the weakling. He snorted that the boy seemed to have just gotten lucky, but it was better not to get cocky and get lost. Soo-ho decided to provoke the guy and asked him with a smile if he was scared. The guy's veins bulged with anger, his eyes flashed, and he defiantly asked what he said. Soo-ho suggested checking whether it was luck or not, but for now, it felt like the guy was too scared. The bully chuckled. Well, okay, the cheeky kid himself asked for a good beating. He's bored anyway, being surrounded by cowardly idiots, but at least this is some kind of entertainment. Suho asked the guy, so he was in business. He heard there was a sparring area here, but he needed permission from the manager. After some time, the opponents were already standing opposite each other in the ring, and other candidates were located in the stands. The boys were surprised how these two could put on a circus on such a day. They were apparently looking for attention. The leader only allowed weapons offered by the association. He reserved the right to stop the sparring if the situation became too heated. Having explained the conditions, the leader waved his hand, giving the command to begin sparring. The cocky guy immediately jumped up and rushed to attack the impudent newcomer. A hail of hard blows rained down on the guy, but Suho calmly repelled all of the guy's attacks with surprising ease. This did not faze the attacker at all. He decided to attack the enemy from above. Flying above the sparring area, he swung his sword at the player and swooped down. This attack was even faster than the first, but Suho deftly dodged the blow. He watched his warlike opponent with a smile. He had already met him in his past life. The guy was amazed at how this Suho was able to dodge his attack. The enraged bully yelled that he would rip the boy's mouth apart and tried to attack again. Unexpectedly, An Suho simply stepped on his opponent's weapon, pinning him to the floor. The cocky hunter looked questioningly at his weapon and the leg that was pinning it down. Suho asked in surprise, "What the hell? Why was his opponent so weak?" The newcomer noted with a slight smile that despite his cockiness, the swordsman was an incredibly helpless person. The bully clenched his teeth in anger and growled that the kid was just a piece of shit. This bully was the mad swordsman Pak Yong. He had an insane thirst for power. Yong was ready to start fights with the masters at any opportunity. He did all this for the sake of better swordsmanship, and he also constantly wanted more power. This incredible, insatiable thirst eventually turned Park Yan into a hunter-killer. Who would have thought that the crazy swordsman would end up in the same group with Suho in this exam? Suho was sure that measures had to be taken to prevent Park Yan from making the same mistakes now. He sent the mad swordsman flying with a counterblow, and Puck fell to the floor, staring at his opponent in shock. Ho chuckled. How boring. Pak's words were so impressive that he actually believed in his power. Park Yan asked in confusion why An Suho's strength was so great. Ho warned that even if Yang tried to attack him, it wouldn't work. He asked if the swordsman wanted to continue. The mad swordsman was at a loss as he faced a level 10 player for the first time. Before, Pak's strongest opponent was a 5th level warrior. He smiled and remarked that Ho was interesting. Now it dawned on Pak Yang why his opponent was so calm. Pak Yang declared that since that was the case, he would fight with all his might, and his aura flared with a crimson color. An Suho agreed. Okay, he would play with the cocky swordsman some more. Yang charged again, determined to defeat this annoyingly calm guy at any cost. A blow of terrifying force whistled through. But Suho was able to block the swift attack this time too, and the spectators watched the strange duel closely. The mad swordsman, gritting his teeth, continually attacked the newcomer, who invariably fought back. An Suho noticed with a smile that this blow was stronger than the last one. It was already better. Pak Yang growled. Was Ho really going to keep pretending to be completely relaxed? Yang's eyes flashed angrily and he exclaimed, "Let's see if the kid can parry the next blow." Suho recognized this position. This is Park Yang's personal technique, the dragon sword technique. In a past life, this deadly technique cost the lives of many hunters and warriors. Pak Yang chuckled. That's right, this really is his personal sword technique. The mad swordsman screamed for the impudent boy to finally die and shut up. A bloodthirsty smile played across Yang's face. He felt the recoil. He had just delivered the perfect blow. He had won. But Yeon's joy was premature, and this blow was blocked by An Suho. The mad swordsman was taken aback. It couldn't be. Ho laughed cheerfully. Yes, he blocked that blow too. Park Yang's hands shook. He couldn't believe that some kid could stand up to him. Ho said with a grin that he was not generous enough to take such a slow blow. He realized that this was not a dragon sword technique, but a regular basic one. Of course, a beginner would not be able to perfect the signature technique. Enraged, Pak yelled that An was a bastard and rushed at him again, striking him indiscriminately. Yang became hysterical, and with wild cries he attacked the enemy incessantly, almost without stopping. But Suho methodically repelled the mad swordsman's attacks time and time again. Pak Yang was filled with bloodlust. He would be happy if he could kill the impudent boy now. Suddenly he stopped for a second, looked at Suho and said that he finally understood him. The next second, Puck's eyes flashed again, and he exclaimed that it was all over. Ho had noticed Yang's hysteria a long time ago, and decided that it had to be stopped. He was just waiting for the right moment. Suddenly he jumped up and struck the mad swordsman under the jaw with the base of his palm. Pak Yang cried out in surprise. The mad swordsman's eyes clouded over, and as he lost consciousness, he asked in surprise how the boy had done it. Suho reminded him that he had already told him that Park was too slow. As he fell to the floor of the sparring area, Park Yang muttered that Suho was ugly. The pugnacious swordsman fell to the floor and instantly lost consciousness from the blow he received. Ho decided to stop there. If he hurt Yan's pride even more, he would cause big problems. Now Park will be fixated on him. He will not pay attention to others until he defeats An Su-ho. Suddenly, Ho realized that the testing center had suddenly become significantly quieter. The leader entered the arena and looked in confusion at Pat Yong, who was sprawled on the floor. The spectators suddenly all started calling out to the leader, urging him to intervene in the fight. Ho explained that he had accidentally knocked out Park Yong and asked the leader to take care of him until he recovered. Meanwhile, the continuation of the exam was announced, and everyone was invited to the practical testing. Each candidate was placed in a separate capsule for immersion. Ho noted that there are more managers now than before. They are probably doping inspectors disguised as workers. An Su-ho mentally asked the inspectors to remove all the scammers from here. The manager approached him and asked him if he was ready to lie down in the capsule. If Ho feels any strange sensations while diving, he should immediately press the button to request help. The manager asked again if it was ready, and after receiving a positive answer, he pressed the start button. The capsule lid began to close smoothly. An Su-ho closed his eyes and prepared to take the test. The system has warned the player that the Hunter's practical testing program has been activated. The connection to the user's consciousness has begun. The immersion process has reached 100% and the connection has been established. So, the program of practical testing of the healer was launched. Ho knew this exam was especially difficult given the low pass rate for healers. I wondered why that was. An Su-ho looked around. He was at the epicenter of the disaster, and in front of him was his dead mother, all in tears. She begged for help. There was a man under the rubble. She tried to pull her husband, Su-ho's father, out from under the rubble. The guy couldn't believe they had created exactly this kind of program. The Hunting Association really has no sense of proportion. He now realized that taking the Hunter test would be a very traumatic experience for him. He rolled up his sleeves, sighed and said quietly, "So that's why healers' services are so expensive. But the exam must be passed, so you need to start anyway." The practical test can be considered the main one in the exam. The key to passing it is demonstrating the skills of the chosen class. Every year the simulation scenarios change, as do the criteria for passing. Usually it's either a one-on-one battle or one against all. The result of the passage depends on the time spent and the number of kills. However, the exam for a healer is special. Unlike other classes, a healer has insignificant strength and characteristics. But at the same time, the healing ability is very important for maintaining a squad of hunters. The healer's sacrifice is considered very important. Healers who save people, risking their lives, receive higher scores. In other words, you have to die during this test to save the patient. The problem is that An Su-ho's characteristics are still intact. He needs to be beaten for a long time until his condition becomes like that of others. Suddenly, Su-ho's gaze fell on an excellent sword. He reached out and took the weapon. Since the sword had caught his eye, it was no accident. After all, why should he be crazy enough to let himself be beaten to death? The guy chuckled to himself. Asking someone who was already dying to die was too much. The girl continued to scream, begging to be saved. Ho thought, there are a lot of screams coming from here, although there are almost only dead people around. He approached the girl and asked if she was okay. Her whole body shook with fear. She was the only one left alive out of all the residents of the destroyed high-rise building. The girl whispered, "The monsters will return. We need to run before they return. Su-ho's task is to protect this girl until the very end." He reassured her, telling her not to worry so much. Rescuers would be here soon. And until the rescuers arrived, he promised to protect her from all monsters. With his sword in hand, An Su-ho stood between the frightened young woman and the impending threat. As the exam progressed, some capsules opened and candidates emerged from them. Many sighed that they could have done better. The managers thanked them for their efforts and sent them to change and go home. Saddened by their failure, the hunters wandered into the locker room. The girl looked at the test results. The healer boy lasted only 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She thought maybe it was because of the high difficulty, but the results this year were quite low. The girl asked Director Shin how long An Su-ho had been in the capsule. It seemed like a lot of time had passed. Shin replied that the guy had been there for 30 minutes already. The girl was stunned that it had taken so long. She rushed to the capsule. "It can't be. Not even 15, but 30. I need to take a look." Indeed, the timer already showed more than 30 minutes of stay. The girl asked if this guy was a warrior. Shin objected. No, he was a healer. She chuckled. Lying often is a disease. Shin was indignant. It was not a lie, although he had a sword in his hand, but he needed to be watched more closely. The observer exclaimed, "Healing skills. Is he really a healer?" It's amazing that a healer can fight like that, but if he doesn't die, he will most likely be disqualified. Shin objected, "There is no reason for this. The healer must protect the patient to the end. All the requirements are met. He does it. Instead of simply fighting, he properly accompanies and stays close to his charge. At the same time, from time to time he heals the victim, for which he often risks his life. So there is no reason for disqualification when all the rules are followed. Even the practical program is not limited in any way, so what kind of disqualification can we talk about?" The girl noticed that it seemed like the best one in the practical test had been determined. Observers from the Great Hunters Association saw Suho being attacked by giant monsters. The guy's expression didn't even change, he just got into a fighting stance. He quickly drew his sword and prepared to defend his frightened charge. Several monsters attacked the man with a wild roar. But to the astonishment of the onlookers, the boy cut the monsters into pieces with astonishing speed. Suho looked around. One of the giants almost reached the shaking girl. The healer realized that this was not enough. He needed to speed up a little, and besides, he had already been in the capsule for a long time. The guy pushed off the ground and rushed towards the monstrous dinosaurs. Seeing that the man was flying into their mouths, the monsters joyfully grinned and clicked their teeth. Landing, Ho quickly drew his sword from its sheath. In the blink of an eye, the monsters closest to him turned into bloody pieces of meat. Not a single muscle on the guy's face moved. He acted calmly and methodically. The monsters continued to run towards him, but each one found its own quick and cruel death there. The warrior healer's sword flashed like lightning, destroying the monsters that had once destroyed his family. The observers were amazed. The strikes of this healer were so fast and precise that it was even difficult to track him. He rushed among the enemies like a wind of fury, destroying every dinosaur. Soon the area among the ruins was completely littered with bleeding, chopped-up bodies of monsters, and the ward was in shock. The system congratulated On Suho on mastering the walk and raising his skill level. As he thought, even though it was virtual reality, they were still on the ground, so the system was watching everything. It defines the correct movements, which allows you to master skills, although the speed of gaining experience is slower. During the test, Ho gained many additional skills and improved all his sword skills to A rank. Although there are no experiences or objects in virtual reality, the result is still satisfying. If all of a swordsman's basic skills are raised to rank A or higher, then a unique technique like Pak Yong's can be mastered. And then the system offered Ho to register a new skill of his own, combining swordsmanship and walking techniques. An Suho smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he immediately came up with a name for the skill, Guardian Sword. The system confirmed that the name Guardian Sword was correct for the skill created, and Suho confirmed it. Ho's great skill was recognized by the system, and he created a new skill based on his own swordsmanship. The boy created a C-rank Guardian Sword, and the effectiveness of his other sword skills and gate skills increased by half. For this great achievement, the system awarded An Suho 10 additional stat points. The system also awarded Ho the Sword Mastery skill, which took 10 years of his life to achieve in his previous life. The player smiled. His value was growing before our eyes. Speaking of value, it's time to get back to testing. Suho noticed that huge, clawed and toothy monsters had approached the site again. He knew that the examiners had changed the number of monsters. The guy would like to leave now, because he had already received everything he needed. But to complete the test, there are two options: die at the hands of these guys, or kill them. The guy looked at the crowd of monsters approaching him. The answer was obvious. Suho definitely wasn't going to die at the hands of monsters, even in virtual reality. The player pulled out his weapon, determined to cut down all those fanged giants. Meanwhile, most of the examinees had already exited the capsules, and several association employees were watching Suho. The managers exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's crazy. He really dealt with everyone. This is the first time in the history of the practical test that something like this has happened. It's impressive. He even cured his subject." Everyone agreed that there was no longer any point in evaluating the test participants. The leader had already been clearly determined. A few days later, a meeting was held at the Hexagon Academy headquarters. The Hunter exam strategy planning team met ahead of the results announcement. The team leader guaranteed that Ki-hyun would be the best this year. They put a lot of effort into it. The speaker asked his colleagues, who were chattering approvingly, to calm down a bit. He said with a smile that this time Hexagon would come out on top, not prime. At that moment, the Korean Hunters Association announced the result, and the best examinee was An Suho. Everyone was confused about what this was, who An Suho was, and where Ki-hyun was. No one expected such a result, and the excitement immediately gave way to confusion. One of the headquarters members glanced at the phone screen, and his hands began to shake. The guild leader himself was calling him. A Suho was riding in a taxi when Young Chul Min called him, and the guy answered right away. Min said that he was supposed to congratulate the guy immediately after the results were published, but he was very busy, so he was calling now. He heartily congratulated Suho on successfully passing the exam, and even with the best result. The newcomer never ceased to amaze Chul Min, and the satisfied Ho thanked the leader, saying that it was all thanks to him. Min asked with a laugh what he did. It was all Suho's amazing abilities. Thanks to him, they also caught a lot of cheaters, many of whom used doping to enhance their skills. This was reported to management, so the rules for future exams will be stricter. Such tests must be fair. Chul Min asked Suho if he was still interested in joining the association. The guy replied that he might stay in the guild for a short time, but his intentions were firm. No matter what happened, An Suho was going to join the association. Min thanked the player, saying he would contact him as soon as testing or recruitment was announced. The guy warned that he would be passing out now. It was time for lunch and advised Min to eat well, even if he was busy. The association representative wished Suho bon appetit and hung up. Min picked up some paper and looked at it in surprise. He stood up and headed towards the office building, quietly saying that he really needed to at least eat a little. Ho continued driving along the highway, replaying his conversation with Cheol Min in his head. The guy noticed that Ming had a slightly hoarse voice. Was everything okay with him? Suho was waiting for a call, and just at that moment, his phone started ringing, and the long-awaited call rang. The player picked up the phone. It was Kim Soo-ai calling. She congratulated Ho on his success and informed him that the payment according to the contract had been made. He thanked the director of the academy. He was impressed by her efficiency and integrity. Soo-yi asked the student about joining the Nexus Guild. She guaranteed Ho that he would be treated better than in any other guild. The young man laughed. I wonder how far she is willing to go. Kim promised to do everything to live up to expectations. From now on, Soo-ho is the best scholarship student at Nexus Academy, and Soo-ae suggested that they meet in person and discuss everything. Ho thanked him for the offer, but he has plans today, but he will check the schedule and will definitely call back. However, she need not worry, since he is their scholarship recipient, it will be better if he joins the Nexus Guild. A delighted Kim exclaimed, of course it was, and she would do everything to accommodate his schedule. Suho laughed in response, and the Nexus Guild representatives present there exclaimed joyfully. The player was very surprised by Kim Soo-ae, and was really excited. She didn't even turn off her phone, and he was still in touch. The taxi driver informed the young man that they had arrived at their destination. Ho thanked him and got out. Getting out of the car, a satisfied Suho thought he passed the exam and received a hunter's license. He also received money from the largest academy in the country. Not bad. Now all that's left is to farm hard to get the best result. Suho approached a large but not very respectable shopping center in the form of an indoor market. The guy noted on his phone what he had purchased from the list he had compiled. He bought almost everything a hunter needs to be successful. With only the weapon left, Suho headed to a small shop he knew from his past life. Since the big stores might not have what Ho was looking for, he had to come here to see if they had what he needed. The shop owner greeted the guy and asked what exactly he was interested in. Suho said with a smile that he had just become a hunter, so he was looking for a light weapon. The man pointed to the corner of the room and explained that the weapons were cheaper there. The player thanked him and smiled when he saw a thick layer of dust on the weapon. The guy began to carefully examine the weapon. He knew that most low-level weapons are not checked. However, this does not mean that all such weapons are cheap. Some are extremely rare and valuable. Often a weapon must be awakened to take on its true form. Such a thing usually has a special aura, but few players would be able to recognize such a weapon here. Suho activated his magic recognition skill and discovered a valuable item among the cheap, dusty junk. His attention was drawn to the spear, dense streams of powerful magic flowing around it. The guy smiled. He found what he was looking for. Having taken his purchase, the satisfied hunter went out into the park, eager to examine the weapon better. If the shop owner finds out about the value of this spear, he will clearly regret that he sold it so cheaply. Finding a secluded spot in the park, Suho decided to begin awakening his new weapon. He concentrated and slowly began to pour his mana into the spear, and the weapon began to glow. The system reported that the player will grant magical power to the spear. The spear's consciousness began to awaken. Suddenly Ho shuddered and opened his eyes. The awakening of the weapon began, but it required an unexpected amount of effort and magic. Suho sighed heavily. He was already exhausted. This spear absorbed magical power surprisingly quickly. Concentrating, the player made another attempt to awaken the weapon. But he didn't have enough strength. He dropped the spear, and it fell with a ringing sound onto the wooden floor. The young man sank down next to her and grabbed his head. This attempt literally devastated him. He sighed. If he had delayed any longer, he would have lost consciousness. It turns out that for this spear to awaken, at least 100 magic stats are needed. Apparently, this is a very powerful weapon. Ho was not discouraged. Even though he couldn't use it now, it would be perfect for the future. Turning to the spear, the guy promised that he would quickly raise the level and awaken it. The huge building of the Public Broadcasting Service, PBS, was in full swing. One of the most successful young reporters was typing on his laptop. Suddenly he noticed that his phone was vibrating. Someone was calling him. The reporter picked up the phone and said that Jo Jin-hui was listening. Soo-ho introduced himself by saying that he was very pleased to meet you, as he was speaking with a reporter from PBS. It took Hui a moment to realize who Soo-ho was and how he knew the journalist's personal number. And then Jin-hui remembered this was the same hunter with the best result on the exam. Ho confirmed it was true, as did the man who single-handedly cleared the gate at Sindoram Station. Hui was amazed. Could this guy really have cleared the gates before receiving the license? What a monster. Everyone in the editorial office turned to look at the guy. The young reporter asked the hunter why he had contacted him. The player heard that Hui, despite his wealth, chose to work as a journalist, which shows his professional pride. The reporter asked angrily, Apparently the hunter wanted to get the rich journalist as his subordinate. Hui understood what Ho was talking about, but he was uncomfortable with this approach. Yes, he was hungry for sensations, but he didn't want to become someone's subordinate. The player countered that his proposal for Hui to be his exclusive reporter was a great partnership. Jin Hui was sure that the guy wanted to do something to increase his value before joining the guild. Su Ho countered that this was only partially true. He wanted to become famous, but he was planning to become a civil servant. Hui was surprised that Ho was talking about the Great Hunters Association. He couldn't understand that. Isn't gaining fame with Hui for the sake of joining a big guild, but for joining an association. The reporter thought Su Ho must be joking, but he objected. It was not a joke. He was going to work at the gate. Jin Hui suggested that Ho has rich parents and that his life is like work is just a hobby, but he wants to become famous. Ho chuckled. No, he was more like an orphan at the gate, so he was interested in government service. He explained to the reporter that clearing the gate was the main goal in his life, and Hui was a little confused. The reporter couldn't believe that Su Ho was speaking seriously. There were so many strange things in his speech that it was hard to follow. He replied to the young hunter that he understood what he was talking about. However, he declines his offer and will write articles about whatever he wants. In this case, Su Ho offered to make a bet with the reporter, who was surprised at what kind of bet. Ho felt that he needed to earn Hui's trust, and since he was a hunter, he would prove it with his skills. Today he plans to conquer the Trials Tower alone. The reporter asked if Ho really wanted to do something alone that couldn't be done by a team. The player believed that this would be enough to gain Jojin Hui's trust. So if he succeeds, he asks Hui to become his personal reporter. Jojin Hui was the best TV presenter and reporter of PBS. His pride is great, and his family is very rich. He does not accept requests. In her past life, she and Ho collaborated a lot because Hui has outstanding reporting skills and influence. However, the journalist later disappeared. A sharp thorn is perceived everywhere as a threat, and that was Chojin Hui. He became embroiled in factional conflicts, forcing him to leave the profession for good. Ho couldn't let the talented Jin Hui disappear like that again. Su Ho repeated his request for Hui to become his personal reporter if he succeeded in conquering the tower today. The player knew that it was very useful to have a reporter nearby. Hui laughed and agreed that if Ho succeeded, he would do his best for him as a reporter. This answer satisfied the player, and he said goodbye to the journalist until the meeting. Su Ho added that he is starting to conquer the tower right now. Jin Hui frowned. This guy was really driving him crazy and was irritating him to no end. And yet, this conversation stuck in Hui's head. He wondered what the hell the guy was up to and why he started talking such nonsense. However, even though this person is annoying, it doesn't feel like something bad. During the conversation, it didn't seem like this Su Ho was lying, and he didn't look like a swindler. The reporter smiled bitterly. It seemed like he was going crazy. He leaned back in his chair and calmly thought about this strange conversation. After some thought, Hui decided that it didn't matter anyway. If everything that guy said is true, great. If not, so be it. There are no downsides to this game of chance. Meanwhile, Su Ho was approaching the trial tower, which, as usual, was crowded. The hunters walked back and forth every now and then, gathered in groups and discussed the results. Ho showed his license and asked if he could enter. The administrator confirmed that he could. The administrator asked in surprise if the guy was alone, and he nodded. The player asked with a smile if it was impossible to cope alone. The manager noted that Ho had just received his license, and if he was here for the first time, it would be better to go with the group. People sometimes die in the tower, but Ho objected, saying he would prefer to go alone. The administrator became worried about what to do. It seemed like an accident was about to happen. But he couldn't stop Su Ho, so he offered to go through and pay the fee of 70,000 won. The boy shouted after Ho to be careful and to return immediately if there was any danger. The Tower of Trials is widely known as a hunting ground for players below level 20 to test themselves. This is one of the gates under the country's control, and there is no better place to hunt after a level reset. Su Ho paid the fee and opened the gate. The system informed the player that he had entered the Tower of Trials, where he could fail at any moment. Once a player states that he wants to leave, he will be forcibly brought back. The boy picked up the sword that appeared before him in the testing tower. He noticed that a disgusting green slime was crawling across the floor. The system warned the player that the first floor test was beginning. A green slime monster appeared from the sticky green puddle in front of Su Ho. The vile clot instantly attacked the hunter, and Ho snorted in disgust. He knew that the monster on the first floor was a slime. The guy was at first surprised by the size and speed of this thing, although the damage from it was like that of a first-level one. But if a hunter makes a fuss while fighting a slime, there could be problems. So we need to take care of this in advance. Ho climbed onto the monster, intending to hit its core. Taking aim, the boy struck the top of the clot of mucus with the knife. The monster tried to crush the player with its mass, but Ho managed to stop. He quickly pulled the sword out of the monster, and the monster flew into pieces. The guy knew perfectly well that destroying the core was enough to easily deal with the slime. Ho sank to the floor to rest for a bit. He also remembered that mucus can multiply. It's really annoying that the split core turns into new monsters. They're weaker, of course, and there's a limit to regeneration. That's why it's recommended to go to the Tower of Trials with a squad. Monsters appear in groups on almost every floor. The revived slime monsters attack the hunter with streams of slime. Suho quickly cut off the sticky green attack streams. It was necessary to finish off these primitive but numerous monsters quickly. The guy cut through the streams and very quickly began to climb to the top of the sticky creatures. He plunged his sword into the core of the largest monster. The monster's core began to crumble. One turn of the sword and the enemy's life was cut short. Seeing another slime ball about to attack him, Ho threw his sword at it. The green liquid scattered in all directions, and the stone core was destroyed by the impact. The player quickly flew up and took the weapon. Speed was crucial in this fight. Ho returned to the floor and looked around. The hunter planned the trajectory of the fight. The slugs grew in number, but with each regeneration, they grew weaker. Suddenly, he saw a thick green stream of mucus. The guy grabbed hold of the monster's thick, sticky, but quite strong tentacle. The monster unwittingly helped the player by carrying him up to the rest of the cores. Ho thanked the slime with a smile. He just needed something to grab onto. He nimbly jumped onto a wide green tentacle, so he could quickly reach the cluster of slime monsters. Soon the hunter saw them below him. He immediately jumped down from his original transport. The low-level monsters stared in surprise at the lone man with a sword. Suho flew through the group of monsters like lightning, cutting through their cores. He immediately crushed the debris, not allowing them to revive. Soon, not a single whole slime monster remained, only solid pieces of nuclei floating in the vile slime. The system informed the player that he had conquered the first floor, and asked if he wanted to challenge the next floor. The guy looked up. There were magic crystals for conquering each floor. Suho still had 48 tests ahead of him, so he had no time to rest. The second floor test had begun. The highest floor ever reached in the test tower was the 48th, but that was in Ho's past life. The current record is the 29th floor, and both records were set by players in groups. In the tower, the levels and strength of monsters increase with each floor, which is why it is designed for group play. The more people there are, the less experience each of them gets, but in the end it's better to go through the game together with someone. So, if you want to set high records, the best thing to do is to assemble a level 20 squad and try to clear the tower. The system informed An Suho that he had conquered the 18th floor. Ho was confident that he didn't need to assemble a squad, as long as he was doing well enough on his own to pass the tests. A screen appeared asking if the player wanted to take on the next floor, and the challenge was immediately accepted. The test of the 19th floor of the test tower has begun. This floor is already noticeably different from the previous floors. There is only one monster here. This means that it is much stronger than those that await hunters on the lower floors. There was no time to think. The monster could appear at any moment. Suho saw a bright glow in front of him among the bloody fog. The owner of the floor was approaching. The guy didn't wait for the attack, but rushed towards the monster. In his past life, he had already fought with it. He thought, on the other hand, here you only need to kill one target to complete the test. It's not so bad. The player hovered over the bloody giant for a moment, needing to land a very strong blow right away to win. Ho intended to cut down the monster as soon as it appeared, without giving the monster time to get its bearings. The giant growled angrily, surprised to find the daring lone hunter standing right above him. Suho greeted the dumbfounded, bloodthirsty owner of the 19th floor. The boy slashed at the monster with his sword, cutting the giant's enormous body from head to toe. Suho's opponent fell to the floor. A stream of thick blood gushed from the wound, painting the space scarlet. The system informed the player that he had conquered the 19th floor. Ho looked at the defeated enemy. The game asked the boy if he wanted to challenge the next floor. Ho replied that he would do it later. The challenge was postponed. Suho knew something about the 19th floor. Usually the monsters from the tower disappear immediately after death, but Red Gain is different from them. The reason is that the player is hinted at the possibility of getting something after defeating the monster. For example, the huge tooth that hangs in the center of the necklace on the giant's chest. This item is not used alone, but is used together with others, but it is necessary to understand how and with what exactly. The boy activated his magic recognition skill to deal with this item. Streams of magic began to flow around, and rays of light stretched from the tooth to a bright magical clot. Seeing the dense white glow, Suho whispered with a smile that he had finally found what he needed. The player dipped the tooth into the magic lock to progress further. At that very moment, the stone wall began to collapse and a wide passage appeared in front of Ho. The space was constantly changing, becoming larger and much brighter. The system notified the guy that he had discovered Red Gain's hidden cave. Suho smiled. The subspace home of the king of this conquered fortress opened up before him. This house is noticeably different from other similar houses created with the help of magical items. The player reached out his hand to the magical barrier. He knew it was completely safe. Living beings are allowed to enter and exit Red Gain's house without restrictions. Suho stepped boldly over the barrier, curious to see what this amazing house looked like now. What he saw surprised the young man a little. He didn't expect this. Now the subspace house was very similar to the cave of a prehistoric man or even an animal. Suddenly, a very bright glow appeared right in front of the player, and Ho stared at it in bewilderment. The system reported that the owner of the subspace house, Red Geen, is dead. Does the player wish to become the new owner? Suho agreed, and at that moment, a small sphere-shaped glowing clot appeared on his palm. The guy watched the behavior of the glowing sphere in surprise. It seemed alive. The system notified An Suho that he had become the new owner of the subspace house. The game congratulated the hunter on receiving a level C subspace house. It now belongs to him. Ho thought, how interesting, this house was passed on to him as a skill, and not as an item. While the guy was thinking, the space began to change under the owner's mana. Ho was stunned. Could something else really happen? Suddenly, an incredibly bright glow appeared ahead, and Ho instinctively closed himself off from the stream of light. Soon the system informed him that the reconstruction of the space for the new owner was complete. The guy looked around with interest. Indeed, the space had changed beyond recognition. Ho was amazed that such a function even existed. It turns out that he killed the monster and suddenly acquired his own home. It's better than he thought. According to the system guide, the more mana you have, the larger the space becomes, and the interior adapts to the owner's tastes. What a relief that this skill didn't go to Jang Byung-ho. Su-ho went through hell because of that bastard smuggler. He shoved everything in here. Drugs, national treasures, even people. My head hurts just thinking about what he was connected with. Since Suho now owned the house, this would not happen again, and Jang Pyung-ho's rise to power was prevented in advance. The player smiled. Here he hit 2 targets at once, which meant he could continue his climb. Jo Jin-hui looked through the information about An Suho posted by Nexus Academy with interest. The reporter noted that thanks to Ho, it looks like Nexus will be getting new members for a while. But didn't he say he would join the association? Publishing such headlines means that Nexus considers him a member. Hui went to the Trials Tower website. I wonder what floor Ho is on now. A message appeared that the 30th floor had been conquered. The reporter was stunned. It couldn't be. Now everyone knows that the test tower record has been broken, and a new challenger is conquering the 31st floor. The players were excitedly discussing the new record, everyone assuming that a squad from some large guild had been sent. Soon a message appeared that the 31st floor had been conquered, and players were wondering who was there. We wondered if it was really An Su-ho, but it had only been a short time since his call. The reporter initially thought that Ho was just an annoying show-off, but if this was really his doing, then Hui would not let him go. The huge crystal on the Trials Tower lit up, signaling another floor had been conquered. The system reported that the conqueror of the new floor is player An Su-ho. He has begun the test of the 32nd floor. Jin Hui thought with a smile that such a brave person would stay with him for the rest of his life. The news that An Su-ho was conquering the test tower floor by floor alone soon reached Nexus Academy. Kim Su-ae, hearing this, literally jumped out of her seat. She couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Her staff confirmed that the guy was breaking records right now, but the academy director whispered that it was unthinkable. She thoughtfully took off her glasses and said that if they wanted to bring him to the Nexus, they would have to prepare a huge sum. Su-yi suggested contacting the guild chairman and secretary and then visiting the headquarters. As time passed, the system announced that player An Su-ho had begun the 48th floor test. Xiao-min couldn't stop being amazed. Su-ho was conquering the Tower of Trials incredibly quickly. He was already on the 48th floor. If this guy is determined to join the association, they will get an unprecedented talent. Suddenly, Min heard the phone vibrate in his pocket. Someone was calling him. Looking at the phone screen, Min was surprised. It was very strange why the vice president of the association was calling him. He picked up the phone and said that Jung Chul-min was listening, and the vice president asked him where he was now. Min explained that he was currently in Pangyo near the test tower. The other man replied, excellent, and asked if he knew An Su-ho. Cheol-min evasively replied that Ho was just a casual acquaintance and that they didn't know each other very well. In response, the vice president stated that since they were acquainted, Min was responsible for bringing Su-ho. An overjoyed Min asked if the vice president wanted him to find and bring Su-ho to join the association. The vice president asked what Min was talking about. He just needed to bring the guy to the office to take a photo with the president. Jung Chul-min looked at the phone screen with confusion, which meant that the management was not at all interested in accepting Su-ho. Well, nothing new. The main thing is to take a photo with the hero and post it online. Min sighed, as long as such people occupy their positions, it is no wonder that people consider them tax thieves. Jung was convinced that for the association to work effectively, all officials had to be selected from among real hunters. Min's mood immediately became disgusting. He sighed heavily. The command's assignment had to be completed. He looked at the tower and thoughtfully asked how he could bring Su-ho to the office. The attention of thousands of players was riveted on the Trials Tower at that moment. Ho wearily thrust his sword into the floor. Cracks appeared around it, forming a thin web. The system informed the player that he had conquered the 48th floor, and the guy sighed wearily. The Trial Tower record was broken again. Ho was sweating profusely. He was already tired and wondered when it would end. For this amazing feat, the system awarded Ho additional points, and the boy opened his stats window. The non-stop progression was exhausting, and yet the sight of achievement makes the fatigue evaporate. Ho thought that knowing everything felt like leveling up a twink, and that was pretty fun. Having distributed the bonus points among the characteristics, Suho took up his sword again. The player's gaze was a little tired, but there was a sense of determination in it to go to the end. He paused for another minute and commanded the system that it could begin clearing the top floor of the tower. The system announced the start of testing the final 49th floor. Dark streams of magic swirled around the boy. The tower's most powerful monster was about to appear here. Suho mentally greeted his opponent. They would finally meet the owner of this tower. The streams of magic thickened, and the player made out the outlines of a huge monster. Soon, a tower dragon appeared in front of him. It was a giant monster of the 49th level. The dust had almost settled, and the opponents stood silently facing each other, a huge dragon and a frail man. The giant's green eyes flashed. None of the hunters had ever reached this floor. After learning the enemy's level, Suho chuckled. It seemed like the balance of power here was just a joke. Even if this dragon is not purebred, it should still be incredibly strong due to its race. Ho began to worry a little about whether it would even be possible to clear this floor. He understood perfectly well that it would be difficult to deal with such an enemy, but it was too late to retreat. The tower's master's emerald eyes glittered, and he watched the enemy closely. Suho smiled and said that there was nothing he could do about it now. He came here for victory, and he would definitely get it. The hunter gripped his sword tighter. It was time to begin the duel with the most powerful monster in the Tower of Trials. Noticing the man's movement, the dragon tightened its clawed paw, preparing to jump. Ho shouted at the monster that he would fall by his sword and fearlessly rushed forward. The tower dragon was waiting for the nimble little opponent who dared to challenge him. As soon as the boy was close enough, the dragon struck with its powerful paw. The player managed to jump back and avoid the blow. The floor beneath him turned into a pile of stones. The boy was surprised at how fast it was, how something so big could move at such an amazing speed. The giant's clawed paw was very close. Another moment, and the battle for the last floor would have been lost. And the dragon continued to advance on the hunter, but now dragon magic came into play. The player felt like he was being pulled towards the dragon by a current of air, and the situation became very dangerous. A powerful whirlwind picked up Suho, along with the stones, and carried him towards the huge dragon's mouth. The tower's master opened his fanged mouth in anticipation of a small human-shaped snack, but so far only stones were falling towards him. Suho was terrified. Right in front of him were 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. A little more, and he would be sucked into the dragon's mouth. But after swallowing another stone, the dragon slammed its mouth shut, and the player flew a little further, onto the monster's head. Finding himself on top of the dragon, Ho sighed with relief. Just a little more, and it would have been the end for him. Swinging his sword, the boy said that it was now his turn to attack the enemy. He struck the tower's owner on the head with his sword, hoping to inflict at least some noticeable damage on the dragon. The tower dragon felt the blow and howled in surprise and anger. The giant lizard began to shake its head violently, trying to throw off the impudent little hunter. Ho couldn't hold on and fell off the dragon's head, sprawling on the floor right in front of the monster. The guy quickly jumped up and prepared for a possible fight with a giant, strong enemy. The dragon moved menacingly towards Suho. This little bastard was starting to irritate the tower's owner. He bared his teeth and growled. Now the young man could get a good look at his enemy's face. Ho chuckled. He expected this. There wasn't a scratch on the dragon. I wonder if this affected him at all or not. But judging by the anger that appeared in the dragon's green eyes, he definitely felt the pain from the sword blows. The lizard slammed its paw onto the floor, instantly turning the hall into ruins of large and small debris and stones. It seemed that not only this hall, but the entire tower was shaking from the dragon's heavy, angry tread. The floor beneath Suho's feet was literally breaking apart, the dragon breaking everything in its path. Soon the floor was difficult to recognize. Piles of stones were visible all around, as if bombs had exploded there. The dragon searched among the ruins for the impudent boy who dared to raise his sword against him. Ho was glad that he had high stats. If they were even a little lower, he would have definitely died already. Fortunately for Ho, as a dragon, the tower's owner's level is not that high. Otherwise, the giant would have immediately found Suho among these stones. But even in the current situation, the dragon's durability is significant due to its race, meaning that normal attacks won't even scratch it. In that case, Suho will have to exploit the dragon's weakness, which each of them has. You need to attack exactly there, then there will definitely be a lot of damage. There is no other way to victory. Until the dragon reaches level 100, it will likely not be able to completely hide its weak spot. The guy carefully examined his opponent and noticed that the dragon's tail was glowing green in one place. Ho smiled. He found the tower owner's weak spot right on his tail. Now you need to get to the lizard's tail as quickly and quietly as possible and inflict maximum damage on it. The player grabbed the edge of the rubble and prepared for a lightning-fast dash across the dilapidated hall. As soon as the dragon's back was turned, Ho jumped out of his hiding place and rushed forward. He leaped easily over the debris and rocks, moving quickly and quietly like a predatory jaguar. The boy understood perfectly well that everything had to be done as quickly as possible before the dragon realized that his weak spot had been discovered. In a few jumps, Suho reached his target. Now, right in front of him, the unprotected section of his tail glowed green. He plunged his sword into the dragon's tail and caught a glowing green crystal with his weapon. A look of surprise flashed in the dragon's eyes as this little brat managed to identify his weak spot and get there so quickly. The system informed the player that his attack was causing the tower dragon to go berserk. The dragon tried to throw the guy off its tail, but Ho plunged his sword deep into the monster's body and held tightly to the hilt. The hunter muttered to himself, yes, as he expected, clearing the top floor of the tower would not be easy. And the longer it drags on, the worse it is for Ho. He needs to quickly destroy the dragon's weak spot. Suho ordered himself to concentrate. Now was not the time to be distracted from the main task. He drove the sword even deeper into the muscular dragon's tail and began to vigorously stir the green crystal. The guy spun his sword, forcing the lizard's weak spot to move. A little more and the crystal would pop out. The tower's owner realized that things were bad. This little man turned out to be surprisingly clever and persistent. The dragon raised its head and released a huge stream of terrifying magic, covering the entire 49th floor. The system informed the player that the tower dragon was using the high-level dragon intimidation skill. At that very moment, Suho was overcome by animal terror. Everything began to swim before his eyes, and his hands began to shake. The game warned him that he was being affected by fear. His body froze, and auditory hallucinations began. The guy activated healing. The system tried to use this skill, but the level of dragon intimidation turned out to be higher, so the skill cannot be dispelled by healing. And the giant lizard continued to rage, constantly increasing the level of dragon terror. But despite everything, Ho continued to hang on the dragon's tail and stir the green scale of the weak spot. The player was shivering and feverishly trying to figure out what to do to save himself and break the stupor of fear. The guy cursed, realizing that the tower's owner was going to throw him off his tail and finish him off at any cost. The dragon actually decided to hit the wall with its tail in order to throw off the man who had grabbed hold of its tail. The giant lizard growled angrily, trying to kill the small human pest. And then it dawned on Suho. He shouted loudly entrance, calling for his new home to open. The space in front of him began to change. He saw that a saving passage had appeared. The dragon struck the wall with his tail again, hoping to get rid of his persistent enemy. Ho took advantage of the moment and flew into his saving subspace home. His body was reluctant to obey, but Ho urged himself on, forcing himself to hurry. He needed to take the medicine urgently. He took out from the storage room the vials of potions that he always kept just in case. Meanwhile, the dragon discovered that his opponent had disappeared somewhere and raged with rage. With shaking hands, Suho opened the bottles. He needed to swallow the contents as quickly as possible. Overcoming the horror inspired by the dragon's intimidation, the player poured the saving potion into himself. The system has confirmed that Suho has consumed the purification potion. The effect has been activated. As a result, Ho finally broke free from the state of fear and from the power of hallucinations. The boy sighed with relief and stretched out on the floor of his new home, muttering that he was saved. He thought what a relief it was that the subspace house couldn't be entered without his permission. He didn't expect that he would use the potion he bought in Dongdemon just in case so soon. Conquering the Tower of Trials turned out to be more difficult than Ho thought. Even after the dragon's intimidation is dispelled, resistance does not appear immediately, and healing does not work. So we'll have to hide here and drink potions, but they'll never get that thing that way. He urgently needed to come up with something, and then an idea ripened in Suho's head. He smiled. This was just what he needed. He quickly collected all the necessary things, because the space of this house was adapted to him. In this situation, the player decided to turn to a crazy grinder for help. The system informed the favorite player that he had learned a low-level combination formula using the skill book. Suho also summoned a combination vessel. The guy knew that such an absolute formula and combination would be successful even at the lowest level. All these items are widely known as useless trinkets, and the world is still unaware of their true value. Ho placed in the vessel unnamed socks, an unnamed musical instrument, and an unnamed broom. The combination began. I would never have known about it if I hadn't been a grinder with the nickname Differentiator. Suho was wary of the state of the vessel, why such a bright glow was emanating from it. The system congratulated the player on successfully completing the combination. As a result, a rare treasure was born from a low-level combination, the first Mumumu of rank plus. Since this is the first thing Ho created through combination, he also received additional stat points. He chuckled. You can get stats if you combine an item with the first edition. This was all he needed when he decided to create this object. The deceptiveness of the regressor's privileges amazed him. There are many ways to classify objects, but some people simply divide them into first and not first. The first ones are literally the first of their kind, and for the most part have a rank. Even his ring came out with a plus. The presence of a plus means that the item is strengthened depending on the strength of the wearer. or this item has special effects. In Suho's case, it was the first option. The system explained that the first Mumumu was associated with Ho. It was the first time the guy wore such an item, and it was definitely cool. In a past life, this item could not be obtained, as it was destroyed during the deciphering of the formula. As a result, the madman who was working on the formula revealed it, allowing Ho to obtain the item now. And now that there are additional stats, it would be necessary to awaken the spear. The guy opened the characteristics window. He decided to pump 4 points into mana, the rest into strength and endurance, and the system congratulated him on reaching 100 mana. Red rank. He first reached it in his previous life when he was just below level 50. This time everything was definitely faster. Suho thought that the purple rank was still a long way off, but if he didn't lose momentum, he would soon get it. In the color system, the rank increases every 100 points. Purple opens at 700. There is still a long way to go. Great, we've sorted out the stats. Now it's time to summon the ancient spear. The simple-looking weapon he had bought cheaply appeared in the guy's hand again. Suho quietly told the spear that it was time for him to wake up. He took hold of the spear shaft again and began to pour mana into it. The system confirmed that he was granting the weapon magical power. The spear began to vibrate noticeably, his consciousness beginning to awaken. The weapon shook in the player's hands, actively absorbing magical energy. The guy looked at the amazing object with interest, wondering how much strength it required. As Suho had previously predicted, this spear's absorption speed was enormous. And then the weapon, filled with magic, lit up. The system reported that the player had provided enough magical power. The mana-infused spear began to transform, and streams of its magic began to swirl across the space. The weapon's consciousness awakened. Suho felt unusual vibrations emanating from the shaft. The system congratulated the player. He had partially succeeded in awakening the consciousness of the ancient weapon. This item's information has been updated. Suho has received a rank A+ ghost spear. The guy decisively hit the floor with his spear. Now he was ready to continue the interrupted fight. He announced with a smile that the second round of the battle with the Tower Dragon would now begin. The Phantom Spear is one of the Shadow Lord's treasures, believed to be made from the bones of a divine shadow beast. Just as Jiang Pyung-ho had a house, the Shadow Lord had a ghost spear. With just this one spear, the Shadow King eventually gained the same notoriety as Jiang Pyung-ho. Luckily, the spear fell into the hands of An Suho before the criminal showed up, and now it's time to try the spear out. The guy threw a spear at the wall and watched the result in surprise. Soon a ghostly shadow appeared. Dark magical energy spread throughout the room and began to concentrate in Ho's hand. The shadow very quickly took the form of a ghostly spear, turning into a real deadly weapon. A couple of seconds later, Suho had the ghostly spear in his hand again. He gripped the shaft, the weapon successfully materialized, and was ready for battle. The player grinned, quite respectably. He had never had such a weapon before. So, with a new weapon in hand, the player decided to continue the fight with the dragon by holding a second round. Ho walked up to the barrier and looked at his opponent. The dragon, tired after the first fight, dozed among the ruins. It would be nice if Ho could attack the enemy from the room, but unfortunately, the house doesn't have that option. The player stepped carefully through the barrier, trying to tread as quietly as possible. While the dragon was sleeping and regenerating energy, Ho decided to deal maximum damage. First, it was necessary to find a comfortable position for the first, most significant blow. He climbed up to a high place and chose a stable stone from which to throw his spear at the target. Looking around, Ho thought, okay, this position will do, and mentally summoned a ghostly spear. The player assumed a fighting stance, took a comfortable grip on the spear, and prepared to strike. The boy twirled the spear in his hand, getting used to its shaft. The blow had to be as precise and powerful as possible. Finally, he found the most comfortable way to grip a throwing weapon. Now it was necessary to carefully aim at the dragon's weak spot on its tail and destroy the green crystal. Finally, Suho threw the ghostly spear at the tail of the sleeping dragon of the tower. The giant lizard snored peacefully, unaware that a new attack was being prepared for it. The spear was approaching the tail. Another moment and it would sink into the dimly gleaming green crystal. And then there was a crack. The spear sank right into the center of the crystal, and small green fragments flew to the sides. The dragon woke up instantly. He immediately realized that this annoying little man had struck his weak spot again. The master of the Tower of Trials roared menacingly, the system warning that the tower's dragon was going berserk due to the attack. Suho quickly jumped down from the platform and galloped towards the entrance to his hideout. The tower dragon once again used the dragon intimidation skill to paralyze the enemy. But the guy had already disappeared into his subspace home, where the dragon's attack had no effect. The enraged dragon came close to the wall. He realized that his enemy was hiding there, but he could not enter the house. Suho sighed in relief. This time he left the battlefield very quickly, so he was only slightly shaken. He realized that he had disappeared before the fear had taken effect, so it had no particular effect. By using hit-and-run tactics repeatedly, Ho will be able to destroy the dragon. The tower's owner's green eyes gleamed angrily. This time he had suffered significant damage and was worried. Suho stared at the dragon's weak point. It took longer to destroy it than he expected. The reverse scale is still not completely destroyed, but its durability is already below 10%. The boy realized that his tactics would no longer work. The dragon's weak spot had been damaged too much for him to let his guard down again. However, this is no longer important. There is very little time left until victory. After all, what remains to be done is nothing compared to what was before. And now Ho can finish off the enemy by fighting him face to face. The player, spear in hand, unexpectedly for the dragon, jumped out of his subspace shelter and rushed into battle. Suho tried to wound the beast with a ghost spear, but the dragon's skin was too tough. The giant lizard advanced on this annoying man, managing to seriously injure him. The dragon struck the ghostly spear with its paw, knocking the weapon out of its opponent's hands. The boy jumped back, deftly dodging the blow of a powerful clawed paw. The player extended his hand, and the spear began to materialize again. The dragon opened its mouth in surprise. A couple of seconds later, Suho was armed with his ghost spear again, and the fight could continue. He made a sharp throw and unexpectedly thrust the spear straight into the monster's huge green eye. The dragon roared deafeningly and shook its head, throwing off the enemy. Black blood gushed from the wound inflicted by the spear. The giant beast quickly advanced on Suho, trying to strike him with its powerful paws and destroying everything around it. The guy hovered above the debris and deftly dodged the enemy's attacks each time. Ho seemed to be teasing the giant, shouting out victorious cries and attracting the attention of the tower's owner. The enraged dragon attacked the little brat again and again, and finally he fired a powerful blast at the boy. The dragon ran with a roar towards the pile of stones to see if his enemy was finally dead. Blood was still oozing from the lizard's wounded eye, causing him pain and adding to his anger. The tower's owner looked at the smoking ruins. It seemed there was no one alive there. Perhaps the impudent fellow had finally died. But then the dragon noticed that this annoying player had slipped right under his nose, and the monster growled. And Suho rushed towards the tail with all his might, a ghostly spear already materializing in his hand. The monster understood everything and released a powerful stream of magic. The system warned, the tower dragon is using a powerful dragon intimidation. The impact was enormous, and Ho was influenced by fear, so he was in a hurry to strike. And so the ghostly spear pierced the weak spot of the tower dragon, destroying the remains of the defense. The giant lizard let out a piercing groan. The system reported that the reverse scale was completely destroyed. The dragon's energy was running out. Ho quickly drank the purification potion and neutralized the effect. He grumbled that the beast was an idiot. He wouldn't fall for it twice. The tower's owner's strength was leaving him. His giant body was shaking and swaying. His strong paws were becoming weaker and weaker. The giant fell to the floor, but Suho knew perfectly well that the dragon was still alive, and that to kill it, it was necessary to cut off its head. The boy took out his sword, swung it, and dealt a powerful blow to the mighty neck of the owner of the Tower of Trials. Now Suho acted like an experienced swordsman who had already had to cut off the heads of monsters more than once. The dragon no longer resisted. The green fire in his closed eyes was fading. Life was leaving this powerful body. The player delivered the decisive blow and severed the monster's massive fanged head from its body. The system informed the player that he had defeated the tower dragon. The mighty dragon lay sprawled on the floor of the 49th floor, its head severed and the area covered in black blood. Suho successfully conquered the trial tower and set a new record. The guy tiredly sank to the floor and finally exhaled. For this great achievement, the system awarded the player 10 stat points. A smile appeared on the young man's face as the system began a comprehensive assessment of the test he had passed. Ho stretched out next to the dragon. He succeeded. He passed the Tower of Trials. No one could do that. One of the messages caught Ho's attention. He received a healing spirit as a reward. That's already interesting. Healing spirit creates a healing zone, requires a weapon to be used as a totem. Finally, Ho got a healing skill. When it reaches a high level, it will be possible to cover large areas like Isabella. The system completed the test evaluation. Ho decided to look at the evaluation results. In addition to the extra points, Suho received dragon blood as a reward. The guy was taken aback. It was the signature skill of the monstrous player Yongma, so that meant he got it from there, or perhaps in the Dragon Mountains. Those with dragon blood will be able to use the power of a dragon, even if it is not within them from birth. The player exclaimed with delight, how cool, so he would be much stronger in this life than in the last. It's of course to be expected that the final boss and the rewards are incredibly cool. Okay, since he was so exhausted here, he needed to take everything possible from this victory. He approached the dead dragon. Summoning a ghostly spear, he told the weapon it was time to eat by consuming the dragon's magic crystal. He raised the weapon to the green stone that had fallen from the beast's wound after its head had been cut off. The system informed the player that the ghost spear was reacting to the shadow of the tower dragon. Suho smiled. The ghostly spear began to absorb the dragon's shadow, the weapon's power noticeably increasing. Powerful streams of dark magical energy swirled throughout the hall, and the spear literally sucked the power out of the slain dragon. It seemed that all the unbridled power of the beast was now flowing into Suho's unusual ancient weapon. The system reported that the ghost spear had completely absorbed the tower dragon's shadow, and the weapon's level had increased to C+. The Shadow Eater Spear's special hidden ability wasn't listed in the item description, but Ho had heard about it before. A sufficient supply of magic created a part of the ghostly spear's consciousness, and the information about the item was updated. The guy decided to see what changed after the weapon absorbed such a huge amount of power. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration, which were previously A rank, are now C rank. The ability to use Shadow Binding has been added, which can rip apart the target's shadow and immobilize them. The player was pleased to think that growing weapons were on a completely different level than the regular ones. It seemed that Suho had taken everything he wanted from here. It was time to leave, but suddenly he saw that there was something else lying on the floor. Coming closer, the guy saw that it was a huge tooth. Ho was surprised why it did not disappear along with the body of the slain dragon. He bent down and picked up the dragon's fang. It was quite impressive in size. It was a C-rank item. Those pierced by the mighty dragon's fang would receive an incurable status, prohibiting any healing. Ho was stunned. It was incredible. He received a dragon tooth that was impossible to even notice. This means that the tower's owner was a purebred dragon, and purebred dragon parts are always C-rank materials. Now it's clear why the reward was dragon's blood. This time the prizes are simply amazing. Now it's definitely time to go outside. The conquered tower will soon begin to collapse. Ho smiled and remarked that reporter Zhou Jinhui would be delighted. Suho headed towards the exit. His heart was filled with celebration. Today he had conquered the trial tower alone. The information system announced to the players that the Tower of Trials had been conquered, and the conqueror was player An Suho. Once the Tower of Trials is conquered, all players inside are forcibly expelled. Soon, at the foot of the tower, there were brave souls who had set out to challenge the tower. They gasped, "It can't be. A player completed the Tower of Trials alone. What kind of An Suho is this?" One of the players pointed at Ho and asked if that was the guy. Another one confirmed, yes, that was definitely him. The player who emerged from the tower was surrounded by a dense crowd of curious onlookers and journalists. Everyone was reaching for their voice recorders, trying to get his attention and asking him to comment on his conquest of the tower. The guy was incredibly tired. Such close attention was really stressing him out. Suho took more damage from the tower dragon than he expected, so he needed to quickly rest and recover. The player looked tiredly at the press representatives who had surrounded him in a tight ring and remained silent. Suddenly, Ho saw reporter Zhou Jinhui sitting alone on the hood of his own car, away from the crowd. The guy was very angry. He periodically glanced at Suho, who was surrounded by a crowd of journalists. The reporter grumbled that Ho was crazy. Did he really go through the tower alone? At that moment, a hand fell on his shoulder. Hui cried out in surprise when he saw Suho next to him. The player laughed, asking why Hui was so surprised. He was obviously waiting for him. The journalist asked in confusion how Ho found him. Or rather, how Suho managed to get rid of this whole crowd. The player evasively answered that he slipped away from them. In fact, Ho had used the ultimate stealth technique to disappear without a trace, but it was not worth telling Hui about this. Extending his hand to the reporter, Ho asked him if Hui still didn't trust him. The journalist looked angrily at the smiling player and remained silent. But still, Hui offered Ho his hand, asking, "The player surely knows that he is crazy, since he went to conquer the tower alone." Suho said that if Hui still didn't trust him, he could just say so, and then he would change the reporter. Hui replied that if he didn't trust Ho, he wouldn't have gone so far. The reporter suggested that Suho jump into the car and leave before anyone followed them. On the way, Suho's phone rang. It was Jungchul Min calling, and the player answered immediately. Min congratulated the guy on conquering the Tower of Trials. He wanted to congratulate him personally, but the player quickly disappeared. Ho thanked them for the congratulations and explained that he was very tired, so he quickly disappeared from the people. Min offered to take him for a ride if he was still in Pangyo, but Ho objected, saying that his friend had already picked him up. Suho asked Cheol Min. Apparently he wanted to discuss something specific. Min sheepishly replied that nothing special had happened and suggested that the player should check out the association if he wasn't too tired. Zhong explained that this was an unprecedented case. It was believed that conquering the Tower of Trials was impossible, as it was a public gate. The association needs to conduct an investigation. Ho was surprised. He didn't remember there being an investigation when the guilds passed through the gate. Suho coldly remarked that if the association needed any information, they could formally request it. Min was silent for a moment and wished Suho a good rest. The player thanked him and promised to contact him later. Ho assumed that the chairman or his deputy had asked Min to invite him over to take a few photos. The guy felt awkward in front of Chul Min, but he absolutely didn't want to do anything for his current bosses. If Min can't handle this, he'll be in trouble. Ho will make sure that doesn't happen after joining the association. The reporter asked the player if he could ask something. Ho nodded, yes, of course. Hui thought a lot and still doesn't understand why Suho is going to become a civil servant. With such skills, Ho can go anywhere. The player replied with a grin that the civil service pays well. But seriously, no matter how strong private guilds are, they cannot be stronger than state power. Hui asked if private guilds had more glory and power. Ho replied that they could certainly stage a coup, but what was the point? It will be nothing more than a fleeting achievement, their moment of glory right now, when they are considered heroes. Ho sighed, however, in answer to Hui's question. He simply wanted to end the gate once and for all. The reporter objected, but one person can't end the crisis. Ho smiled. That's why he chose the state. Hui understood that in this case, Ho would have an advantage in raids. The player confirmed that this was exactly the case. The journalist was surprised that among the players he knew, no one had such a sense of duty as Su-Ho. Still, Hui felt like it was a waste to take on a level 9 field position with Su-Ho's abilities. Ho objected. He would not take such a position, the reporter asked. Then probably to the 7th level. The player said that he was going to the 5th level. Hui looked questioningly at his interlocutor. Was he really serious? Su-Ho smiled. Enough asking if he was serious about this. Hui apparently wants Ho to explain to him why he is doing this. The reporter agreed. Of course, he is very curious. Ho promised to tell, but on the condition that Hui would not write about it in the article and would keep an eye on the road. After listening to the player, the reporter chuckled. Wow, that's a great idea. Su-Ho reminded Jin Hui that this should not be included in the article. He would announce it through him later. It would certainly become a problem. So, as compensation, Hui can use Ho to get exclusive reports and promotion. After all, if Ho is friends with a reporter, then he should use it, Hui laughed. He can use it as much as he wants. By the way, since Ho got out, he's probably getting ready to go home now, but his personal information is already publicly known. There are probably a lot of people near Su-Ho's house. The player said that he would resort to the same method as at the tower, although it is inconvenient. Hui suddenly asked if maybe it would be better for Ho to stay with him for a while. He lived alone, in a big house. The guest room was beautifully furnished and the security was good, so no stranger could get in. Ho asked where Hui lived. The reporter smiled. In Kaiser Chondam. Ho was taken aback. There are premium class apartments there, the prices for which reach hundreds of billions. When Su-Ho saw Hui's apartment, he was stunned. Everything was so expensive, beautiful, and most importantly, comfortable. He was definitely from a very rich family. Jin Hui smiled and invited his guest to settle in and make himself at home. He showed Ho the service tablet. You can do almost everything in the community app, from ordering food to shopping. There's even a quick cure so Su-Ho can use it if needed. Hui was surprised when Ho got into the car. He seemed battered, but now it was a completely different matter. The player smiled. He was a healer. The reporter couldn't believe it. Was it true? Ho chuckled. Hui would keep asking him 10 times. The journalist apologized. It was a habit. He had of course read about it, but it was hard to believe. What healer can conquer the Tower of Trials alone? Usually healers join guilds and level up. Having shown his unusual guest the place, Hui took hold of his bag. He explained that he needed to work, so he would go to the office. The reporter reminded Ho about the password, and he reassured the apartment owner not to worry, that everything would be fine. The front door slammed shut, leaving Su-Ho alone. The guy opened the status window. He needs to distribute the stat points he received for the Tower of Trials. Ho decided to increase endurance to other stats and invest the remaining points into perception. The player sighed. This is not just the path of the elite. This is the path of the heir. The characteristics are simply amazing. Well, the points have been assigned. Then it's time to start examining the house. Ho was once a master of placing surveillance cameras, and with that kind of perception, he can find anything. It's not that he doesn't trust Jin Hui, and it's unlikely that the heir to the conglomerate would have anything similar. But, as they say, it's better to be safe than sorry. The guy began to methodically go through all the numerous rooms of Jin Hui's house and check for cameras. Ho was amazed, but in expensive houses, everything is different. Why is this house so big? Here, finding cameras is more difficult than defeating a dragon. You can get lost. This house is bigger than Ho's house in the subspace, and it's not really a house, it's a real estate. Okay, there don't seem to be any cameras here, so you can relax in peace. Su-Ho glanced questioningly at his phone. What was constantly buzzing there? He glanced at the screen. It turned out that he was constantly receiving messages. He was surprised. His data was really revealed, and how did they even get his number? Apparently, I need to buy a new SIM card. My old phone is being blocked by a flood of messages. The guy decided to try using the app of the community of luxury homeowners. Ho took the tablet and opened the service application. The player was genuinely surprised. Wow, it works, and he quickly bought a new phone through the app. He decided to keep the old one and use the new one as his personal one, while the messages continued to arrive. Su-Ho fell onto the big bed. It was only 5 o'clock. He could rest a little. At night, Heo went to Nagok Dong, which was located in the Siocho area. The buildings were deserted inside, with only surveillance cameras monitoring the order. Suddenly, a large portal lit up on the technical floor of one of the buildings. Several people emerged from the portal, all of them wearing dark clothes, thick masks, and black baseball caps. Those who entered quickly dispersed across the technical floor. It was clear that this was a well-coordinated team working. The girl nodded her head, giving the command that everything was fine and the operation could begin. One of the boys put a large sports bag on the floor. The bag was filled to the brim with explosives, and on top lay a remote detonator. The guys quickly dismantled the pre-prepared bombs and began installing them on equipment cabinets. They worked quickly, and it seemed that where to place the charges had been agreed upon in advance. The mines were installed in such a way as to cause maximum damage to the technical part of the building, although there was enough explosives here to completely demolish a large building. The work was almost finished. Most of the charges had already taken their places. Suddenly, the masked men heard laughter. Suho noted that it was impossible to blow up every building. Everyone looked questioningly at the stranger. None of them had heard him enter the building. One of the miners asked in bewilderment what was going on. There shouldn't be any visitors today. Who was this? Suho said that he doesn't usually come here, so he's definitely not a visitor. But he found out what they were up to, so he came, greeted the guys, and invited them to talk. The girl asked Suho what he was doing here. She turned her head from side to side and shouted to the others that they needed to run faster. Everyone obediently rushed to the portal. No one wanted to fall into the hands of the authorities. Suho threw a ghostly spear at the girl and repeated that he was the one who suggested talking. The ghostly spear instantly reached the fugitive and pierced her shadow. The girl felt that something had happened to her. Her legs suddenly gave way. She gasped and fell. Her companions turned around, asking what was happening, whether she had fallen herself. The big guy approached his companion and tried to lift her up, saying that he would carry her in his arms. He pulled the girl towards him, but it was as if something was holding her back, and she cried out in pain. The guy didn't understand what was going on. The other one looked questioningly at his comrades and asked what was going on. Why weren't they leaving? The big guy tried to lift the girl again, but Suho activated shadow shackles and shadow bleeding. He explained to the other companions that he could not move it, but he would try to do it again. The girl told the big guy to leave her, but he objected, saying how could he leave her? She nodded towards Suho and told the guy to kill that bastard. The guy looked at the player and his companions in confusion, and they nodded their heads in agreement. All the boys took out their daggers and walked threateningly towards Ho. He noted with a grin that when you're shouting at the top of your lungs, it's very difficult to just talk. All three bombers rushed towards the slender boy, but he stood calmly as if nothing had happened. As the boys approached, Suho used his intimidation skill on them. The attackers' eyes suddenly widened in horror, and they looked at their opponent in surprise. None of them understood why they suddenly felt such a numbing fear. Only one thing was clear. None of them were able to even move from their place. All the guys groaned, and groaning and growling fell to the ground in front of the stranger. Suho asked the masked men if they were banshees. The banshees are a notorious terrorist squad in Korea. They were eventually captured, but the four of them caused chaos with their attacks. The terrorist muttered how the guy knew who they were. He grinned. He could tell even more. Ho took off the baseball cap of the first guy and said that he was Guak Du Ho. The player added that Guak makes his living through physical labor and carries heavy weights for the team. Then he moved on to the next one, Seo Kai Wan, who is responsible for making explosives, works as a chemistry teacher in a high school. The third member of the group, Kim Hyun Min, is responsible for transportation and works as a delivery man. And finally, Guyan Hwa, a student at Korea Women's University and Banshee's real boss. She is able to turn off electrical appliances and magical objects. Hwa asked how the guy knew all this. Suho explained with a smile that he could find out anything if he wanted, since they knew him too. Yeonhwa asked An Suho who he really was. The player smiled. Well, of course, she is the smartest. He asked her to tell him everything. He was not some kind of weirdo. The girl objected. Why should she trust him? Hwa declared that she knew what to do with someone like Ho. She tried to rush at him, but the ghostly shackles did not let her. He told her they had carried out 3 terrorist attacks, none of which resulted in human casualties, but there was damage to property. Because of Yeonhwa's ability, there weren't even any camera recordings left, and the police still don't know about their attacks, but he, Suho, knows everything. He knows how they committed them, and how they covered their tracks. In addition, he knows where they all live and their loved ones. Hearing about her loved ones, the girl suddenly raised her head and asked Suho to stop. The hunter smiled. Well, now she seemed ready to talk. Ho assured her that he was not cooperating with the government and had no intention of arresting or harming them. Hwa asked how they could trust Ho. He sighed. It seemed to him that she was ready to talk. Apparently, he would have to hand them over to the police. He looked at Yeonhwa and asked her to decide. The girl silently looked at the player with hatred, weighing the pros and cons. After a pause, she suggested that he speak. Suho grinned, as if it would be like that right away. But it would be inconvenient to talk here, Ho suggested moving. He also demanded to collect all the installed bombs. Looking at the place where the portal was, Ho said that it must be a shelter. Hwa muttered. How does he know so much? The player asked Hyun Min if he could move. The guy gasped and nodded affirmatively. Suho told him to open the door, because they definitely couldn't call a taxi here. The hunter sank into a chair and suggested that everyone relax. This was their shelter after all. It's probably stuffy here, so it's better to take off the masks, Hwa objected. They are fine as is. Ho glared and repeated more harshly for them to remove their masks. The Banshee group members flinched and looked at Suho with fear. Yanhua hissed in displeasure and pulled down her mask. She screamed, "It's stuffy in here." That's why she took it off, and not because Ho said how he found out about them and where he came from. The head of the terrorist group asked the uninvited guest whether to clear the gates of his hobby. Ho shrugged. They had so many questions that he didn't even know where to start. At first he explained that he owed the revelation of their secrets to his skill. Hua was surprised how so. Suho added that they themselves were hiding a couple of skills, and so was he. The girl asked the gate conqueror what he wanted from them, and suddenly Ho offered to cooperate with them. He asked Yanhua if she had seen his interview. He shared his plans for the future. He was going to join the association. The girl screamed, so Ho wants to betray them to become a special recruit, but he said something else. Suho calmed her down. He said that he was not going to betray them and offered to listen to him. He wants to pass the level 5 exam and join a special unit after 1 or 2 positions. Yanhua's face fell when she heard about the special unit. Suho told the girl not to make such a face. He knows that she has a grudge against the Special Forces unit. That is why they operate in places related to it and commit terrorist attacks. He wants to join the special unit for the same reasons. Suho explained that he is a gate orphan. At first he thought he was just unlucky, but then he realized that it was someone's doing. They say that lightning never strikes the same tree twice, so the places where the gates have been cleared are considered safe zones. And land prices in these areas are starting to skyrocket, Yanhua whispered. It can't be. Suho confirmed that everything was correct. The government knew then, but did nothing to save it. This is because several development projects were associated with this area. The guy barely audibly declared that he knew exactly who was involved in this. That's why he wants to become the head of a special unit and make sure they pay in full. Within the Hunters Association, the Special Division has the most power and has investigative powers. Suho will help the guys get revenge, but they need to be prepared for this. They need careful hands, so he turned to them. The girl noted that there was no guarantee that Suho would pass the exam. He replied that he would definitely hand them over, but if they committed another terrorist attack, he would personally hand them over to a special unit. Suho stood up and said that that was all. The guy understood that all the members of the group were in shock. The Banshees had never revealed themselves before. In Ho's past life, they were so careful that it was difficult for him to find them. But when he caught them and interrogated them, he realized something. It turned out that they are very similar to An Suho. The exception was that these guys directed their dissatisfaction in the wrong direction. As a result, they became a notorious criminal organization. If someone had directed Banshee in a different direction in time, everything would have been different. Therefore, Suho intended to lead them before they went down the wrong path. He was confident that no matter how long it took, Gu Yanhua would accept his proposal. It's quite an attractive offer, and there's no doubt about Suho's skills. All we can do is wait patiently. An Suho suggested that the group leader think about what he told them. The guy expressed hope that Yanhua would make the right decision. Meanwhile, the leadership of the Great Hunters Association expressed dissatisfaction with the work of Zhang Cheol-min. The vice president grumbled that the task was not difficult, but Zhang could not complete it. Min apologized humbly. The boss replied that an apology would not solve anything, and the president even cleared his schedule to meet with him and Suho in person. This time the vice president decided to turn a blind eye to it, but warned Zhang not to anger him, otherwise he would see what would happen. After scolding Cheol-min, the vice president told him to get back to work. Min was upset. He was scolded for several hours. He thought about maybe quitting and joining a private guild. But then why did he even join the Great Hunters Association? He had endured so much, he could endure it one more time. At that moment, Min felt someone touch him on the shoulder and say, "Look who it is." The large man smiled broadly and hugged Chief Zhang. Min cursed. He met him just then, when he was in a bad mood. He asked Pai how he ended up here. The head of the special unit, Pai Sun-yeol, explained with a smile that he had heard that his favorite team leader was being scolded here. It must be hard to listen to old-fashioned grumbling. Min laughed. No, it was his own fault. Pai heard that An Suho had caused Min trouble, and he objected, but the rumors were spreading. The head of the special unit told Zhang not to worry, as long as only a couple of people knew about it. He offered to help Zhang, who asked in surprise how. Pai Sun-yeol explained with a smile that it was possible to attract someone. There was nothing difficult about it. You can bring charges and summon for questioning, and then resolve the misunderstanding. Cheol-min looked at his fellow member of the association with bewilderment. Sun-yeol smiled smugly. If Zhang was interested, he could tell him the details. The chairman can release a person who has been summoned for questioning. Isn't that wonderful in many ways? Pai Sun-yeol heard that An Suho wanted to join the Great Hunters Association. Cheol-min frowned and looked warily at the head of the Special Forces unit in silence. Pai laughed. Then everyone will benefit. Doesn't Zhang think so? He also laughed tensely and noted that this was a bold joke. Cheol-min pointed out that if you do this to someone who is doing well, it could backfire. Pai laughed in response and told the stunned Min that he was a very good person. He caustically asked him why someone who worked for the good of the people was afraid of some hunter. The head of the special unit advised Chief Zhang to think about it carefully. The association has the power to investigate and prosecute players, which is why they are feared. Pai insisted that Zhang Chul-min think more flexibly, since he was the leader, and Min promised to take this into account. The interlocutor lightly tapped Min on the shoulder and concluded that sometimes there are better solutions than following the leadership. He wished Min good luck, telling him to let him know if he needed help. He would be happy to help him. Min brushed off his suit and said a languid goodbye to his cheerful colleague. Zhang thought Pai was unbearable. At first, Min thought highly of him. He was one of the few players in the association. Min thought that Sun Yul was better than the management, who didn't understand the players at all. But it is not for nothing that they say that knowledge is power. Sun Yul knows too much, and that's the main problem. Zhang Qiumin sighed heavily and decided he needed to take a break. He finally left the building of the Great Hunting Association and went out into the street. The evening air was refreshing, and Min sat down on the parapet, deciding to sit there for a while and think carefully. He silently looked at the quiet city. Everything around seemed so calm and quiet. Chul-min remembered his first conversation with Su-ho when he was striving to become a hunter of the Great Association. At that time, Su-ho was inclined to the association, but suddenly cooled towards it. The guy answered rather dryly on the phone that if they needed materials, they should make a separate request. Min sighed heavily. Apparently, it was difficult to refuse numerous offers from large guilds. Yet, Chief Zhang was deeply interested in what Su-ho had planned. Meanwhile, Aho took a taxi and headed to a densely populated part of the city. He paid the driver and walked out onto the pavement. The guy waited until the car drove away, and he was left alone on the night street. The player raised his hand and looked at it carefully, summoning a valuable item. At the same second, the magic ring created by the combination began to glow on the finger. The system reported that the first Mumumu activates a colorless solitude, hiding its owner from prying eyes. Ho thought he got his first Mumumu too early, but since conquering the Tower of Trials, it's been quite useful. The guy looked around. He knew this place because he had been here before. He quietly said to himself, "Okay, let's go." Su-ho slipped past several buildings and soon saw a medical center that dealt with blood. The player pushed off the ground. This was his goal, what he was striving for today. The guy easily jumped over the high fence, and the colorless solitude made him invisible to the video cameras. The player found himself in the courtyard of a medical center. Now he needed to look around. He walked quietly across the clinic courtyard, looking for the gate. Ho shook his head. It should be somewhere around here. The hunter activated his mana detection skill to locate the location of the magic concentration. And then he saw that bloody magical swirls were coming from around the corner of the clinic. The gates release a large amount of mana. No matter how you hide it, the mana still comes out, and only from one gate does it flow out in this way. Su-ho approached the hidden blood gate. Hidden gates are usually hidden. They are special gates that open under certain conditions. Each hidden gate has different opening conditions, otherwise you won't be able to get through for a while. Ho knew the conditions of this gate, so a small knife appeared in his hand. He cut his own hand so that enough blood could come out of the wound. The guy slashed his hand with a knife, and scarlet blood immediately spurted out. In this case, the gate opens after absorbing a certain amount of blood. Su-ho raised his hand over the gate portal and directed a stream of his own blood into it. Soon the portal activated. The system informed the player that the gate conditions had been met. Ho smiled. Great, that means he can clear this gate much earlier than in his past life. The system informed An Su-ho that he had discovered a hidden gate, and for this feat he received 5 bonus stat points. The discovered gate is called the Bloody Tower. The entry conditions are unknown, as is the maximum limit. The first stage of the Blood Tower gate is the cave where Su-ho used the glowing dust. Having illuminated his path with the help of this magical object, the boy commanded the dust that it was time to go. He walked carefully through the deserted cave, knowing that monsters could appear at any moment. Suddenly, Ho flinched, feeling something dripping on him. He raised his head up. Was it really dripping from the stalactites here? This cave seemed dry. But it turned out that the entire ceiling of the cave was strewn with monsters, and what he took for water turned out to be saliva. A whole army of level 63 blood-sucking bats hung from the ceiling. Seeing that they had been noticed, the flying bloodsuckers rushed down with screams, attacking the player. Su-ho chuckled. This gate has been a bloody feast from the very beginning. There was no point in fighting so many flying enemies, so the player activated intimidation. As soon as fear magic touched the bloodthirsty vampires, their bodies were overcome with paralysis. Soon the entire pack was lying on the cave floor, with pools of blood spreading from under their bodies. The bodies of the sharp-toothed monsters shook with horror, all of them dying of fear with frightened screams. There was a question in the monsters' eyes. They couldn't understand how a pathetic little human could be so terrifying. Su-ho summoned his ghost spear. It was time to feed his ancient powerful weapon. He thrust his spear into the thick of the paralyzed monsters, and the ghostly spear began to absorb the shadows. A ghostly flame rushed through the cave, mercilessly destroying the winged bloodsuckers and absorbing their strength. Thanks to such feedings, the spear became stronger and stronger. And now the cave was empty. Ho thought that there was nothing more convenient than dealing with small fry than intimidation. With a C-rank skill, the difference in levels is perfectly compensated. It opened the status window. Usually they focus on 2 main stats, but Ho knew the entire color system, so he could increase all stats. The level is too high. To fight only with blood-sucking bats, you need to look at the battle report. Ho flinched in surprise. Along with the blood-sucking bats, the blood slime also died. The player thought that the baby must have accidentally gotten into the battle, and he accidentally killed him, along with the others. However, it was fun to kill with intimidation alone. Ho was glad it worked at all. The higher the level of a monster, the less likely it is to lose morale from fear, even if it is not a special monster. Su-Ho walked through the entire mouse cave and reached the main gate of the Bloody Tower. In front of him were huge carved doors, all covered in scarlet blood. The hunter smiled. Okay, now it's time to move on to the main course. He grabbed the handles and opened the bloody gates. The system informed the player that he was entering the boss room. The player walked carefully through the spacious hall, filled with pinkish light. The smell of blood was everywhere. Having reached the middle of the hall, Ho quietly but commandingly told the enemy to come out. In the dark niche, 2 red eyes lit up with a bloody light. The enemy had been watching the man the whole time. Su-Ho summoned his sword, expecting the monster to attack the intruder with lightning speed. And indeed, a giant bat flew out of the niche towards the guy and pounced on the man. The toothy, bloody monster screamed menacingly, trying to scare the hunter. Su-Ho wondered why there was a huge bat here. The boss of this gate should be completely different. He threw the enemy back with a blow of his sword, realizing that something was clearly wrong here. And then he felt another danger approaching him from behind. The hideous, bloody giant fell to one knee and raised his massive fist over the hunter. The monster struck with all its might, and part of the beautiful hall was turned into ruins. Su-Ho was able to dodge the blow and jump to the side. The player realized that these were not boss monsters, but they were far from simple monsters either. Apparently, they were the boss's guards. In front of Ho were a 100-year-old bat and a blood golem, both level 72. The guy asked the golem with a grin, so he was an intermediate boss, but he would quickly deal with him now. In response, the blood golem threw the bat off its shoulder and rushed towards the impudent man. A fight ensued. The golem lashed out with its huge fists, and Ho attacked his opponent with his sword. The giant was quite strong, and then Su-Ho felt that a 100-year-old bat was sneaking up behind him. He dodged the golem's attack and immediately attacked the second opponent. Taking advantage of the moment when the golem dropped its fist to the floor, Ho inflicted several sensitive wounds on the giant. The guy realized that he needed to speed up because he had to fight 2 enemies at the same time. He struck blow after blow, but it did not produce any seriously noticeable results. He then used another of his most powerful combat skills, slamming his sword into the floor of the boss room. There was a deafening explosion, scattering debris from the floor throughout the room. Su-Ho looked expectantly at the clouds of dust, trying to figure out whether he had killed the opponents or not. He assumed that this fight was over. The bloody monsters were probably dead. And then he grabbed his head, calling himself an idiot. How could he have made such a mistake? In the thick clouds of dust, the faint sound of bat wings could be heard again. And the bloody golem, literally turned into liquid, began to take shape again. Su-Ho mistakenly activated the resurrection flag and revived his enemies. The revived monsters attacked their reckless opponent with renewed vigor. But Su-Ho didn't yawn either, trying to correct his mistake as quickly as possible and kill the monsters again. But despite numerous well-aimed blows, the inhabitants of the Bloody Tower were still alive. The guy realized that they were already almost at the level of bloody mutants, so physical attacks were of little use. This means you need to use your own homemade ingredients. Ho summoned a second sword into his free hand, but this weapon was consecrated and became sacred. Now the battle with the bloody high-level gate monsters moved to a new level. The intensity of the fight was so intense that a powerful explosion occurred. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, 3 figures were visible, fighting fiercely with each other. The golem was incredibly tense. This giant remembered that he had already been killed once and was afraid of a repetition. The 100-year-old bat hissed with anger because it had already received several wounds. The blood of his warlike subjects was constantly spilled onto the patterned floor of the boss's room. Su-Ho simultaneously inflicted wounds on both of his enemies, draining their stamina. And yet the guy was worried. No matter how much he hit, he still didn't cause any noticeable damage to the monsters. But even these powerful creatures must sooner or later weaken, especially from pure silver and holy attributes. The system informed the player that his silver sword was being imbued with holy power. The 100-year-old bat looked warily at the strange glow that began to emanate from Huo's sword. After the system enhanced the player's weapon and imbued it with holy power, golden magic flared up in the bloody boss's chamber. Just a few blows, and the bloody monsters, the golem and the giant bat, were greatly weakened. With a swing of the sword, the fanged head of the 100-year-old bat separated from her body. Su-Ho demonstratively stepped on the severed head of the winged vampire. The hunter noticed that, judging by the way the bat was blown to pieces, the blood monsters were weak against holy power. He asked the bloody giant with a smile. He would probably fly apart like that too. The golem growled menacingly and rushed at the impudent little man. This was just what Suho was waiting for. He met the monster with blows from 2 swords. The blood golem's mighty body was instantly cut into several large pieces. Now the golem was a large, shapeless heap, and the system reported that the blood collector had been defeated. The guy looked at the silver blade with a smile. An amazing result. With the exclusive healing skill, holy power becomes very useful. If you enchant a silver weapon, all attacks against such guys become critical, an ideal way to deal with monsters. And then Suho felt that the real boss of the bloody tower had appeared behind him. The hunter turned and glanced over his shoulder at the far end of the hall. The boss had finally come out. The guy stood with 2 swords in his hands and waited for the main monster of this dangerous gate to approach. The angry boss declared that Ho had not only entered the place, but also dared to kill his subjects. The Bloodlord said contemptuously that the pathetic human being clearly did not know his place. The Cursed Prince, a level 76 monster, ordered the hunter to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Suho replied to the Bloodlord with a smile that he had come for his head, so it shouldn't be difficult. The prince hissed angrily that the guy was just an idiot. He shouted, "What impudence to say such a thing," and attacked the player with streams of blood. The guy barely stopped the bloody onslaught. Ho gasped. The prince's attack was so fierce that he had to form a magical protective sphere. Suho cut through the bloody streams, freeing himself from captivity. The prince looked at the man in surprise. The hunter sarcastically asked His Highness if he had finished attacking. The prince was indignant. What a bastard. A bloody clot began to spin in the hand of the gate lord. The monster raised the object above his head and remarked, "Let's see how long you will behave like this." Eerie streams of scarlet blood flowed around. The prince filled the clot with his energy and slammed it onto the floor, greatly increasing the flow. A wall of blood rose up around Suho, and he quickly jumped away from it. The guy was puzzled that it seemed to be a curtain of blood. He could not see anything because of this curtain. The player turned his head around. The whole space was filled with energy, making it very difficult to find the prince. It's unknown where he'll jump out from, so you need to concentrate as much as possible. Ho froze, sharpening his perception to the maximum. Suddenly he felt a barely noticeable movement. The hunter turned around. It looked like the prince would appear from there. Suho's feelings did not deceive him. The bloody lord appeared from there, and the hunter met him with a silver blade. The prince indignantly asked how the boy had managed to block his blow. The player replied that he had excellent perception, so the bloody curtain would not deceive him. Suho counterattacked the cursed prince with the silver sacred sword. The hunter noted to himself, "This enemy hits normally. Good, this will be a useful lesson." And then the prince stopped. He asked in bewilderment, pointing to the sword, "Wait a minute, did you think this would work on me?" The owner of the bloody tower sneered contemptuously. What arrogance. He flew above the impudent man, the system warning the player that the cursed prince was using a blood scream. The tower lord screamed for the despicable human to die. Suho gasped, every drop of blood instantly turning into sharp scarlet razors that flew towards him and inflicted wounds. The guy realized that he needed to take action immediately, otherwise he would soon turn into bloody mincemeat. The player took his silver sword and quickly thrust it into the floor right in front of him. The system confirmed that the healing spirit had been activated, and healing magic began to swirl around the young man. The cursed prince looked at his enemy in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. The holy healing magic threw the owner of the bloody tower a considerable distance away. The bloodlord hissed angrily, looking with interest at what this nasty guy was doing. Finally, the damned prince noticed what an unpleasant energy it was. The monster asked Suho what he had done and where all his wounds had gone. Under the dome of healing power, the boy stood safe and sound. Not a single scratch was visible on him. The prince was furious at how this bastard was able to instantly nullify one of his best attacks. Suho replied with a smile that no matter what he looked like, he was a healer. He asked the damn prince if His Highness wanted Ho to cure him, and the bloody lord became wary. Suddenly the prince felt that something was happening to him. One of his wounds began to bleed. The boy took the holy silver sword in his hand and promised to show it to His Highness again. The damned prince roared with rage. How the pathetic little man dared to wound him. What unheard of insolence. He rushed at his opponent again, not believing that despicable people could be strong. Another fight ensued. The prince attacked Ho with astonishing speed, but the boy parried the furious blows. Seizing the opportunity, Suho launched a counterattack, further angering the cursed prince. The hunter calmly and methodically wielded both blades, repelling the prince's attacks and delivering counterattacks against the enemy. The bluish healing energy made the bloody lord constantly wince in pain. And yet, the owner of the bloody tower persistently attacked Suho, trying to inflict maximum damage on the stubborn man. The guy sped up. The fight with the boss of this gate had lasted too long. It was time to finish and leave. The bloodlord was chattering his teeth in anger. This kid was driving him crazy. Two magical energies, healing and bloody destructive, clashed in battle again and again. A malicious smile played across the face of the damned prince. He thought that he had finally caught his opponent. All this time, the tower lord was quietly weaving his bloody web around Suho. The boy was alarmed to find that his magic was being blocked by something and noticed the prince's network. The hunter increased the power of the healing spirit to destroy the blood trap. Suho frowned. The vampire lord turned out to be a very insidious monster. The player dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, sending the cursed prince flying with both blades. A stream of blood gushed from the mouth of the Bloody Tower's main boss. He muttered, "You little bastard." The hunter rushed after the prince, not allowing the monster to recover from the wound it had received. The monster growled angrily. Could this bastard really defeat him, the great blood prince? The boss raised his hand and a bloody tornado swirled around him, forming into a giant clawed paw. The prince shouted that he would not leave it like this. The boy would pay dearly for his insolence. The prince's long, sharp vampire teeth flashed, and he screamed hysterically for the little man to die. Suho crossed his blades and waited for the enemy, who was thrashing about in angry hysterics, to approach. The Bloodlord did not keep us waiting long. The hems of his black cloak resembled wings. He flew forward. And so they collided. Two irreconcilable enemies, two magics. An explosion occurred. The room was filled with smoke. After a few seconds, the dense clouds of smoke began to disperse. The enemies stood at opposite ends of the room with their backs to each other and remained silent. Silence fell on the battlefield. The cursed prince swayed and began to fall, drenching everything around him with his own blood. Suho put the swords away in storage. He slowly approached the fallen enemy. The prince's body lay sprawled on the floor, his severed head rolling to the side. The guy sat down near the head and asked, "Hey Mosquito, you're still alive. You can't die like this." The eyes of the damned prince flashed with a bloody light. He was indeed still alive. Suddenly, the head flew up, and the prince sank his teeth into Suho's hand. The system informed the player that he had been bitten by the royal vampire. The damned prince muttered. The fool stepped out of his comfort zone and brought trouble on his head. The gate boss declared that the man would now give him his blood and become his servant. Ho tore the fanged head from his hand and blew it into tiny pieces. The guy grumbled that the prince was like a mosquito. All he could do was stick his teeth in. The system warned Suho that a transformation was taking place. The hunter grabbed his head and groaned quietly, so that's what it was, an unpleasant sensation. Suddenly, a headache and weakness appeared, and he was also overcome by a strong thirst. The prince chuckled. "It's too late. You can't be saved," Ho barked. "Stop chattering in your head. It's annoying." The system recorded the level of transformation. It was proceeding surprisingly quickly, already 42%. Ho told himself, "Hold on, everything needs to be synchronized. You need to wait until the right point, and then cleanse yourself with holy water." Now the transformation has reached 50%. At this point, the vampire traits appear. Suho took out the holy water from the storage. It was time to purify himself. But suddenly, the bottles of holy water burst, and the guy stared at the shards in surprise. He didn't understand what nonsense had happened, why the potion had been destroyed. The prince in Ho's head laughed, calling him a fool. This is the world of the Bloody Lord, and the man is at his disposal. The hunter thought about it. The prince turned out to be more cunning than Ho thought. He didn't expect that. The destroyed corridor has been restored. Even the chopped-up body has disappeared. Apparently, this is preparation for the second phase. The prince said that Suho could only accept the situation, but the boy decided to try another approach. The Bloodlord was sure there were no other options. The system warned that the player's blood was beginning to become infected. Suho countered the damned prince by saying that he still had an ace up his sleeve. The boy's mind began to become infected, and suddenly the system reported that all the conditions for unlocking dragon blood had been met. Ho smiled just in time. Now he would definitely not turn into a vampire, a servant of this vile prince. So, player Suho has fulfilled the conditions to unlock the second power of dragon blood. After unlocking the second power, dragon armor is activated, dragon stamina and dragon skin are obtained. Due to the effect of dragon stamina, the transformation into a vampire was interrupted. Suho's infected blood began to be purified, and the vampire venom was absorbed. In addition, through infection, the player successfully learned the unknown power from the absorbed infected blood. The guy noticed that after all the twists and turns, his body became much lighter. Previously, Suho thought that in order to open the second power of dragon blood, he would need a custom gate, but this is how it turned out. Dragon's endurance grants immunity to all infections, absorbs the source of infection, and provides healing and evolution effects. In his past life, Ho learned the second unlocking condition from the dragon horse. As a bonus, the guy received vampirism and a new skill associated with it. The boy was eager to see the new skills he had acquired, but the vampirism skill was currently sealed. Suho's face lengthened. Could this really be considered acquiring a skill? He was planning to get vampire blood here to gain his traits, but it looks like he'll have to give up on that idea. But still, the guy acquired a couple of useful skills. For example, blood-sucking. The extracted pure blood is collected in blood spheres. There is also a blood sphere. It contains an additional supply of blood in the body and automatically uses it when needed. Suho also gained the ability to use bloody weapons. This is a secret technique used only by vampires of noble birth. It requires blood, so you will have to hunt more monsters. The technology for obtaining additional blood is quite simple. First, you need to kill the monster. Then use the blood-sucking skill to extract blood and collect it in the blood sphere. You can also summon a ghostly spear and feed it the shadow of a slain monster. By the way, Suho completely forgot that the cursed prince is still alive and may return very soon. Ho barked at the Bloodlord to stop mumbling. It was annoying, he didn't even understand what he was saying. The prince was perplexed. He bit Ho. How could he be unharmed? Apparently it was because of the curse. He, the prince, was useless. The guy realized that the second phase would begin very soon, and he needed to get ready. The system informed the player that the cursed prince was complaining about his fate. The cursed prince's power is rapidly increasing, and the Lord of the Bloody Tower is reborn. The player noticed that the vampire in his head had gone silent, meaning he was getting closer. And indeed, streams of blood began to flow under the ceiling of the large room. Suho summoned his blades and prepared to meet the reborn Bloodlord with dignity. The bloody stream began to thicken, and soon the player saw the figure of the cursed prince in the middle of the hall. The changed prince growled angrily that he would kill and burn those who were better than him and throw them into the abyss. In front of Suho stood an enraged level 80 cursed prince. This time, the main boss of the gate was in no hurry to recklessly attack the player. He carefully prepared for the attack. Streams of blood swirled incessantly in the hall, forming the weapon the ruler needed. The boy noticed that bloody wings appeared behind the prince's back and horns formed on his head. Now the damn prince looked very much like a formidable demon. He growled menacingly at his human enemy. Suho thought, what an impressive strength. The prince had changed a lot. The Bloodgate boss formed a blood sphere next to himself, and the player realized that it would now turn into a weapon. He turned out to be right. The next second the small sphere turned into a dense, bloody magical stream. The hunter barely had time to put up a defense. In a moment, he would have been crushed. Suho frowned and clenched his teeth. His enemy's strength had increased significantly after being revived. The cursed prince stood in place and skillfully directed the destructive flow, sweeping away everything in its path. Watching the attack, the boss said with satisfaction that this time it turned out much better. The hunter's defense of holy healing energy was becoming weaker and weaker under the onslaught of blood magic. The blades in Suho's hands trembled, and the prince calmly noted that the man was not going to give up so easily. The guy was surprised. This mosquito, along with the power-up, seemed to have also become smarter. The enraged prince barked at the man to shut up, and the boss struck his opponent, sending him flying backwards. Suho realized that this time he would have a hard time with the gate boss. At that moment, the winged prince hovered menacingly above the guy, looking like a horned bat. The boy fiercely struck the ugly, bloody lord with silver blades, but they had little effect on him. The cursed prince wielded his clawed paws, constantly counterattacking the player. Finally, the boss simply grabbed the blade of one of Suho's swords. The boy activated the holy power, saying that no matter how strong the prince was, he was nothing before the holy power. The Bloodlord laughed, and clenching his paw, crushed the holy sword into pieces. Suho was taken aback by the surprise. The master of the Bloody Gate declared that this pathetic holy power was no longer a hindrance to him. He hit the hunter, causing him to somersault in the air several times. Ho was amazed. Wow, the prince can destroy a weapon imbued with holy power. Apparently, ordinary weapons won't work. This means you need to use the secret technique you just received and create your own bloody weapon. At that very second, a new sword, this time bloody, began to form in Suho's hand. The cursed prince looked at the man in shock, not understanding how such a pathetic creature could possess the secret technique of vampires. A bloody weapon in the hands of a man, in the opinion of the Bloody Lord, was unthinkable. He exclaimed angrily, "How dare a little human take such a weapon into his hands?" The prince shouted for Suho to give him the sword immediately. But the guy wasn't going to give up the weapon he had just created to the enraged ruler. In addition to the blood power, the player also activated the holy power, further strengthening the scarlet sword. Now Suho was ready to fight the master of the Bloody Tower again. The cursed prince was perplexed by what was happening, how a bloody weapon could combine with holy power. Ho smiled. The attack power of the blood weapon depends on the player's characteristics, so his weapon is red tier. The Bloodlord exclaimed, "Oh, what an impudent fellow," and promised to tear the little man to pieces. But Suho was confident that now he could definitely handle the boss of the Bloody Tower. The prince screamed again for the annoying man to die and rushed to attack the boy. But unexpectedly, the vampire prince encountered a very powerful magical defense. He asked in confusion where such a strong shield came from. Suho asked why His Majesty was surprised, or did he think that only he could change the shape of a weapon? The player declared to the enemy that this was the end, and in the hunter's hand, the bloody sword, strengthened by holy power, once again formed. The blade of the sword flashed coldly, and the boy flew towards the enemy of all people. With a precise blow, Suho again cut off the head of the damned prince. The young man's eyes sparkled. The bloody weapon he had created had proven its effectiveness. Finally, the fight was over. The guy put his weapon away in storage and approached the prince. The player breathed a sigh of relief, but this time he needed to finish off the mosquito once and for all. Among the streams of blood lay the severed head of the angry, cursed prince. The vampire, looking at the man, laughed. "How stupid. No matter how much you cut, it's useless." But the guy kicked the bloody lord's head like a soccer ball. The great and terrible bloody boss did not expect to receive such an unceremonious kick. Suho kicked the severed head against the wall of the hall and told the vampire to be quiet. The boy summoned a ghostly spear, deciding to deal with the prince so that he wouldn't bother him anymore. The tower's lord cursed angrily and promised that after regeneration, he would definitely take revenge on the impudent man. Instead of answering, the hunter pierced the vampire's shadow with a ghostly spear. The prince looked at the ancient weapon in surprise. Suho activated the shadow binding. Now the cursed prince couldn't move. The vampire frowned and moaned pitifully that he could not move. The hunter approached the captive. Now this biting creature was no longer dangerous. Ho crouched down next to the severed head and told the prince not to move. The gate boss asked the guy what he had done to him. But he didn't explain. He activated the blood-sucking and directed the extracted blood into a special sphere. The prince groaned. He demanded that the man take his dirty hands off him. Ho watched the sphere of blood with interest. So that's what it is. The sphere shows how much blood there is. The blood monarch said that only the owner can see this. Initially, the blood monarch was an ordinary employee who worked at the central blood bank. But he was caught in the hidden gates of bleeding. He barely made it to the chief's office. But he could not defeat the cursed prince. He was bitten and became a vampire. Usually after this, you are destined to die. When turning into a vampire, the system classifies you as a monster and closes the gate. But the blood monarch was able to neutralize the transformation. Then he received vampire skills, and all his stats were updated. Reborn with renewed vigor, the blood monarch defeated the cursed prince and cleared the gates. Thus, the worst villain, the blood monarch, gained worldwide notoriety. Eventually, Suho caught him and made him his informant. He shared with Ho some very valuable information about stamina conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. The damned prince howled in pain. He shouted that he would take revenge, that he would make the guy pay for such an unprecedented humiliation. The hunter didn't pay much attention to the screams of the bloody boss. Noticing that the blood was almost drained, Ho replied with a smile, "Let's see if you can do it, prince." The head of the bloody lord turned deathly pale. The system reported that the ghost spear was reacting to the shadow of the cursed prince. Suho allowed his weapon to gain strength, and the spear began to absorb the prince's shadow. As the shadow was absorbed, the spear's level began to rise rapidly. Soon, the ancient ghost weapon completely absorbed the shadow of the cursed prince. The guy put the ghost spear back into his inventory, and the system confirmed that the hidden gate had been cleared by player On Suho. A flood of messages and congratulations on new awards, levels, and bonuses poured in. Suho was once again reminded of the greatness of dragons. Even a powerful transformation into a vampire is nothing compared to dragon blood. But still, the hunter was sorry that he had not been able to catch the vampire. He read the message in surprise. The system analyzed Suho's talent and decided to give him a suitable trait. The guy was stunned by what it all meant. He received a unique feature. Suho gained the skill New Blood. It was a new type of blood that accepted all the effects of the bloodline without exception. He was puzzled by this new blood. He had never heard of such a thing before. Wow, thanks to the new blood, the white vampire seal has been released. In addition, he received the blood of a first-level vampire, that is, the royal blood of the original vampire, the aristocracy of the night. Original C-rank vampires are the most noble and pure among vampires, worthy of being called royal. Suho was amazed. In vampire blood, C rank is an incredible level. The blood monarch only received A+ rank blood. Moreover, he didn't have the prefix royal or primordial. Apparently only Suho had that. The player smiled, probably because of the new feature. When he walked towards this gate, he thought that he would simply inherit good skills, but everything turned out to be even better. But sometimes things don't go according to plan. You have to keep that in mind. It's not a fact that everything will work out just because Ho wants it that way. I've cleared the blood tower gate of Suho and received a new trait, which means I've done everything here. It's time to make some noise in the Nexus. Meanwhile, Nexus was preparing for the arrival of An Suho. The director of the academy, accompanied by her subordinates, headed to the chairman of the guild. Kim Sue was determined, because her scholarship recipient turned out to be incredibly talented. The secretary informed the guild leader that Kim Sue was there, and the chairman ordered him to come in. Director Kim said that Hunter An Suho asked me to tell you that he will come tomorrow to join the guild. The guild leader thoughtfully replied that it was necessary to prepare properly. Nexus's leader, Bai Dung-hyuk, added, "You never know what that An Suho has in mind." When Suho returned to the city streets after clearing the gates, it was already deep night. The boy headed to Jo Jin-hui's house. He cautiously entered the apartment, not knowing whether the owner was home or not, or maybe already asleep. Suddenly, he saw a reporter who had fallen asleep on a sofa in the large hall. The guy quietly asked Hui why he was sleeping here, and he recognized An Suho through his sleep. The reporter rubbed his eyes and said, "Ho cleared the tower again today, but now he is Hui's temporary neighbor and partner." The journalist picked up the bottles. He explained with a smile that he wanted to throw a party for the occasion. But when he came home, Ho was gone again, so he dozed off here. Suho laughed. He was probably tired of getting ready. Hui snorted. "Ho is so confident, even a little annoying." The hunter laughed. "It's not scary." The The player saw a generously laid table, and he sheepishly told the reporter that it was already late, but maybe they could have a drink. Jin Hui held 2 bottles of wine in his hands and didn't know how to offer them to the successful hunter. Hearing this proposal, the journalist broke into a smile. Of course, he agreed to have a drink. Suho noticed that Jin Hui lived in a cool place. He looked at the app. You can do anything there. From Ho's blog, he learned that Hui has a good life, but apparently he is not an ordinary rich man. The reporter laughed. Being the youngest in a conglomerate family, it would be impossible to be ordinary. Ho looked at the reporter questioningly. Hui said that since Ho shared his secret with him, he would share his. He is the youngest son of the chairman of the Disong group. The player was shocked, but the chairman was quite old, Kavi explained. They were all from different mothers. His was something like his father's mistress. So he's like an illegitimate child. He didn't tell anyone about it, but it's like he and Ho have known each other for 100 years. Suho asked his friend if journalism was a hobby, and he confirmed that he liked it. Jo Jin Hui inherited a lot from his father, but he has no shares and has no influence over the Daesung group. The guy even gave up his subsidiary company at one time. The reporter added with a sigh that he only knew how to write and was hopeless at managing, but Ho thought that Hui was an excellent journalist. He laughed sheepishly. He felt awkward hearing this, and besides, he had never met a hunter like An Suho. The owner of the apartment offered him a drink, and Suho happily agreed. They clinked their glasses loudly and drank the contents to the bottom. The night flew by unnoticed amidst conversations, delicious food and wine, and the next morning arrived. Sleepy Suho yawned as he walked out of his room and headed to the shower. Jin Hui wished him good morning. The reporter had already gotten up and was getting ready for work. The player was surprised that Kavi works on weekends too. He nodded. Yes, he has a lot to do. Suho felt uncomfortable. If he had known, he wouldn't have drunk so much yesterday. Hui handed him a mug of water and said, but it was fun. The hunter didn't understand whether Hui still needed to find material for articles. He chuckled. It was impossible to always live off stories about Suho. Suho thoughtfully said that this is why he likes Jin Hui. The journalist chuckled. A sudden confession. Hui asked Ho what was on his schedule today, and the hunter replied that he was going to the Nexus today. Yesterday he rose to level 50 and received several traits. Hui almost choked in surprise. He asked Suho, dumbfounded, how he had raised 10 levels in a day. After all, he had entered the tower at level 40, and now. The more Jin Hui got to know Suho, the more mysterious he seemed to him. The hunter shrugged. The reporter looked appraisingly at his friend, who asked, embarrassed, why he was looking at him like that. Hui said that if the guy was going to a meeting at the Nexus, he needed to dress up, and pushed him towards the dressing room. Suho was going to dress as usual, but Jin Hui insisted that he could lend him clothes and a watch. The journalist nudged the reluctant guy, explaining that he needed to look great at the meeting. Having picked out his clothes, Kavi suggested that his guest choose any of his cars. So many people would be looking at him, it was not worth taking a taxi. As a result, Suho headed to the Nexus Guild office in an expensive red sports car. Suho was the talk of the town, so a whole delegation was waiting for him at the entrance to the office, and the guy pulled up to the side of the road in style. The sight of such an expensive car caused mild shock among many members of the Hunters Guild. The guy hesitated for a second, then the door opened slightly and the famous hunter came out. The guy made an impression with his light, elegant suit, snow-white shirt, expensive watch and shoes. He hastened to hide an involuntary smile in his fist. Coughing, he thought. Great parking. He beat everyone. Nexus chairman Bae Dong Hyuk handed the guy a business card and said he was very pleased to meet him. The guy greeted me with a smile and also introduced himself. He is An Suho. Don Hyuk and his 2 deputies, along with Suho, went to the meeting room to discuss all the issues. Hyuk admitted that he was afraid that Suho would change his mind. He had developed so much in recent days, but he seemed to dream of becoming a public hunter. The guy confirmed that he still wants to join the Public Association of Hunters. Don Hyuk didn't understand that if Ho had such a goal, then why did he want to join a private guild? Suho explained that it would be easier to get into the Public Association of Hunters. He wants to pass the exam for the 5th rank this year. This is a psychological strategy. If Ho only shows interest in the association, they will think that he is already in their hands. Ho uses Nexus in his strategy, and Nexus can benefit from him while he is in the guild. While Suho is in the Nexus, he will strive to be the best hunter. The guild chairman understood An Suho's intentions, but he had a question. The guy said that Nexus were the most desperate because they made him an offer, but back then, it was shrouded in mystery. And Nexus Academy hadn't shown any significant results for several years, so Don Hyuk thought it was a bold decision. Moreover, the guy was strongly recommended by the director of the academy, Kim Soo-ae. But now any guild would gladly accept An Suho, so why did he decide to stay with Nexus? Bae Dong Hyuk knows very well that Suho is extremely talented, but he couldn't understand his motives. If the guy accepted their offer just because he thought they would be easy, then they will be forced to refuse. No matter how capable the young man was as a hunter, the guild would have to refuse if Suho violated their requirements. The guy replied that he chose Nexus because of his personal perception. One day, An Soo-ho heard Chairman Bei's speech, and the guild leader looked at the young man in surprise. Don Hyuk said at the time that Nexus vowed to make its utmost contribution to ending the gates in Korea. Soo-ho objectively knew that Nexus showed the greatest loyalty to humans among all the hunter guilds. Nexus was the most active of all, not only fighting monsters, but also helping to restore the damage caused by the gates. The hunter told the guild chairman that he was sure that Don Hyuk was sincere in what he said. And even if they just use Soo-ho, if he's useful, he'll be glad he's in the Nexus. And if they can cooperate even after he joins the Great Hunters Association, it will be even better. Bae-dong Hyuk agreed with a smile. He asked the guy if he really had to join the Great Hunters Association then. The guild's activities are enough to close the gates, but in reality, private guilds are much better at supporting hunters. Soo-ho agreed, that was true, but if they wanted to work on it, they needed to go where others couldn't. For example, in those places that the government classifies as high-risk zones. This is a sealed gate. After the middle Calamity Gate, they will aim for the 5 Great Calamity Gates. Therefore, until Soo-ho joins the Great Hunter Association, all the gates he clears will be awarded to the Nexus. This is sure to shake up the hunting industry. But An Soo-ho will be able to make Nexus the best private hunters guild. Bae-dong Hyuk reminded the boy that this would only be possible as long as he remained in the Nexus. Soo-ho explained that was why he said he would do his best during his time in the guild. He will not only clear the gates, but also recruit and train guild members. Kim Soo-ae was stunned. How could she train this? Had Soo-ho noticed anyone during his last visit? The guy confirmed that yes, he met Kang Dae-han at the training ground. Ho asked if Dae-han had suddenly changed his weapon when the guy saw him and offered him to become a tank. The director of the academy jumped, so it was Soo-ho who suggested, what if it doesn't suit Dae-han? The hunter objected. Before giving advice, he analyzed everything carefully. As a result, Dae-han showed excellent results on the exam, and the director of the academy hesitated, not knowing what to say. It was indeed so. Although no one expected it, Soo-ho laughed. According to the academy, they thought Kang Dae-han wouldn't last even a year, but thanks to Soo-ho, he reached heights and became a top player. Kim Soo-ae reluctantly said that it was surprising, but she should thank the young man for the advice. The guild secretary stated that the training was an excellent offer that would be foolish to refuse. However, the secretary still had some questions, and An Soo-ho suggested asking those questions. Soo-ho said that while he was in the Nexus, he was going to clear the gate, but the sealed gate was under special government protection. For this reason, it is difficult for both individuals and large guilds to get in, and the government prioritizes safety over income. How is the guy going to gain entry into the sealed gate under these conditions? Soo-ho asked. The secretary found it doubtful. Ho suggested that as soon as he brought the pass, they would proceed to the conclusion of the contract, so they would find out if the hunter was bragging. Better yet, as proof, Ho would clear the sealed gate, and then they would sign the contract. The guild secretary looked warily at this strange candidate. He replied that An Soo-ho was offering conditions they couldn't refuse. To the hunter, this seemed quite reasonable, especially since he was currently attracting a lot of attention. But he's not even level 100 yet. No matter how generous the guild members consider it, Soo-ho is still a newbie. Therefore, he needs to quickly get rid of this stigma and become a real professional. The guy promised that he would definitely show himself. The chairman listened attentively to the young man. Finally, Don Hyuk laughed and said that he liked it and suggested that they continue the discussion after Ho cleared the sealed gate. When the meeting was over, the chairman and secretary walked out onto the porch in front of the guild office. Bae-dong Hyuk ordered the secretary to prepare all the necessary documents for An Soo-ho. And it is also necessary to create a special team that will work exclusively for An Soo-ho. The secretary asked in surprise if it was a bit early. Maybe it would be worth waiting at least until they received the pass. The chairman was confident it wouldn't be a problem, but he wanted to prepare in advance. The secretary inquired whether Don Hyuk apparently had a premonition that Hunter An Soo-ho would keep his word. Don Hyuk shook his head, not with a premonition, but with confidence. The secretary had seen everything himself. He agreed indeed, there was confidence in An Soo-ho's gaze, and not a hint of doubt. Meanwhile, Jung Cheol-min returned to his duties in the Great Hunters Association. The office was in the usual bustle. Every official was busy with something, calling somewhere, meeting with someone. And only Cheol-min sat puzzled, clutching his head in his hands. He needed to carry out the command's assignment. He didn't know how to explain to An Soo-ho the need to come to the association, especially since he had already said that he wouldn't come. Maybe he should say that they are giving him permission to clear the test tower. No, the management will definitely refuse. They don't want a photo of the presentation. They want a friendly photo. Cheol-min didn't want to use Pai's aggressive methods either. No, that was absolutely not the case. Jung racked his brains, thinking about how to drag the hunter into the association. He sighed heavily. What a pain. Suddenly the association representative's phone rang. I wondered who it could be. Min picked up the device. The caller's phone number was unfamiliar to him. He replied, Zhang Cheol-min, the head of the Gate Management Division number 1. He was confused about who was calling him. Suho laughed as he told Chief Zhang that it was him, and a smile appeared on Min's face. But the official's face fell at the guy's suggestion, and he asked in confusion what he had said. Min invited Suho to meet at a cozy cafe near the main office of the Great Hunters Association. The hunter noticed that he hadn't been here for a long time, and that the best set with boiled pork was here. Min asked in surprise if Ho had ever been here. The guy immediately lied that he used to come here often because he worked part-time nearby. Zhang admitted that he was surprised, but Suho himself invited him to meet. It seems he has a new number. The hunter answered, they called him so often that he had to change it. Now he needs to call this one. Min smiled. Apparently they got Ho. Min thanked the guy for the call. He already thought that Ho would not contact him again. He was surprised. How could he? Suho asked Zhang if he seemed to have some problems, such as the association insisting that he lure him. Zhang Cheol-min was shocked and mumbled something unintelligible. The guy explained that he wondered why the leader would take him into the association right after clearing the tower. No matter how complex the gate, it usually wants data, not people. So Ho looked into the matter and found that management often invited people just to take pictures. Unexpectedly, the hunter declared that he had no objections at all. He should have just said it honestly. After all, it was nothing. Min apologized in confusion. Suho reassured Zhang that there was no need to apologize. He already understood everything anyway. The player said with a smile that he was even grateful to Min, who was genuinely surprised as to why. Ho knew that in situations like this, people were often falsely accused or even taken away by force. But Min was acting like a professional, Zhang muttered. It felt wrong to drag someone away for a photo. The guy smiled, so he decided to visit the association. Min was very happy. Suho also thanked Min for this, because getting to know the management could be very useful. The hunter asked what time they would agree on. Min became worried and asked to meet after lunch. The official jumped up and said that he would now look at the schedule and give a more precise answer. At the appointed time, Suho went to the Korean Hunters Association to meet with its leaders. The guy took a photo with the association's president and his deputy. Jang Kyung-hwan, the association's president, was very pleased and thanked Suho for the honor of being photographed with him. Vice President Park Kai-man echoed his boss. When else would you meet such a capable young hunter? The guy laughed affably and replied that he was very pleased to meet the leaders of the Great Hunting Association. Although Suho actually felt like he was going to vomit, he felt a terrible disgust for these people, even though he hadn't seen them for a long time. The president asked An Suho if he wanted to join the Korea Hunters Association. The hunter confirmed this. He said this in an interview. Kyung-hwan was interested to know why. Suho explained that he was orphaned by the gate, so he wanted to put an end to it as soon as possible and ensure the safety of the people. President Chan, a fifth-term congressman, realized that he couldn't stand idly by while such outlaws were destroying the organization. Ho hoped to remove Kyung-hwan before the end of his term, then we'll see how he'll laugh without his fat positions. The deputy president was surprised at such a noble sense of justice for such a young guy. It was impressive. It is admirable that the hunter does not need money and wants to join an association to prevent human suffering. The boy grew up strong and righteous. His parents would certainly be proud of him. Suho suppressed his anger and, smiling broadly, thanked Park Kai-man for his words. It must have been Kyoman who insisted on bringing Suho here, the sycophant who wanted to make an impression. It is because of these two freaks that normal people have to suffer from gates and formalities. The president asked An Suho if he joined the association, which department he would like to work in. The guy answered thoughtfully. He was considering several options, but he wanted to work in the gate department. Min stared at the hunter in surprise, and the president asked if he could find out why. Ho said that unlike private guilds, the association has an advantage when entering the gate. They are first checked by the gate department. The president exclaimed, "What dedication! Of all the departments, Suho chose the most dangerous one, but who, if not such a hunter, would work there?" Chan turned to Zhang and said that they should show their favor to the hunter An Suho. Min didn't understand in what sense. The president explained that if such a person wants to put an end to the gates, he needs to be given one or two, since the association has many of them. Min objected, "Yes, but it is either a sealed gate or a complex gate." Suho exclaimed, "That's even better." Min was stunned by what he was saying. "That's very dangerous." Ho happily declared that we must clear the gates that threaten humanity. The president clapped his hands. "What a hunter, go for it." Zhang Min jumped up from his seat and tried to stop the president. But he sternly asked his subordinate, "What is it, Leader Zhang? Do you disagree with something?" The association leader angrily explained to Min that he simply wanted to give the gate to hunter An Suho. Jang Kyung-hwan frowned and asked with displeasure, what was the matter? Min muttered in confusion in response, "Nothing, sir, all the documents will be prepared." Kyung-hwan turned to the guy and asked with a smile if Suho had heard that he could take it, and he thanked the president. Clenching his fist, Ho promised that after the cleanup, he would definitely say in an interview that it was all thanks to Jiang Kyung-hwan. Min thought that the higher-ups were throwing around the sealed gates like toys, which is why he hated the unawakened. Don't the president and his deputy understand what a sealed gate is? They are so complex that many people died there, so the government decided to seal them. These hypocrites sent a promising newcomer to his death in the so-called hunter's graveyard. Brother would also be upset, knowing what a sealed gate is, but the president and his deputy are only concerned about the budget. They don't care how many hunters die, or how, as long as the raid is successful, the association will benefit. The president asked his young guest what level he was preparing for. He replied that he wanted to pass the level 5 exam by the end of the year. Kyung-hwan noted that level 5 was quite difficult. Ho explained that there would be more opportunities there, so for now he wanted to join a guild and gain experience. The deputy chuckled. The guy was right. They preferred experienced candidates, but do guilds have temporary contracts? Suho replied that if there was a place that was suitable for this, he, An Suho, would work there until the exams. The president supported the guy. If such a place exists, it will be extremely useful. Suho thought, well, if the association president says so, then it means he can join Nexus. With this ability, the guy will naturally be able to create a connection between the Nexus and the association. Suddenly, the door to the president's office opened slightly, and everyone turned towards the entrance. The head of the special unit informed the president that it was he, Pai Sun-yeol. Suho shuddered and tensed up. Jiang Kyung-hwan shouted for him to come in just in time. Sun-yeol wondered why it was just in time. They were probably eating something delicious again. And then he noticed an unfamiliar young man in the office. Pai quickly realized who it was, which meant that Chol Min had managed to bring this An Suho to the president after all. The head of the special unit broke into an unpleasant smile. He noticed that they had an honorary guest in their association. The guy looked at Pai with hatred. He knew too much about this man. The head of the special unit looked at the young man with curiosity. He said that since the president was busy, he would come next time, but Chan waved his hand and insisted that Pai come in. Kyung-hwan invited Sun-yeol to come in and say hello to their young and promising guest. The association president introduced the guy. This is Hunter An Suho. He cleared the tower alone again. Pai Sun-yeol smiled in surprise. Wow, this is wonderful. He noted with a smile that thanks to the association's president, he had the opportunity to meet a celebrity. Sun-yeol introduced himself and extended his hand to the hunter, who shook it and also introduced himself. Pai said that he had read a lot about Suho. What an honor to meet a star, the guy laughed. Sun-yeol is too kind. Suho didn't want to see Pai, but that's how it happened. The vice president informed Pai that this guy wanted to apply for the 5th rank public examination. Sun-yeol glanced at the guy in surprise and remarked that it wouldn't be easy, but he replied that he still wanted to try. Kyo-man added, besides, Suho said that if the association gives him access to the sealed gate, he will clear it. Pai frowned. He looked intently at the guest of the association president. P asked An Suho if he was sure he could handle it, if he even knew what a sealed gate was. The guy said that he could imagine it perfectly well. Suho was surprised why Pai had such a creepy expression on his face. It was clear that Pai didn't like this idea, but he didn't stop Ho, only expressing hope that everything would work out for him. An Suho remembered that Pai Sun-yeol always liked talented people. Perhaps the head of the special unit is afraid that talent might go to waste. Pai sighed and promised that he would support Suho in the raid and in the exam, and if he joined the special department, he would help him. The president told Pai that An Suho had already chosen a gate department for himself, and Sun-yeol was surprised. But why the gate department? Chan explained that An Suho dreams of putting an end to the gate and wants to use the opportunity to enter it. Pai smiled. In that case, the special department also has such powers. Sun-yeol turned to Chael Min with a smile and asked him, isn't that right, Chief Jong? Min nodded his head affirmatively. That was indeed the case. Pai noticed that if Hunter An Suho passed the rank 5 exam, there would be tension between him and Chief Jong. But P. Sun-yeol promised to support the guy. In any case, Min lowered his head and frowned. Suho thought, Pai is a cunning fox. The hunter thanked Sun-yeol and promised to thank him in return. The boy understood that if he passed the exam, he would be of a higher rank than Jung Chael-min, which would put him in an awkward position. That's why it's difficult for Suho to get close to Chael-min. However, this is not the first time this has happened. The president said he had business to attend to, thanked him for the meeting, and left. The hunter was supposed to discuss the sealed gates with Jong. Min's heart was clawing at the thought. He didn't want to let Suho into the sealed gate, but he knew he had to carry out the order. The hunter watched Jong silently, realizing that he was very worried. Suho asked Min if he seemed worried about him. He replied, of course, it was too dangerous to go into such a dangerous gate. Now the guy needs to develop as safely as possible. He can propose this to the president. The hunter assured Ming that he appreciated the offer. Jong sighed. The sealed gate was truly a dangerous place. Suho objected. He knew everything perfectly well, and he also knew that even large guilds were rarely given access to them. But he is sure that nothing terrible will happen, so Min shouldn't worry so much. Ho asked. Among the sealed gates controlled by the association, there is one called the Nameless Sword, isn't there? Min confirmed that they had once caused them a lot of trouble. Suho said with a smile that he knew the strategy for clearing this gate. After some time, An Suho, along with a personal reporter, went to Gyeongju to the Nameless Sword Gate Square. The security soldier asked the hunter to wait here while he reported his arrival. Hui noticed that the atmosphere here was tense. Ho explained that the association controlled the gate, but it was still a military facility. The boys saw some military man hurrying towards them. The duty officer reported the arrival of a hunter at the facility to clear the sealed gates. The officer approached Hunter An Suho and greeted him as they waited for his arrival. The soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-woo, the square's supervisor. Suho replied that he was pleased to meet him. The major said that Chief Jung-chul-min was already waiting for Suho and invited him to come with him. The hunter and the journalist went with Young-woo, accompanied by armed guards. Seeing the huge structure, Jin Hui asked if it was probably a frame. It was bigger than the reporter thought. Suho confirmed that the walls around the gate were built from a unique superalloy and iron. These walls protect against monsters that accidentally emerge from the gates and help increase the gate's voltage. The military made sure that it was not so easy for the monsters to get through the wall, and Hui was becoming increasingly interested. Major Kim reported to Chief Jung-chul-min that Hunter An Suho had arrived, and he greeted the boy. The association representative noted that the journey was probably not short. Min also arrived just recently. Then he saw Jin Hui and asked Suho who was with him. The journalist introduced himself as Jo Jin Hui, a PBS reporter, and he was very pleased to meet Jung. Min shook the young man's hand, but he still didn't understand why the reporter was there. Hui asked the association representative if he could take some photos. Min allowed it. It was not a secret object. Chul-min was genuinely surprised that Suho personally brought the journalist, and Hui was delighted and thanked him for the permission. The reporter warned Jung that they would be seeing each other often from now on because of An Suho. Major Kim Chang-woo clarified whether it was true that Hunter An Suho would be going on a raid into the sealed gate, and Ho confirmed it. Chang-woo apologized and asked the guy what level he was. Suho replied that he was level 51. Kim winced. He clearly didn't expect this. The soldier chuckled and muttered. Then everything was clear. He told the hunter that everything inside was cleared, so he could go in. But as soon as Suho enters, the door will be sealed immediately. He must keep this in mind. The hunter thanked the major. Chul-min called out to Suho, who turned to the association representative and asked what had happened. Concerned, Min asked again if the guy really had a strategy, and he confirmed that he did, of course. But Min didn't understand where the young man got it from, and Ho evasively replied that it was difficult to explain. It could be considered the same as conquering the Tower of Trials, and if he cleared that gate, Ming would have to keep his promise. After all, Cheol-min promised to help Suho deal with the other gates, Jong promised, and asked the hunter to return. Suho replied that Jong shouldn't worry. An hour would be enough for him to successfully clear the area. Min was shocked that it would take an hour. The guy opened the door, smiled and said see you soon, and disappeared behind the protective wall. The metal doors immediately closed, the metal bolts clicked, and the door was sealed again. Jinhui quietly stated that he had gone in there after all, while the others silently watched the hunter go. Min said with a sigh that now all they could do was wait for the result. Major Kim was perplexed. Such a place couldn't be cleared only with high stats, and wasn't An Suho a healer? Jong replied that it didn't matter that he was a healer. Kim was surprised in what sense. The reporter explained to the military man with a smile that An Suho was only called a healer, but the major didn't understand what that meant. Chul-min supported the journalist. He had never seen anyone wield a sword as skillfully as Suho. When he took the exam, Min was present at the practical part, of course. Suho was taking the exam for healers. But during the exam, Suho killed all the monsters and passed the test. Hui heard about this for the first time. Was it even possible? Jong admitted that he was also surprised at first. But Suho protected the sick and the monsters, so there were no problems. The major realized that the guy apparently wielded a sword very well. And then it dawned on Major Kim that this guy had come here to clear the gate. Jung Cheol-min confirmed that yes, that is exactly it. Meanwhile, the hunter had already headed inside the Nameless Sword's gate. Within this gate was a most skilled and invincible swordsman, nicknamed the Emperor of the Sword. An Suho passed through the barrier. The system informed the player that he had entered the gate. The guy walked along his usual path through the dense forest, along a sun-drenched trail. He looked around with pleasure and thought that he had not been here for a long time. In his past life, he had such a hard time clearing these gates that he barely survived each time. And then Suho heard a familiar clicking sound. The owner of this sealed gate had appeared. The player looked forward and saw the familiar shadow of a great swordsman, armed with a broad, heavy sword. The system warned the player that a gate boss had appeared. It was an unnamed swordsman of unknown level, clad entirely in ancient armor. A sword flashed in the knight's hand. He was ready to fight the one who set foot on his territory. The nameless swordsman stood in the clearing and waited for his enemy. The guy slowly approached the enemy. He had a bloody sword in his hand. The system informed the player that an unnamed swordsman had activated the battlefield. While the battlefield is active, the nameless swordsman's status will be the same as that of the player. All fighters on the nameless swordsman's battlefield cannot use anything but a sword. Also, players cannot use any skills other than swordsman skills. Suho told the Sword Emperor with a smile that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The gate boss attacked the enemy first, but the guy knew all the techniques of this skilled warrior very well. The fight began, swords clanged, both fighters were of the same level, so victory depended only on skill. An Suho successfully blocked the nameless swordsman's heavy and fast attacks. Seizing the moment, the boy struck back at his opponent, throwing the knight back. The gate boss jumped back. He realized that in front of him was not a newbie, but a fairly experienced fighter. Despite the powerful blow dealt by the hunter, the knight was able to easily maintain his balance. Suho smiled. Of course, great footwork, moving to reduce the knockback. No modern fighter can defeat the Emperor of the Sword with fencing alone. The guy noticed that the nameless swordsman crossed swords with him and immediately changed his stance. He was trying to defeat Ho with a different style. He attacks unpredictably, constantly changes direction, and is frightening because he constantly has to adapt. The nameless swordsman is very cunning, and he also has an excellent sense of his opponent. But it was precisely because of this that Suho learned a lot in his past life. The fight had been going on for several minutes now, with the opponents striking each other, defending, and attacking. And then the player's blow whistled right under the gate boss's chest, slightly grazing his metal armor. The Sword Emperor received a blow, knocking him away from the player again. The gate boss flew back, but stopped again at a safe distance from the impudent enemy. There was a gaping wound on the Sword Emperor's chest left by Suho's sword. The guy asked the swordsman. He seemed surprised. The swordsman was silent. The hunter said, "Yes, you don't say a single word until you die." The angry swordsman prepared for a new attack. Now he would be more careful with this boy. The guy sped up and quickly attacked the gate boss, who skillfully fought off the barrage of blows. After this battle, a mark from the player's sword remained on the silent knight's visor. Suho said this was the 7th time he had challenged the nameless swordsman. The hunter jumped up and, twisting, cut off his opponent's left arm with a powerful blow. The Sword Emperor responded by trying to cut off the impudent enemy's head, but the boy managed to crouch down. The player quickly took advantage of the situation and chopped off the knight's right leg. Suho quickly jumped up and kicked the wounded boss in the chest, sending him flying. This time the swordsman was unable to stay on his feet and flew noisily into the nearby thicket of bushes. The guy told the nameless swordsman many were interested in what was hidden under his armor. The bushes began to rustle. The gate boss was returning to the battlefield. Suho told his opponent that he was terribly disappointed the first time. Everyone called the owner of this gate the Nameless Swordsman, or the Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, the wounded knight finally emerged from the bushes and returned to the battlefield. And the guy told the enemy that in fact the Nameless Swordsman was just the spirit of the sword demon. And indeed, in place of the swordsman's severed arms and legs, a spiritual substance appeared, replacing the limbs. The opponents took up arms again. It was time to end this protracted battle. Suho rushed forward, deciding to attack the boss first, who prepared to defend himself. As soon as the boy was within sword range, the knight began to strike him with powerful blows, but Suho parried. One of the blows almost grazed the player's neck. The nameless swordsman was clearly planning to take revenge for the wounds he had received. He aimed his broadsword at the most vulnerable parts of a person's body in order to kill with one blow. The boss's broadsword became even heavier, but Suho still managed to block his powerful blows. The boy's narrow, bloody sword was ablaze, but it was no less powerful than the knight's broad weapon. The player twisted and dealt another blow to the nameless swordsman. The knight swung, but the nimble boy had already approached to a dangerous distance. Suho struck the boss with a bloody sword right in the center of his body, his metal armor cracking. The guy struck his enemy with astonishing speed, but he still fought back. Feeling like he was losing this round, the nameless swordsman jumped back from the assertive enemy. The boss wanted to recover a little before continuing the fight with the hunter. But this was not part of Suho's plans. To the knight's surprise, the boy quickly rushed after him. Ho said his swordsmanship, the sword guard foot technique, was designed to counter evasive techniques. In other words, Suho knows very well how the knight's legs work, so he won't be able to defeat the player, no matter how hard he tries. Having said this, the boy cut the body of the nameless swordsman into 2 halves. This blow proved fatal for the boss, and pieces of empty metal armor rained down in front of Suho. The system reported that the nameless swordsman had been defeated, the gate had been cleared, and An Suho was the best player. Ho told the nameless swordsman that it was nice to meet him. Even if it was only for a short time, he was still very grateful to him. Without the knight, Ho's sword technique would not have improved so much, and thanks to him, the boy received the title of Sword God. Suho wished the nameless swordsman rest in peace, and promised to remember him from time to time on Teacher's Day. The boss here is a spirit without blood or shadow, so shadow absorption and blood-sucking don't work. The player picked up the broadsword that remained after the death of the nameless swordsman. However, clearing one of the sealed gates is still enough to achieve the goal. The system explained that Suho had received a damaged sword used by an unnamed swordsman. The guy grabbed the wide, firm blade of the sword and squeezed it tightly. The weapon trembled in the hunter's hands. Finally, Ho was able to break the blade of the nameless sword, breaking it into several pieces. The system informed the player that the nameless sword had been used. The best player, On Suho, has activated sword comprehension. The soul of the nameless sword penetrates Suho's swordplay, after which the information about the guardian sword changed. The guardian sword has inherited the will of the nameless sword, and now has infinite growth potential. Suho understood that right now, with the clearing of these gates, his true mastery as a player and hunter began. Major Kim, Chul Min, and Jin Hui stood in the control center and watched the screens eagerly, and the reporter noticed how quiet it was. Min said he trusted Suho, but given who his opponent was, the fight could drag on, and it had only been half an hour. Kim Jong-woo decided to go check out what was going on nearby just in case. Suddenly the reporter exclaimed, "Stop, wait, look here." The others asked in surprise, "What is it?" The journalist stuttered, "Look at the gate." And then everyone saw that the gates were cleared, and On Suho came out safe and sound. Everyone immediately rushed to the enclosing frame. They were happy, but they also couldn't believe it. And indeed, the door of the sealed gate swung open, and the hunter calmly walked outside. The boy heard his friends shouting at the top of their lungs, greeting him, and the major even called him Mr. An. Suho was very surprised that Min and Hui were running towards him as fast as they could. He smiled. "Wow, calm down, everything is fine." But Hui exclaimed, "How can one calm down here? You cleared the gates in less than an hour. How is this possible?" Min added that there was a nameless sword that killed more than 200 people. He asked if Suho was wounded. The guy smiled broadly and replied that he was perfectly fine. It was all nothing. Major Kim, taken aback, asked if this was a trifle. Suho said, "Yes, it was not difficult." The gatekeeper's face stretched out in surprise. The soldier wondered how it could be so easy to defeat the nameless sword that had killed 200 people. What kind of person is he? He looks so young, almost a teenager. Suho asked the major if they could take a photo since the dens had already been cleared. Cholman explained that this was for official publication, so Kim could join in without any hesitation, but the major was stubborn. The hunter told Kim that he needed proof that he had cleared the sealed gate, in which case the major agreed. After the cleanup, the guy came back to the Nexus and showed a photo of himself near the gate with Zhang and Major Kim. Suho also introduced reporter Jo Jin Hui, and they took a photo together, so there is no need to worry about manipulation. Hui introduced himself. He is a PBS reporter and On Suho's personal journalist, glad to meet the head of the Nexus Guild. Bae Dong-hyuk replied that he didn't need a business card and didn't suspect any manipulation. But Don-hyuk was very interested in how An Suho did it. The hunter didn't understand what exactly happened. The head of the Nexus answered everything, how the guy got permission to enter the sealed gates and how he cleared them so quickly. After all, everyone knows that more than 200 hunters died at the gates of the Nameless Sword. The hunter said he met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association and received permission directly. As for the strategy of clearing the gate, he simply killed the Sword Emperor. Bae Dong-hyuk's mouth opened in surprise. The guy assured that he was telling it like it was, without exaggeration. Don-hyuk grabbed his head. He did not understand how this was possible. Suho stated that he had shown what he could do, and asked if maybe they could move on to a contract. They can determine the salary themselves, but the guy has two mandatory conditions. First, while he is in Nexus, he must have the full support of management. Secondly, if he passes the exam, the exclusive contract will be terminated. He has already informed the president of the association about this. The guy admitted that many private hunting guilds had already contacted him, but Suho said he would gain practical experience where he was supported from the start. Bae Dong-hyuk listened in surprise to this unusual, daring, but very talented newcomer. Finally, he laughed and said, "Okay, the conditions are accepted," and ordered the secretary to bring the papers. The Nexus leader extended his hand to the new guild member and warned Suho to be prepared. He would have a lot of work. The hunter smiled. Mr. Bae can rely on him. He will work tirelessly, or rather, with his sword. They shook hands warmly. After completing all the paperwork at the guild, Suho and Jin Hui headed towards home. The hunter said that he could drive the car back too. Kavi has been driving all day today. But the reporter objected. No matter, the manager should do this. Suho did not understand which manager. Hui explained that Ho was supplying him with exclusive reports, and as a token of gratitude, he should at least be a manager. The reporter shuddered. It was awkward to move from a sports car to a sedan, but the car was new, so maybe he'd get used to it. Suho asked his friend if he had bought a new car, and he confirmed that it was specifically for An Pro. Ho noticed that Hui hadn't shown up at the office today, and the reporter smiled, as he only had a few exclusives today. Moreover, he carries An Pro, so there is no need to worry about it. No one complains. Hui wanted to start writing an article about the strategy in the sealed gates. Maybe he should report it to the Nexus first. The reporter did not know how long the ban on publishing information about the clearing of these gates would last. But Suho said that everything was fine, and Jin Hui could do as he pleased. Hui asked his friend why he was so confident of victory in clearing the nameless sword gate. Ho was a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain all this plausibly. He finally admitted that he knew about the Sword Emperor's reputation. The fight was based on fencing. It may sound arrogant, but Suho knew that his swordsmanship was better, so he was confident. The reporter looked questioningly at the hunter, who continued. During the fight, he realized that the boss was the Emperor of the Sword. Suho smugly stated that he was no newbie in fencing either. Hui did not give up, yet the Sword Emperor killed more than 200 people, even some high-ranking swordsmen. The hunter shrugged. So what if they were high-ranking swordsmen? The Sword Emperor copies your status, so your physical abilities are also equalized, and victory depends only on your swordsmanship. Jin Hui asked cautiously if Suho was really that good at fencing. The hunter confirmed, yes, C rank and a unique skill that only he has. Hui silently buried his head in the steering wheel. Suho asked with concern what happened. He felt unwell. The journalist exclaimed, could it be that Huo had a C-rank swordsmanship skill? When did he manage to obtain it? The player calmly replied, not long ago. Ho smiled. Just like that, Hui's journalistic instincts were awakened, fire in his eyes. Kochvai explained that the reports should be released in order and at regular intervals to keep people interested. The hunter promised to answer all questions, so Hui could ask. The reporter pressed the gas pedal again. He told Ho that he had a talent for driving people crazy. He never thought that a man could excite him so much. Jin Hui once again thanked Su Ho for calling him and apologized for not believing him right away. The hunter laughed. Nothing special. The journalist asked Ho if he had finished his business for the day, and if so, he would give him a ride home so he could rest. By the time the boys got home, it was already late evening. Su Ho settled comfortably on the bed and noticed that his stats were already quite good. Even after such a tiring day, he was not tired at all. It was enough to take a shower, and he was full of strength again. The guy brought up the status window. I needed to see what he had there, with the extra points he had earned. There are still 7 unused attribute points left, meaning Ho can definitely try to get the combined bonus. To receive this bonus, several conditions must be met. Suho improved some of his stats and left 1 point unused. The system congratulated the player. He fulfilled the special conditions and unlocked the merger bonus. He exclaimed, hooray, there is a bonus. Previously, Suho did not know about the existence of such a bonus and did not even try to get it. And now he realizes that everything turned out even better than he expected. The satisfied player stretched out on the bed and cheerfully whistled a song. Everything was going as well as possible. Suddenly he heard his phone ringing and was surprised who was calling him so late. It turned out that it was Guyon Hua calling. I wonder if she was ready to accept his offer of cooperation. The guy answered the call and cheerfully asked how the girl was doing. She called just in time. She noticed that Suho's voice sounded very relaxed. The guy did not understand in what sense. The girl said that she read the article. The hunter was surprised. Had the article already come out? Quickly, Yanhua suggested meeting. Suho asked why. He needed her answer. Yanhua immediately flared up. Suho knows that they haven't accepted his proposal yet. In response, the hunter calmly stated that Yanhua could refuse. He didn't care. The girl was speechless from surprise. After a pause, Suho asked her what she would say. Yanhua asked what they needed to do. The hunter promised to tell them everything tomorrow when they met. They needed to be at the Nexus Academy at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She replied that it was problematic. 2 team members were working, and she had lectures, so it wouldn't work during the day. Suho chuckled in displeasure. This terrorist girl was surprisingly stubborn. He said that he was wrong about them. It didn't seem like they were desperate if they lived like that. Enraged, Yanhua yelled into the phone, oh well, okay, we'll come. See you tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the Nexus Academy. The guy replied with a smile, okay, see you, great, it's time to get serious about them. The next day, at the appointed time, Gu Yanhua and her group arrived at Nexus Academy. She convinced herself that she wasn't skipping a day because of Suho. It was just a coincidence that she wanted to rest. The hunter asked, it seemed someone said something. The girl coughed embarrassedly. A very displeased Yeonhua angrily asked the guy why he called them, tearing them away from important matters. Suho suddenly remembered, oh yeah, I'll tell you everything now. He got up from the bench where he had been sitting, waiting for their arrival. The famous hunter looked at the boys and suddenly declared that today they would die by his hand. Everyone looked questioningly at Suho, wondering whether he was being serious or just joking. He handed the girl a tablet and told her to fill this out first. Yeonhua asked in fear if this was a voluntary body renunciation. But after looking at the text, she said, no, it's just a list of their skills. Does Suho really want them to give out their personal information? The hunter reminded that when he joins a special squad, he will need people from the outside. He said he needs shadows. Did they really think that anyone would suit him? That's just stupid. So he wants to train them to death, from basic fighting skills to using their abilities. Only the player sees information about themselves, so it's best to write honestly. Everything is built on trust. After filling out the data, the entire group, along with Ansu Ho, moved to the Nexus Academy training hall. Ho suggested starting the training. He programmed the capsules using the black card he had recently received. The black card allows unlimited use of Nexus equipment. The training hall is exclusive, it is C rank, so others will not interfere. The academy director gave Su-ho the guest cards. They were also ready. Kim Su-ai asked the guy to meet with Kang Dae-han again. That's right, Su-ho was so focused on the towers and himself that he completely forgot about Dae-han. Ho told Dae-han to come to his training room so they could meet. But for now, Su-ho decided to start with training the Banshee group. With the help of training capsules, all the guys, along with Su-ho, were transported to the Kunlun Mountains. Ho greeted them. Welcome to Kunlun, now we will train as much as possible. The guys are below level 50, so Ho can create any training. Hua asked what they will train. Ho replied, combat skills, with what they can do now, their capture by a special squad is only a matter of time. Yanhua was indignant. They had planned everything perfectly, so the special forces could be easily dealt with. Su-ho reminded them that he caught them. What was the point? There are no perfect crimes, especially in a world where superpowers are everywhere. They need to develop and be able to at least defend themselves, and moreover, defend their allies. He snapped his fingers and a weapon appeared in front of the boys. Su-ho ordered them to choose. Their first goal is to master basic weapon skills and overcome fear. The girl asked why a sword, and Ho asked if they knew what it was called these days. Yanhua replied, the god of swords. Ho confirmed, that's right. Right in front of them is an exceptional swordsman. To master fencing, it is forbidden to use skills. Just for the record, they won't be able to use them anyway. Now they have to try to kill him. This is their first target. Su-ho readied his sword and commanded Gu Yonghua's group to attack him. Seeing that the boys were in no hurry to attack, Su-ho rushed to attack first, warning that they were starting training. The swordsman flew at great speed towards the group, dealt them a series of blows, and ended up behind them. The boys didn't even have time to get their bearings before two of them had their heads cut off. The hunter cut off their heads and asked if they still had time to be surprised. Su-ho swung his sword at such a furious speed that it was difficult to keep track of him. He swung his sword again, and the remaining two also lost their heads. A refresh took place, and the boys were back in good shape. Impressed by the attack, they groaned quietly. Su-ho told the would-be terrorists that they had already died during training, but at least they hadn't frozen. They immediately jumped up, grabbed their swords, and prepared for the next fight. The hunter smiled, and noted that at least their spirits hadn't fallen after the first defeat. He warned them that they would now repeat the lesson again. This time, Guokdu-ho was the first to meet Su-ho and blocked the blow, covering the rest of his comrades with his body. But it didn't help. Soon everyone was hit again. Su-ho asked them if they really thought they could take revenge like that. The guy literally mocked them, exclaiming that his grandmother was faster than them. Ho asked Kim Hyun-min. He said that he works in delivery, but moves like an old man. Seo Kyung-won also got it. He couldn't even dodge a simple attack. He's a teacher in a middle school, and he's slower than the students. The chemistry teacher objected. He did it on purpose. Su-ho smiled. Wow, and the excuses are worse than those of school children. The boys' hands were shaking with anger. They were cursing and dreaming of shutting the hunter up. Finally, driven mad by the taunts, all four of them attacked Su-ho. The player thought, yes, in order not to slow down at the gate, they need at least this kind of moral strength. The hunter pushed off the ground and suddenly flew vertically upward, leaving the attackers below. He told them that they were his shadow, but that didn't mean they would quietly gather information in the shadows. They should be able to clear at least a couple of gates on their own, instead of him. Upon landing, Su-ho knocked the weapons out of the boys' hands and concluded that they had no other way but to become the strongest warriors. And to do this, you need to drive yourself to death. Otherwise, it simply won't work. A new fight began. The guys fought harder and harder, but still lost time after time. Su-ho clearly showed them how weak they were and how big the difference in strength was between them. The program was updated once again, and the group members restored their bodies. Su-ho told them that, to be honest, he enjoyed watching them, but he had things to do. They will be automatically ejected after the time has passed, and until then, they must train. Yanhua asked, is he just leaving? The hunter assured the girl that she need not worry. His clone with the same abilities would fight them. The clone shouted, look, scum, attack quickly, otherwise you found time to stare. The boys clenched their fists. What a jerk. They dreamed of hitting him at least once. Meanwhile, Su-ho left his training capsule. He felt that this should be enough for now to train the Banshee group. At that moment, Director Kim called him and informed him that the official article about his joining Nexus had been published. Jo Jin-hui was the first to publish an exclusive, and the guild's PR people distributed the materials. Ho suggested writing more. There will soon be harsh criticism. Su-ho said that he dreamed of becoming a state hunter, but then he joined a private guild. But Kim Sue was confident that if they acted according to plan, public opinion would shift to Su-ho's side. So far, Ho has not announced that he will take the level 5 civil servant exam, and he does not intend to talk about it at all. The hunter told the director that he had a second line and immediately called back reporter Zhuo. Hui greeted his friend and asked what was going on. Su-ho said that there was a heated discussion about joining the Nexus. The hunter suggested preparing for the next article, which will be called The Second Sealed Gate. The guy told the journalist that he was going to clean up the swamp of despair. Article after article appeared in the media, and readers heatedly discussed the actions of Hunter An Soo-ho. The announcement of a hunter joining the Nexus Guild caused a mixed reaction, with everyone talking about money. But then an article came out about An Soo-ho going through the second sealed gate alone, and the chats exploded with comments. Some people wrote that An Soo-ho is a god, and others that he is crazy, but there was significantly less hate and more admiration. Soo-ho looked through the comments and thought, everything happened exactly as expected. The unfortunate Cheol-min was horrified by the hunter's plan. Soo-ho called out to him when he saw him in the corridor of the association. The hunter asked if he had been approved to enter the Swamp of Despair. Min sighed. He had just been informed about it. The deputy president yelled at Jung. If An Soo-ho asks, he should agree. He should have a passage through any gate. Min asked if Soo-ho had managed to settle the matter with Nexus. The hunter confirmed with a smile. They had discussed almost everything. And at the end of the year, Ho will definitely pass the 5th level exam, but this is a secret, so the hunter asked not to tell anyone about it. Chul-min exclaimed, of course, he is a grave. He shut his mouth, Soo-ho said with a smile that he trusts Jung. Soon, Soo-ho, along with the reporter and Chul-min, went to the sealed gate of the Swamp of Despair in Yeongjong-do. Jo Jin-hui recorded the moment Soo-ho passed through the portal into the gate. The caretaker was worried. None of the hunters had ever returned from the Swamp of Despair alive, and he wondered if everything would be okay with An Soo-ho. Jin-hui asked the caretaker to make a bet, but he was surprised. It was a strange offer. The journalist smiled. He was ready to bet $1 million on his friend's success. The caretaker was embarrassed. He wanted An Soo-ho to succeed, but since this was a bet, he bet $1 million on his defeat. Suddenly, Jung Chil-min shouted that the gate line had disappeared. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screens. That's true, but that means the gates are cleared. Hui shouted how long he had been there. 10 minutes, 20, Min objected, but he hadn't even been there for 5 minutes. Everyone was shocked. He cleared the gate in 5 minutes. Soo-ho had already come out of the gate and was waving his hand to everyone. About 5 minutes ago, the system warned the player that he was facing the entrance to the gates of the Swamp of Despair. There were no level restrictions here, but the losses among hunters were greater than those from the Nameless Sword. There are no monsters generated in the Swamp of Despair, so to clear the gate you just need to go up the stairs. More precisely, each step is a test of the gate. The steps are riddled with traps that affect consciousness. The strategy is simple. Wear a psychic defense item of at least rank C or have such a skill. Otherwise, as soon as you step onto the stairs, you will plunge into terrible despair. If you die here, you will turn into a statue at the stairs. Before this was known, the gate was called the Swamp of Despair, because no one ever returned from it. After clearing the gates, the name was changed to Swamp. But An Soo-ho didn't care what the gate was called. He took the first step. The system informed the player that he had stepped onto the ladder of despair and was being overcome by deep despair. But Soo-ho has a skill that makes him immune to any mental effects. He has dragon blood. The hunter activated the dragon armor. The system immediately confirmed the activation of dragon blood. Due to the dragonite effect of the dragon armor, mental destruction does not develop. Soo-ho knew full well that with the dragon armor, the Swamp of Despair was no match for him, so he chose this gate second. The hunter calmly climbed the stairs, surrounded on all sides by statues of dead people. As he climbed, the number of statues became fewer, suggesting that few had ever made it that far. The guy knew that even if he cleared this place, he would not be able to save them. In the past, the first one to clear this place was ascetic. He took pity on the victims and tried to restore their bodies, but he was unable to. The only thing Soo-ho could do was clear the gate and release all the souls trapped here. After the hunter had conquered the Ladder of Despair, the system began to send out messages about rewards and bonuses. Soo-ho turned to the system and asked to give him the last item. At that very moment, he received a ring of emotions. It extracts and stores the white and black energy of the target, which can be transferred. This ring was the treasure of ascetic. He saved many people from emotional pain, but in the end, his ring was stolen by villains. Clutching the valuable item in his hand, An Soo-ho thought that this time the ring would not be taken away. The guy put the ring of emotions he had just received as a reward on his finger. With the ring, Soo-ho once again stepped onto the stairs of despair. Streams of dark energy of fear and despair began to flow around the ring, and despair approached the hunter as well. But he quickly activated the dragon's blood and dispelled the psychic influence of the stairs. The system noticed that the emotion ring reacts to the strongest emotions. The emotion extracted from the target is black. The ring began to quickly absorb emotions. Soo-ho felt that the ring was completely filled with black energy, but it was not enough to clear the stairs. It seems there is nothing to be done. It's time to leave here. At the exit, hundreds of journalists were waiting for the young hunter. Cameras clicked and flashes flashed. Soo-ho shielded his eyes from the flashes as everyone tried to get his attention. From the observation post, his friends rushed towards the hunter with wild cries. Hui shouted, "This is a world record," and Min, choking with delight, asked how this was possible, what the secret was. Soo-ho asked them to calm down and suggested taking a photo first. Hui immediately picked up the camera. Bae Dong-hyuk couldn't believe that Soo-ho had cleared another sealed gate, and it was the Swamp of Despair. The Nexus leader muttered. What nonsense. How can you pass through the sealed gates alone in just 5 minutes? The interlocutor asked Don Hyuk what they should do. He ordered them to wait for a signal, collect all the data, and calmly wait for a direct order. At that moment, the phone on the desk of the head of Nexus rang. The number was unfamiliar to Don Hyuk. The guild leader picked up the phone, and an unfamiliar voice asked if it was Nexus leader Bae Dong Hyuk, who confirmed and asked who it was. The caller answered, "Very nice to meet you. This is Jang Kyung-hwan, president of the Great Public Association of Hunters." The president asked Don Hyuk if he had a minute. He would like to discuss something important with him. Bae agreed and offered to come to the association. He understood. Apparently, this was about An Soo-ho, but there was no reason to refuse. Don Hyuk said that if the president didn't mind, they could meet for lunch, and Jang Kyung-hwan agreed. The guild secretary looked into Bae's office. Don Hyuk was happy. Just in time, something important had happened. He needed to contact Soo-ho. The reporter's car pulled up to the restaurant where Bae had asked the hunter to come. KHVI himself was in a hurry to get to the editorial office. They were expecting an article about the raid in the Swamp of Despair, so the restaurant tour had to be postponed. The car rushed forward, and Soo-ho reluctantly walked into a posh restaurant. The guy noticed that the reporter was passionate about his work. Thanks to this, the hunter collected a lot of positive energy into the ring. An Soo-ho entered a large restaurant complex where the bigwigs of the hunting industry were waiting for him. The waitress greeted the honored guest with a bow and led him to the appropriate room. The guy was eagerly awaited at the richly laid table. The association president invited Soo-ho to sit next to Bae, and the deputy president immediately called the guy a defender of Korea. Sitting at the table, in addition to the association president and his deputy, was Bae Dong Hyuk. And then Soo-ho saw that even the head of the special department, Pi Sun-yeol, was here, wondering what they were planning. The president congratulated the young man on clearing the gates and declared that An Soo-ho is a true treasure and the future of our country. The vice president proposed a toast to the continued success of hunter An Soo-ho. Park Kai-man wished for their guest of honor to give a toast. The hunter decided not to beat around the bush, but to be brief, he raised his glass to the general success, and the others shouted, "Hooray!" The association president praised Bae Dong Hyuk for not specifically setting a contract term for Soo-ho. Bae confirmed that Hunter An is special. He will achieve a lot for the country. Such people need to be helped, not restrained. Chang laughed. He was glad that guild leader Bae's thoughts were in line with the direction of the association. Wasn't that right, Hunter An? He added that with such outstanding talent, the security and prestige of not only the association, but the entire country will increase. Pak confirmed that it was true, so the association president decided to award Hunter An with a special certificate. Soo-ho smiled. A certificate from the association president is literally a pass to the 5th level civil service exam. The president clarified that at first they wanted to present it in honor of clearing the nameless sword gate, and An cleared another gate. Ho replied that it was all thanks to the association president. He gave a pass through the sealed gate. He really appreciated Mr. Chan's faith. Pi Sun-yeol asked if Soo-ho could tell him how he was able to get through the Swamp of Despair. He, as an awakened person, was very curious about this. No one had ever returned from there alive, so it was unknown what was inside. Extracting information is Pi Sun-yeol's specialty, and in his past life, he was curious about what was in the Swamp of Despair. Soo-ho decided to keep his cards close to his chest and leave the association's leaders in the dark. The guy said there were no monsters in the Swamp of Despair, only a ladder. Immediately assessing its danger, he began to think. He had an idea that what if he didn't step on it directly? It worked, and he passed successfully. Pai was surprised. Most hunters would try to rely on items and skills, but used a simpler method. Soo-ho confirmed, adding that he was just lucky. Pak Hyo-man asked the guy what level he was at now. It seemed he wasn't even 100 yet, the hunter replied. Yes, he was at 53. Sun-yeol opened his mouth in surprise. It was incredible. The guy probably got his own devil too. An Soo-ho realized that, judging by the reaction of the ring, the people gathered were looking at him like he was a hunting dog. The guy answered Pai. He is a healer, but he was originally involved in fencing and received the Way of the Sword trait. The head of the special department sighed. The Way of the Sword, not too special, but for a healer it is an unusual trait. The special department is full of people with unusual traits, so Pai's trait didn't impress him. Soo-ho already knew that he was just a bloodhound for them. The hunter explained that his main skill was fencing, but the risk of injury was high, so he did not neglect his healing ability. The guy hoped that Bae Dong Hyuk would help him develop as a healer. As everyone knows, hunters do not live long. The guild leader confirmed, of course, An is in dangerous places. Nexus will support him in any way it can. The association president also expressed hope that the guild leader would be able to provide support to hunter An Soo-ho. Bae Dong Hyuk stated that since it was the association president's request, Nexus would do its best. The deputy president picked up a bottle of wine and asked permission to make a toast. Pai quietly addressed the hunter Anu so that he would not forget about him. He could also offer help as an operative. Suho smiled widely and remarked that it was very gratifying to hear that everyone was willing to support him. Now he will continue to clear not only the sealed gates, but also other gates in Korea in the interests of the people. The president and his deputy were full of praise for what an ambitious and exceptional young hunter he is. We should drink to him. Late in the evening, the important officials, having drunk and eaten their fill, finally went home. Suho and Sun-yeol put them in the cars and bowed goodbye, wishing them good luck. The last car drove away, and only the hunter and the head of the special department remained in the parking lot near the restaurant. Sun-yeol asked Suho if he smoked, but the boy answered no. Pai took out a cigarette and said that he would only have one. You always want to smoke when you drink. He handed the guy his business card, which he had forgotten to give him last time. It was his personal number, and he could call him at any time. Sun-yeol asked where Suho lived. He smiled. The old house attracted too many people. They had to move to a hotel. Pai sighed. That's the problem with our country. When someone becomes famous, people go crazy. Suho laughed. He noticed that Pai's light energy suddenly darkened. Apparently Pai Sun-yeol considered the unawakened to be just pawns. And it's not just about Pai Sun-yeol. All the association's leaders probably think so. The head of the special department asked Hunter An if he was aware that the exam for the 5th level service was literally tailored to him. Suho calmly replied that he was aware of this. Sun-yeol smiled. He thought the guy was modest, but he didn't expect to see the other side of the promising hunter. Pai suggested that An would join the association anyway. He, Pai, would be the leader, and Suho would be the subordinate. Why not start now? Ho replied that would be great. Sun-yeol laughed and declared that he liked the younger one. The head of the special department wanted to say something. Suho suggested that the senior speak openly. Pai suggested that the guy skip the gate control department and go directly to the special squad. With such skills, Sun-yeol will be able to immediately assign the newcomer there. An Suho smiled with satisfaction. Pai Sun-yeol was caught. The guy knew. That was why Pai stayed until the very end. He could have easily found out about Suho's abilities if he had just asked Bae. But he still came in person, apparently to make sure that An would become one of his people. The young hunter smiled broadly and said that he didn't mind. Everyone knows that the special squad is the heart of the association. Sun-yeol laughed. Suho had an ambition in his eyes, unlike the others. Pai liked ambitious people. Those who don't dream of anything are empty, but isn't Suho close to Jung from the gate department? The guy confirmed, but you can communicate with both Pai and the president, especially with the elder one. You need to be closer to your immediate superior. The president is too high up, and you'll only work with Jong-an briefly. Sun-yeol patted Suho on the shoulder and said, You are young, but you know how to build connections, as if you were living here before. The hunter thanked him for the compliment and remarked that, if he could, he would join the special squad right now. Pai thought, the 5th level exam is almost all sorted out. Why bother with a special selection of someone who will fall into your hands anyway? Now, due to Pai's surge of emotions, it went beyond simple sympathy, turning into deep love. That is, due to the white effect, Sun-yeol's feelings for Suho have grown to love. The effect helps turn the situation to his advantage. Suho assured Pai that his goal would remain unchanged. He asked if there was a special recruitment this year. Unfortunately, there wasn't. Sun-yeol smiled. Everything could work out if he played his cards right. Suho understood. Well, that's all. Pai was quick to point out that the recruitment would still depend on the top brass, but if the reason was stated correctly, then anything was possible. And if they open an unplanned recruitment, they'll need someone important, like Hunter An Suho. Some important contribution is needed for the special squad. An asked, Pai is talking about attacking the gate. Sun-yeol countered, attacks were one thing, but the special squad needed to focus on something else. For example, in the detention of awakened criminals. Suho knew that the special department was in charge of investigating the crimes of the awakened. They called them villains. Pai asked Anna how about showing off in the search for villains. He's not forcing it, but it will attract the higher-ups. Suho replied that he understood. He asked if Pai had someone specific in mind. The head of the special department suggested that the guy simply choose someone from the wanted list and find them. Suho slapped his chest and assured Pai that he would definitely prove himself worthy of this honor. Sun-yeol was happy. Most newcomers get scared when they hear about a wanted criminal, but An didn't even doubt it. As he got into the car, the head of the special department told Suho that he would wait for the result. In his past life, it was different. Pai sent a man to go after Suho, ordering him to bring that guy with the sword who looked like a butcher. Swordsman, that's what Pai Sun-yeol called Suho before they met, but as soon as he defeated the Sword Emperor, he started calling the guy by his name. And after today's event, he is the picture of friendliness. It's all thanks to the Ring of Emotions, but still, Pai offers to speed up Suho's entry into the association, so we have to play along. Just in time, the new recruit is among the villains. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The hunter went to a less fashionable area of the city in search of the required address. Looking around, An Suho noticed, what a hole. The guy activated the mana search, and soon noticed 4 scoundrels playing cards. Suho chuckled. He was there. He armed himself with a piece of brick to lure the gamblers out of their stinking den. When the brick broke the window and flew into the villain's apartment, they became alarmed as to what the hell was going on. The entire company rushed outside, hurrying to teach the impudent fellow a proper lesson. Near the entrance, An Soo-ho was waiting for them. One of the bandits asked the guy who he was. Maybe this freak is crazy or drunk since he's causing trouble here. The hunter laughed. He was not crazy and not drunk. The guys were taken aback. What did he need here then? Soo-ho suddenly told the guys they were the ones who stole the crypto wallets, weren't they? The bandits were dumbfounded. He asked menacingly if Seo Ki-won, whom they were holding hostage, was here. The bandits whispered to each other, is he a cop? Should we deal with him since he knows everything? Should we shut him up? Soo-ho heard everything. He sighed. How pathetic. Come on, catch me if you can. He decided that if they were strong enough to catch him, then he would hire them. A ghostly spear appeared in the hunter's hand and he rushed to attack the crypt thieves. Having pierced the shadow of the largest one, the boy activated shadow binding and shadow bleeding. The big guy howled in pain, but he couldn't move. The rest, spewing choice curses, hid behind the shield of their tank. These fighters were not Soo-ho's rivals. He didn't even immediately summon his sword. But the bandits were armed and seriously wanted to kill the guy, even using a combat spear. The hunter grabbed the spear blade and blood gushed from the wound on his hand. The spearman shouted contemptuously that the boy was a pathetic weakling, but suddenly froze mid-sentence. The blood that flowed out of the wound behaved very strangely. It was Soo-ho who had activated his blood weapon. The stunned bandit watched as the streams of blood miraculously transformed into a bloody spear. The sight was so terrifying that no one else dared to engage in battle. Ho struck the spearman with the shaft, knocking him out instantly. The hunter couldn't kill these people, so he decided to just shake them up. The tank, covering himself with a shield and cursing like crazy, again rushed to attack the stranger. Soo-ho hit the fighter with his club, and he immediately dropped both his sword and shield. A big guy stood near the entrance and shook like an aspen leaf. He muttered that the boy was a sick psycho. Unable to bear the tension, he started to run, but Soo-ho was not going to let anyone go. He threw a spear at the fugitive's leg. The fugitive started screaming and fell on the pavement. Soo-ho warned everyone not to move if they didn't want things to get worse. A couple of seconds later, there was no one near the entrance, and the hunter calmly walked out of the portal onto the same street. He trapped the prisoners in subspace. Now it's time to see Seo Ki-won. The guy went into the bandit's apartment. It was a real den, completely littered with trash. In one of the rooms, the hunter found an exhausted young man. He was sleeping. This was the famous Seo Ki-won, nicknamed Meteor. Even in his sleep, the young man's hands were shaking, and he was covered in dirt and bruises. The four of them were tormenting him cruelly. And then Vaughn's eyelashes fluttered, and he began to wake up. Finally, he raised his head and stared at the stranger in surprise. Soo-ho smiled. Oh, he woke up. The boy jumped to the side in fear, not understanding who it was and why he had come here. The hunter greeted Seo Ki-won and said that he was An Soo-ho, and it was nice to meet him. One started shaking. Was this really the same An Soo-ho who was shown on the news, and where did the bosses who were here go? In his autobiography, it was said that Vaughn was locked up there for 6 months and beaten by 4 people he called his superiors. It's definitely not easy to maintain a conversation in this state. The ring reacted to the strongest emotions. To help the young man, Soo-ho used the ring to extract the dark emotions from him. After absorbing the dark emotions, the hunter asked Vaughn if he felt better, and the young man was amazed at how that was possible. Soo-ho explained that it was just the effect of the skill. One looked unstable, so he took action. Seo Ki-won asked in confusion, "But what will happen to him now? He will probably be sent to prison." Soo-ho asked why. He was kidnapped and forced to carry out orders, so why put him in jail? The guy smiled. He would never have thought that the famous Meteor had such a timid character. Seo Ki-won asked how An Soo-ho knew he was there, since the hunter hadn't even joined the association yet. The guy replied that he found Vaughn using his ability to predict, but no one knows about it yet. The reason why Soo-ho revealed this power to Vaughn is because he will need it greatly on the path he is on. After all, Seo Ki-won is the only person in the country with a cyberspecies trait and an ability called digitization. This ability allows the player's consciousness to be transferred into the digital world. There are only 2 such people in the world. The second was Overload. The Overload caused an unprecedented catastrophe, seizing control of all networks, and then brazenly dubbed himself the ruler of the planet. A year later, Vaughn will escape from here and give his life to end Overload. People will call him Meteor as a sign of respect. But this time, Overload will not be born. Just as Seo Ki-won will not die, An Soo-ho will take care of it. He told Vaughn that one day the world would be destroyed by the gate and the system, and he would not be able to prevent the tragedy alone. Therefore, the young hunter asked Seo Ki-won to join forces with him. The young man was shocked, and the ring continued to absorb his strongest black emotions. He wondered if someone with the same ability as him was threatening the world of the future. It turns out he can actually help the person who saved him, more importantly, someone with the same ability as the villain. If this power falls into the wrong hands, chaos will reign, much worse than what was done here. It must be stopped. The young man firmly answered, Okay, if I can be of any use to you in any way, I'll help. No, I'll join you. Suho thought with surprise, even after everything one had gone through here, he was truly a selfless person. The hunter thanked Vaughn, but before going into details, he offered him something to eat first. There was no need to worry about money. Suho promised to pay. He gave the young man clothes and shoes to change into. Vaughn never ceased to wonder how his savior knew everything, and he reminded him of his ability to predict. The hunter knew very well that So-Ki-Wan had been through a lot, and tears welled up in the eyes of the freed hostage. He fell to his knees and bowed low to his savior, thanking him for his kindness. A few minutes later they were already sitting in a cafe. Vaughn apologized. He hadn't eaten normal food for so long. He probably looked like a beast. Suho countered. No such thing. He was happy to see that one had such a healthy appetite. There is a very small age difference between them, so they can switch to informal terms, especially since they are now one team. Then one decided to call Ho brother. He was used to this since the orphanage, but he was curious why the Hunters Association in particular. With such abilities, Brother An could create his own guild, or join a large one, but an association would only limit his actions. Ho replied that he wanted to prevent the destruction of the world, and also limit the damage, and there was no better place for that than an association. And since they're talking about it, Suho can definitely promise one thing. When he joins the association, he will make sure that he never has to go through something like this again. The young man was silent for a moment, then thanked him and said that then he trusted his brother. By the way, Suho suggested that Ki-Wan go and sort out his past, but he didn't understand what his brother was talking about. The hunter explained that the men who locked Vaughn up were from the same orphanage as him. Suho suggested visiting them. The young man looked at his brother in surprise. Soon the floor of the hunter's subspace house was covered in pools of blood. The bandits begged Ki-Wan to spare them, but the young man beat his tormentors with his fists. The unfortunate prisoner was finally able to take out on these freaks everything that had accumulated during his imprisonment. He beat them again, and they helplessly muttered that they were sorry. The young man told Brother Suho that it was possible to cure these guys again. The hunter asked how many times already. It turned out that on the 7th, special forces were supposed to arrive soon, so it was time to finish with this. In the past, Ki-Wan suffered for a long time due to difficult memories, so Suho gave him the opportunity to deal with the past. Soon, Pai Sun-Yul's car pulled up to the robber's house. The head of the special department looked around and exclaimed enthusiastically, "Wow, kid." The hunter was surprised. The elder had arrived himself. He must be very busy, but he had personally made his way here, to these slums. Sun-Yul replied that he decided to give the little one a surprise. After all, he was special. Looking at the guys, Pai asked if they were crypto thieves. Suho confirmed. Sun-Yul didn't understand what was wrong with them. The guy said that they had resisted the capture, so just in case, Suho decided to heal them all. Pai laughed, and the little one was quite stubborn. He didn't expect this, but in works extremely bravely, the hunter apologized. Sun-Yul smiled. You can beat the villains, but not to death, okay? The team will heal them, so there will be no traces of the beating. They could have simply been killed here and now, but everyone talks about the rights of criminals. It's just a laugh. Pai heard that they used that guy's ability in the crimes. The head of the special department saw the peculiarity of the cyber species for the first time. This ability seems dangerous, so I guess I'll have to take this kid with me. Suho asked the elder, "Is this really necessary? So-Ki-Wan is just a victim." He handed Pai a folder and said that these were confessions that the thieves had written and documents related to the case. Sun-Yul asked whether this digitalization, or whatever it was called, even worked inside the gate or not. The guy replied that this type belongs to cyberspace and has nothing to do with the gate. The department head grumbled, meaning that she wouldn't be of any help in combat or in support, so they didn't need her. Suho asked the elder to make sure that So-Ki-Wan would not be punished. Pai burst out laughing. It seemed our little guy had given in while saving the victim. Well, good. As Anne said, they can't punish the victim. They will drop all charges against Ki-Wan and even help him get compensation. Suho thanked the elder, but he objected. There was no need for thanks. He had always been an honest and fair person. But how did Suho even know about this matter? The guy was still curious. Why didn't Pai ask about it? The hunter said that So-Ki-Wan posted a request for help on the internet. Ho checked it, and it turned out to be true. Pai admired the little one. He was really something, and objected he was just lucky. Sun-Yul patted the guy on the shoulder and assured him that he had been given a special selection and that they would contact him soon. When everyone left, Ki-Wan approached Suho and asked what he should do. The hunter said that he could go with him. Entering Jo Jin-Hui's apartment, the young man was stunned with delight. Wow, what a luxurious house. Brother lives a completely different life. Suho objected that this is not his house. Reporter Jo Jin-Hui lives here. He's away on a business trip for a couple of days, so they're alone here. Ki-Wan was surprised. Was it really possible to just fall down like that? Suho replied that he had permission. The young man realized that they were on the same team, but what needed to be done was this. Suho asked if those guys kidnapped him after he reached level 50 and awakened his ability. Since they're going to face overload, now they need to focus on leveling up. Ki-won needs to level up, as does Su-ho. The young man asked, meaning that he would now work with his brother to clear the gates. The hunter objected, no, Ki-won will level up in his own way. From now on he will use digitalization to its full extent. First, how about we try connecting to the network together? Ki-won's ability allows him to transfer the hunter's consciousness into the network, so it can affect others as well. An Su-ho suggested the young man give it a try, and he activated the digitalization. The system informed Su-ho that Seo Ki-won wanted to transfer his consciousness into the online world. The hunter agreed, and his consciousness connected to the online world. Su-ho set his wallpaper to a place he would like to see with his own eyes at least once. Soon Ki-won caught up with him. He was unusual to see someone here besides himself. Su-ho was very interesting here. This is a standard wallpaper, but what is this? Grapes, Su-ho confirmed. They say that the photo was taken in a vineyard. One laughed. It's a pity, but the food here has no taste, not even a smell, just a picture, but Su-ho still wanted to try it. The young man asked how to level up here, since to do that, you need to get a certain amount of experience. Ho confirmed, saying that he improved his swordsmanship skills in the VR Hunter exam. Unlike here, you can't level up your character in virtual reality, only your skills. Everything here is real, which means there is a physical presence, which is how Vaughn was able to hack the crypto wallet. So Ho prepared something special here for Ki-won, the young man asked. It seemed to be a folder. The name is Free File Cleaner, but the folder contains viruses, not a file cleaner. Viruses are like monsters in that they destroy their target, so Vaughn will have to risk his life to get rid of them. If the young man gets hurt here, he will get hurt in real life too, and there is no need to answer the girl at the reception. The beauty greeted the guests and asked if they would like to take advantage of the free file cleaning. Ho smiled. It sounded convincing, one confirmed. He almost answered her. The hunter handed Vaughn the weapon. He is a mage, isn't he? One hasn't done this for a long time, so Ho will tank in front, and he should cast spells from behind his back. The girl again offered guests to clean files for free. At this time, terrible viruses began to appear behind the beauty's back. Seeing the crowd of monsters, Ki-won stuttered and asked, "Is this too much?" Su-ho summoned a bloody weapon and calmed the young man down. They could escape from here with it, but the viruses couldn't. The hunter warned that if you feel like you're about to die, run out the door you came through. He dealt a lightning blow to the fastest virus. The red-eyed skull of the computer monster flew off its shoulders and rolled like a ball. Su-ho knew that if Ki-won failed, he might actually die, so he had to be on guard. The boy shouted for Vaughn to prepare his magic. The hunter rushed at great speed into the thick of the enemies. Deadly viruses gleamed with bloody eye sockets and snapped their dead jaws. But An Su-ho's bloody sword quickly destroyed these frightening monsters. After the fight, one whispered that he seemed to be dying. Ho smiled, but he was alive and had risen to a new level. It turned out to be not bad at all, even more than Ho expected. If he makes a great magician out of Vaughn, he will be a great addition to the Banshee squad. He suggested that the young man get out and rest at home. Ho was now on the 59th level, and one on the 55th. Su-ho was glad. It was cool that now there was a way to raise levels without having to climb into the gate. Now, we need to check how people reacted to the article about the cleanup of the Swamp of Despair. Judging by the number of enthusiastic comments, An Su-ho's fanbase has noticeably increased. Yes, as long as the hunter can handle the gates, he will always be respected. The guy thought, everything is going smoothly, so it's time to move on to the next part of the plan. He dialed the number of the head of Nexus. Baedong Hyuk answered immediately. The hunter asked if the guild owned the rights to the C-rank gate, and Bae confirmed it. Su-ho declared that he would take on this gate. Naturally, all the loot inside would be given to the guild. One of the gates is the mine. It is rich in monostones, but the number of guards is also very large. There are so many of them that the mine is not only difficult to conquer, but you can hardly even find stones here. Su-ho was ready to take on her, knowing that if he could conquer this place, it would be a huge profit for Nexus. Don Hyuk didn't mind, but he didn't understand why this was happening. The guy explained that the contract terms turned out to be much shorter than expected, so that was the only way. The hunter promised to assemble a team to deal with the guards, and Bae needed to assemble a squad of miners. The guild leader replied that he understood everything, but was upset, and nevertheless thanked the hunter for his frankness. After resting for a while, An Su-ho and Seo Ki-won went to meet in the Nexus Academy break room in Paju. Kang Dae-han greeted An Su-ho happily. The hunter shook his hand warmly and explained to the young man that this was the hunter Kang Dae-han, and that they had taken the exam together. Dae-han smiled widely. Thanks to Su-ho, he passed the exam with flying colors and really wanted to see him. Ho asked if Dae-han had joined any team, and he replied that he was still going through the gates and gaining experience. Usually, when joining a guild, you first gain experience, which increases your survivability. Su-ho asked if Dae-han wanted to gain experience with him, as he would be passing through the gate soon. Dae-han opened his mouth in surprise. Was An Su-ho serious? The guy nodded. If he was interested, then let him contact him. The big guy shouted, "Of course, it's interesting. Always ready. Just say the word." This was what Suho was counting on. He smiled and suggested that they begin preparations. Kang Daehan looked at his idol questioningly. Meanwhile, Gu Yanhua's group continued training with An Suho's clone. The swordsmen killed the boys again and again, but after each battle, they lived a little longer. The girl watched with pain every time one of her comrades died. And then a merciless swordsman, Suho's clone, was flying straight towards her. Unsettled by anger, she stood frozen before her opponent. And the clone trainer knew no mercy. He simply cut off the angry girl's head. And now their bodies were restored again. Yanhua muttered that one day she would crush this freak's skull. Suho, who appeared on the training ground, noticed that the girl was holding up well. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Ho asked if he was a fish, that they were looking at him like that. The guys were puzzled. This must be a joke. Ho noticed that their mood had changed over the last couple of days. Yanhua replied that they had died hundreds of times, so how could they not be upset? He suggested that she look at everyone. They forgot about death and learned something. This is a good sign. By the way, they have newcomers, Seo Ki-wan and Hunter Kang Dae-han. Pointing to the Banshee group, An Suho told the newcomers that these guys had joined before them. The guys, who had already gotten used to the training ground, introduced themselves. Suho asked if they were tired of training. Yeonhwa, clenching her fist, objected. No, they were not tired at all. And Guak Du-ho quietly added, I don't think I'll get bored until I chop up a couple of freaks. Ho told the newcomers that they too would need to acquire that level of rage. This is the only way to survive in the gate, so from this day on they will train together. Suho told Yeonhwa that one is a mage and Dae-han is a tank. They don't need sword skills, so it's time to form a squad. They will soon go into a real battle, so they need to be on guard. The girl asked what gates they were talking about. Ho replied, just a gate, and it's time to stop calling each other, hey you, it's time to decide on titles. Now they are a team, so Suho should be called the leader, Yeonhwa answered weakly. Okay, leader. Ho told everyone that he had some things to do, so he would go and ask them to call him when they finished training. Ki-won timidly noted that it was his first time here and asked what they were going to do. Yeonhwa chuckled, he would find out everything soon. The swordsman's clone rudely asked why they were distracted. If they had time, then let them attack. Daehan was surprised. He didn't expect that tone. Yeonhwa grimaced. As always, it's infuriating. Get ready to lose your heads. The taxi driver told Ho that the cars didn't even go to the outskirts of Paju village, and he wouldn't go any further. The guy replied, it's okay, you can walk there, you can't get there by transport. He activated the first Mumumu, then took advantage of the colorless solitude and disappeared from sight. The hunter walked along the outskirts of Paju, which was once called the Golden Land. It was once thriving, but the advent of the gates and the lack of hunters have turned it into something of a wasteland. Because of the damn gates, not only this place, but the whole world is mired in drugs, crime, and hunger. There is no way to save them now. We need to put an end to the gates as soon as possible. But this wasteland can be useful. A place abandoned by people has become a paradise for some people. The guy looked around. He hadn't been here for a long time. A small window opened and the man asked who was there. Suho replied that he wanted to buy the mine. The guy deactivated the first Mumamu, and the man immediately recognized it as the hunter An Suho. Groaning loudly, the elderly man opened the door and invited the hunter in. He said it was an honor to meet him and asked us to sit down. They are not officially open yet, but this is a special meeting. The man asked the hunter if he used the Paju village. Suho asked the man. He seemed uncomfortable. He was talking about the mask. He noticed it. That's why he asked. The guy said that they were alone here, so they could relax. He sees masks. It's impressive, but nothing else could be expected from someone who cleared 2 sealed gates. Choi Yoon, the largest gate broker in Paju village and one of the best in the country, often bought gates through her in Heo's past life. She's not very famous yet. Yoon just started gaining popularity after joining a large underground guild. She asked how the guy found her. Ho grinned. If he wants, he will find out everything, but now he wants to discuss the gate. Choi Yoon asked what gate Suho was interested in. He knew that she had the inverted forest. The hunter said he wanted to buy a ticket to the upside-down forest. By the way, he will go there alone. Yoon was puzzled as to how Ho knew that she was selling tickets to enter the upside-down forest, and how he even knew the price. The guy asked if he really needed to justify himself on the black market. He believed that in such deals, time was not wasted on chatter. Gate trading includes both ownership transactions, in which gates are purchased entirely, and entry tickets. Naturally, ownership is much more expensive, but even tickets can be pricey. A single ticket to the upside-down forest costs 100 million won, but it won't be easy to do alone. Ho replied that it was his business. He put an advance on the table, and he would pay the rest at the entrance. The broker smiled. She was just surprised. That's why she asked questions. Since everything is okay, she is ready to take him to the gate. Suho realized that Choi Yoon seemed to have just joined the union, which was good news, as there would be fewer unnecessary conflicts. The girl said that they had crossed the border into the north. Wasn't the hunter surprised? He shrugged. Not really. North Korea is now effectively in a state of anarchy due to the emergence of the gate. Even China, which has been keeping an eye on her lately, can't do anything because of those creatures on the border, while Koreans can move freely in and out. Choi Yoon was surprised by Suho's straightforwardness, which you wouldn't be able to tell from the articles. The broker reported that she had brought a guest. He would enter the inverted forest, the payment had been confirmed, and the advance had been received. One of the fighters was stunned. It was really An Suho, and they thought someone had called themselves by his name. Yoon demanded that the client be shown respect and asked where the boss was. The boss came out of the tent and exclaimed, "Wow, what an honor to meet An Suho in person." The guy recognized this man. He was the head of the human trafficking group, the lumberjack Pandu OK. These creatures have been calling people firewood for a long time, and this jerk sold them as timber, hence the nickname lumberjack. But it turns out he is connected to the union and even owns the gates. Suho asked if he could come in right away. Do OK confirmed, but for them such things are only a minus. They sell tickets because they think people can't handle it, but An Suho is a different matter. It is obvious that a man who traffics people quickly gets his bearings in dirty dealings. Choi Yoon chuckled, wondering if Pan was trying to say that he was going to raise the price right there and then. He understands perfectly well that Yoon won't leave it like this, so why all this farce? Pandu OK laughed. This is a joke. How can he raise the price right here? Suho put away the bloody weapon. There was no need to intervene himself for now. He grumbled, this was no joke, and invited the hunter to follow him. Yoon said that Ho could come in immediately. For his safety, she will stay here until he leaves, so he doesn't have to worry. Sometimes scum await ticket sellers at the exit after clearing the gates, and gate sellers need to prevent this. Pan chuckled. What confidence, going alone through the gate. The woodcutter muttered, I'm curious to see if you can handle this place or not. The system informed the player that he was entering the gate of the inverted forest. Suho walked through a rather strange place. He would never have thought that he would visit the upside-down forest in this life. He had never been here, but someone had become famous thanks to items found here, so Ho knew all about the place. Well, it's time to farm items. The hunter summoned a ghost spear. The local monsters were in no hurry to catch the hunter's eye. The guy closed his eyes, concentrated, and activated mana detection. It turned out that magical currents flow almost everywhere here. Suddenly, an eye appeared in the gnarled bark of one of the trees. It was a distorted ent of the 91st level. The overturned trees began to open their eyes, and there were many tree monsters here. The hunter chose a stronger monster and threw a ghostly spear into its yellow eye. Suho noticed that an axe was usually used to chop wood, but he didn't bring one with him. The twisted ent howled in pain and pulled a gnarled rhizome towards the hunter. They say that the one who owns the mines is much stronger and more complex than the local ents. Suho summoned his bloody weapon, time to start chopping. Just like with the nameless sword, Ho needs to level up here to defeat it with just one swordsmanship. Armed with a bloody sword, An Suho rushed into battle. Despite his strength, the boy was unable to cut down the ent with one blow due to the 30-level difference. This time he decided not to use holy power. He had to conquer this gate solely with fencing. Finally, the ent was cut down. The guy caught his breath. He had to sweat seriously over just one. And yet Suho felt like he was growing, and it was nice. The hunter exclaimed how lucky he was to have so many punching bags around. Ents, increasingly larger and stronger, rushed towards the hunter with a roar. But this did not frighten him. The guy's eyes sparkled. A scarlet bloody sword shimmered in his hand. Ho flew like the wind and chopped incessantly. And then a very large screw-horned ent appeared in front of him. Suho shouted that he would chop them all up into firewood and struck with his sword right between the wooden horns. The monster of the upside-down forest groaned and fell silent, turning into a very old tree that had been cut down. In the middle of the forest thicket, there was already a whole mountain of thick chopped logs, but the eyes were no longer visible. Suho stood on the top of this mountain and looked around. It seemed that everything was here. The ents were no longer visible. He opened the status window. As expected, progress is slow, but the player got what he wanted. Suddenly, he saw that his healing light had reached the highest rank, and as a result had evolved into a more powerful healing skill. After reaching level 60, Suho's skills began to level up for the second time. The guy jumped off the huge pile of chopped up ents. It was time to move on. Well, Hunter Ann has dealt with the little things. Now it's time for the boss to appear. In the middle of the upside-down forest, there was a pond with turquoise water. And in the middle of this pond, in the clean, cool water, lived the master of the upside-down forest. On his head, among the lush blonde hair, protruded deer ears and branched antlers. Most of the time, the ruler of the upside-down forest dozed, his peace guarded by vigilant ents. But now the ruler woke up, feeling that many of his subjects had died. The ruler of the inverted forest, Malayan, a level 100 monster, prepared for battle, and the gate boss appeared before Suho. The hunter stood on the shore of the lake and looked closely at the horned ruler of the forest. Finally, he had met someone of 1 star. Monsters can be rated in different ways, but in general, mobs below level 99 aren't given much attention. Starting from the 100th, they are ranked in hundreds. Starting from 1 star, Malayan is Suho's 1st star opponent in this life. The ruler of the forest noticed, "I see, an uninvited guest has arrived." The guy replied that they didn't invite them here either. The monster was indignant. Suho said to Malayan, "First you opened a portal in a foreign land, and now you call me an uninvited guest. It's funny to hear that." The hunter summoned a ghostly spear and added, "Not that you, a creation of the system, understood anything from my words." Taking up the weapon, Suho activated the holy power and imbued the ghostly spear with it. Throwing a spear at the dark druid, the guy grumbled that the monster didn't need to know about it. Malayan stood on a rock in the middle of the lake and watched with a grin as the spear approached him. It was clear that neither the man nor his weapon frightened the monster at all. Grabbing the spear by the blade, the ruler of the inverted forest was surprised to notice the holy power in the weapon. He asked the guy if he was a servant of the gods. The guy asked with a grin, "What other servant? Let's not joke." A clot of bloody energy was swirling in Suho's palm. He launched the clot after the spear with all his might, shouting for the monster to get what it deserved. The energy ball struck the spear shaft, knocking it out of Malayan's hands and piercing his chest. Ho grinned. He expected more from one star, but all that had already struck him was that the monster turned out to be weaker than the hunter expected. The ruler of the upside-down forest tore the ghostly spear from his chest, anger flashing in his eyes. He growled that this was unforgivable insolence on the part of the little man. The system warned the player that the forest had shrunk in terror before Malayan's fury, and a terrifying thirst for blood was beginning to consume the hunter. Suho smiled. The one-star mob's murderous aura was really overwhelming, but he was still just a deer in the face of a dragon. The guy activated the dragon's blood, and thanks to the dragonite effect from the dragon armor, the aura did not affect him. Malayan did not understand what kind of black magic this was. Suho countered that it wasn't magic, but merely a reward for the honest efforts of a successful monster hunter. He summoned the ghost spear again. Malayan noticed that the man had many tricks up his sleeve. Suho agreed, "There is still a whole bunch, the monster can see for himself." The hunter pierced the shadow of the forest ruler and activated shadow shackles and shadow bleeding. Malayan sneered contemptuously. He threw off the shackles and asked Suho what he wanted to achieve by demonstrating such pathetic skills. The monster summoned the powers of his forest and exclaimed, "This is what real technology should look like." The waters of the sacred lake began to bubble, a shadow ran across them, and something was actively moving at the bottom. Giant roots burst out of the water with a noise and headed towards the enemy of the forest lord. The rhizomes were truly terrifying in thickness, height, and strength. Malayan, smiling, offered the impudent boy to experience the difference in abilities at a different level. An Suho agreed and suggested that the forest monster attack first. The giant roots began to attack. The guy quickly dodged, luring all the roots to the shore. Moving quickly between the roots, the hunter summoned his bloody weapon. Soon the bloody sword appeared in the boy's hand again, cutting down all the ends of the upside-down forest. It's time to chop off the giant roots. Suho activated decapitation and began to furiously chop down the monstrous rhizomes attacking him. After dealing a few blows, the guy quietly said that this thing was definitely stronger than ants. The giant roots, like tentacles, felt the pain from the wounds and attacked the guy even more furiously. But Suho did not retreat. He constantly moved, deftly dodged attacks, and regularly delivered numerous blows with his sword to the roots. After some time, all the tentacle roots were wounded by the hunter's bloody weapon. Malayan watched the boy with curiosity, and finally he said that this blow was useless. An Suho answered with a smile, "Yes, for now," but he knew he needed to push a little more. The guy continued to strike blow after blow, feeling that there was very little left to do, and he would achieve what he wanted. The ruler of the upside-down forest frowned, trying to figure out what the true purpose of this man's coming here was. He only manifests the sword spirits, but still hasn't cut through anything, and moreover, he still doesn't use the holy power that he showed at the beginning. The strong rhizomes were cut in several places, but why? Malayan felt that Suho was trying to achieve something, but he couldn't figure out what, but he thought it was a waste of energy. Finally, the gate boss got tired of watching the fight and declared the rat race over. The ruler of the forest directed even stronger and sharper roots towards his opponent. Malayan exclaimed that with this he would pierce the hunter right through in an instant. Suho, weapon in hand, waited for another attack. As soon as the roots approached, the hunter swung his sword and cut off the tree tentacles. Malayan was taken aback by the surprise. He didn't understand how the guy was able to cut the roots with one blow. Maybe there was a weak spot there, undermined by the accumulated damage. And yet, a man cut the roots of the ancient tree of the ruler of the forest. Is such a thing even possible? Suho exhaled. It finally worked. He only used decapitation to prove his skill to the system. And when the system determines that a certain level of mastery in a skill has been achieved, it recognizes the understanding and raises the level. This is what happened this time too. The system declared that An Suho's understanding of swordsmanship was incomparable to anything else. The system recognized the player's abilities and completely transformed decapitation. Now the decapitation skill has reached rank C and is capable of cutting through even steel. The information about the Guardian Sword has also been updated, and now An Suho has become the heir to the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship and has mastered the Void style. Meanwhile, Malayan sent more and more roots at the hunter, challenging him to try to parry them. A thick root, made up of several roots, each wider than a thick tree, hung over the boy. Suho thought, how opportune, now we will try out the style of emptiness. He applied the first form of the Void style, steel cutting. One blow was enough to cut through the massive root. Malayan could not believe his eyes. He exclaimed, what kind of witchcraft is this? A man cannot possess such power. The guy repeated again that this is not magic, it is the result of tireless work. He addressed the ruler of the upside-down forest, saying that this battle was about to take an interesting turn, so he should prepare himself. When Suho first developed the Guardian Sword, he thought it was the pinnacle of swordsmanship techniques, but he soon realized that this was not the case. He then learned the first form of the Void style, steel cutting, which Suho had mastered much earlier in this life. Enraged, Malayan shouted that he would crush this dark magic. The hunter looked at the ruler of the upside-down forest in surprise and asked, are you really unteachable? Suho activated Steel Cleave and another giant root was flying towards him. Malayan clenched his fists in anger, asking how this was possible. The guy asked if Malayan was surprised that he had cut its shoots with a sword, and that they had given him the eyes for decoration or something. Suho promised that he would soon pull the ruler down from his pedestal, but he replied that the worm had become so proud that he had only just cut through a pile of dirt. And then the hunter noticed that movement began again next to him. Several corrupted dark forest golems were moving towards him. The strongest of them was level 98. An Suho told Malayan that he really was a cursed druid. He created so much trash in his upside-down forest. The ruler of the forest chuckled. Let's see if you can handle this trash. He ordered his giant golems to finish off this impudent bastard. The stone giants rushed at Suho, who rushed towards new enemies. His bloody blade glowed, ready to cut through anything. The hunter flew straight towards the giant stone hand reaching out to him. The system informed the player that steel dissection had been activated. Having flown over the stone giant, the guy hit him on the head with his sword. The golem fell apart. He was defeated. Malayan looked at the collapsed giant in confusion. He couldn't understand how this little bastard managed to do everything. One by one, all the corrupted golems were defeated by Hunter An Suho. The guy told Malayan with a grin that he could cut through steel, but he thought that some pile of stones would stop him. Having dealt with the golems, Suho turned to the ruler of the forest and asked if that was all. Malayan clenched his fists and roared through his teeth, what a bastard, you will pay for this. The ruler of the forest turned to the lake and shouted at his subjects to shut up the impudent little man immediately. A huge ball of roots flew out of the lake and headed towards Suho, who rushed to cut the sharp roots. Soon, pieces of severed roots fell into the lake and began to quietly sink to the bottom. Malayan shouted that this was absurd, incomprehensible, a person could not be so strong. And Suho laughed. It seemed like the ruler of the forest had run out of tricks. The hunter jumped from the bank onto one of the pieces of chopped roots. He exclaimed that it was time to end this, and headed straight towards the ruler of the upside-down forest. The boy swung his sword and cut through the last two rhizomes that stood guard over their master. Suho kicked the proud druid and knocked him off the rock into the lake. The gate boss flew off his pedestal with a loud noise and fell into the water, raising a fountain of splashes. The enraged and humiliated ruler of the forest stood on one of the hidden rocks of the sacred tree. The ghostly spear appeared in the hunter's hand again. Malayan looked at it with apprehension. An Suho once again bound the main villain of the gate with ghostly shackles, and he groaned helplessly. The guy noticed that Malayan couldn't even resist such a cheap trick. Apparently, he was starting to get tired. The ruler of the forest shouted in rage at the pathetic little man to shut up. How dare he mock him? Instead of answering, Suho struck the boss with his sword and cut off his horned head. Blood gushed from the fatal wound. The system informed the player that he had defeated the ruler of the inverted forest, Malayan, and the gates had been cleared. Suho came here for the cursed druid's sphere of power. He grabbed Malayan's branched horns to get it. This item contains the power of Malayan, a druid rejected by the gods for his difference from the others. The void style was cool, sure, but his real goal was the sphere. He needed it to defeat that guy in the next gate. It was time to return. By this time, everyone had already seen that the gates had been cleared. Choi Yun whispered with delight. He really did pass them, and Bandu Oak cursed loudly. The woodcutter planned to collect the entrance fee for these gates for the rest of his days and live happily ever after, thanks to them. It's not easy for one person to take control of the gates, but this brat in the salt cleared them out almost as soon as they opened. Pan asked the broker if she even understood how much he had invested here, and if she really thought he would agree to a measly 100 million. No way. He ordered the guys to get ready to rip out An Suho's throat. Choi Yun asked the woodcutter if he was really serious about doing this, and if he could handle the consequences. The bandit screamed that he didn't give a damn, and then blood gushed from the woodcutter's chest, and An Suho pierced him with a ghostly spear. Pandu Ok coughed up blood, surprise reflected in his cruel eyes. Seeing the chief fall to the ground, struck by a spear, the remaining bandits became confused. At that moment, An Suho emerged from the gate portal, and the bandits looked at the hunter with apprehension. Everyone understood perfectly well that it was his spear that killed the woodcutter. A bloody knife appeared in the guy's hands, and he asked the bandits with a smile if they wanted to continue. But none of them wanted to mess with the one who had just killed the monsters in the upside-down forest. The Axe's confidant suggested not to waste time, but simply for everyone to go their separate ways. But Suho had a different opinion. His bloody sword lay on the bandit's shoulder. The guy demanded that they pay the entrance fee. The hunter asked, "You broke the rules and thought you'd get off with a light scare. Return the money quickly." The frightened big man immediately agreed to pay, and after taking the money, An Suho got into Choi Yoon's car. The broker stepped on the gas, and the car sped away from the newly cleared gates. The girl thanked the hunter for the money. He grinned. Of course she would thank him. But you can't put a thank you in your pocket. She has to compensate him for the damage later. She was amazed. The guy was surprisingly witty in such situations. He objected. He was just used to handling swords. Suho warned that he would contact Choi Yoon again and asked her to write down the number. The hunter allowed her to contact him herself if a good gate appeared. Choi Yoon looked thoughtfully after the departing guy. He turned out to be better than she expected. A few days later, a spacious car pulled up to the Nexus Academy in the morning. An Suho's entire team was assembled, and Gu Yanhua asked the leader what they would be doing there. Suho replied that he would explain everything to everyone when they arrived at the place. The director can't be kept waiting, so they better hurry. He briefly announced to his team that they were heading to a gate called the Mine. The boys drove up to a large protective structure, next to which a group of miners was already standing. The car with the hunter stopped near the workers. Bae Dong-hyuk approached Suho and thanked him for coming all this way. The guy smiled, and they arrived in comfort. The guild leader pointed to the barrier and explained that they had set it up to suppress the gate's energy. As Suho requested, in addition to his team, a team of miners will be included with them. The guy said that everything was fine and suggested starting the briefing. Don-hyuk invited everyone to go inside. Ho explained that there were kobolds inside the mine, and if they could disperse them, they would collect a huge amount of mana stones. The strategy is simple: deal with the monsters, collect all the mana stones, and then defeat the mine owner and close the gate. Suho plans to deal with the boss himself, so he did not include information about him in the briefing. And finally, he reminded that all profits from clearing the gates belong to the Nexus Guild. Hunter Ann and the guild leader shook hands. Suho warned the miners to stay behind and start work only after the signal. He turned to his team. This was their first gate. The guys were probably a little nervous. Yanhua countered, "No, it was just that tears were welling up in her eyes at the thought of how much pain she had to endure for this." Ho said the run would be long and he needed to watch his energy expenditure. Daehan stayed in the rear and covered Ki-won while he supported him. Everyone else follows Suho in formation. And above all, remember that the safety of the miners is a priority. An Suho reminded everyone that this wasn't Kunlun. If they died here, that was it, the end. So they had to be on guard, and now it was time to go to the mine. The system warned the players that they had entered the gates of the mine. A kobold was waiting for them right at the entrance. He rushed at the people, but Suho pierced him with a ghostly spear. Immediately, another evil long-eared monster flew out to meet the uninvited guests. The leader of the group of hunters forged and created a powerful spear from blood. He struck down the mine's monsters one after another, not even allowing them to approach the people. An Suho's weapon was of such a high level that it could kill kobolds with one blow. There weren't many guards at the entrance, and while there was still some time, Suho decided to stock up on blood. The miners were stunned. What a hunter. He dealt with the guards in an instant. Amazing. The hunters echoed the miners. The workers were surprised, and for some reason the boys were also surprised. They admitted that they too were seeing the leader fight for the first time. Yanhua called out to the boys. There was no point in yawning. They needed to follow the leader. Suho ordered to finish off every last kobold. Even those who were running away, no one could be allowed to slip past. Kaiwan shouted that he would cover and created a magical barrier for the monsters. The large Daehan quickly dealt with the kobolds with his heavy weapons. Gu Yanhua glanced at the guys and periodically reminded them to keep in line and not to rush ahead. An Suho was pleased to note that everyone was doing a great job in their positions, so there was nothing to worry about. The girl commanded the miners to begin mining while they moved forward. The foreman commanded his men, "Get to work, boys, chop up the valuables." The miners quickly mined most of the stones at the starting point, and they could be carried out. The foreman ordered the transport team to be sure to collect all the offal. Noticing that one of the workers froze, the foreman asked what he was staring at. The miner replied, "It's just really amazing." At this time, Suho was dealing with a large group of local monsters. The kobolds rained down on the hunter like peas, but none of them could even get close to him. Hunter Anna's face was calm, his eyes focused. He was completely immersed in the fight. The aborigines of the mine rushed at the man with wild cries, but each time they were met with a spear. From the outside, it seemed as if An Suho had split into many clones and was everywhere at once. The boy activated the bloody weapon, and now he had a blade in each hand. The shadow spear was simultaneously fueled by the shadows of the slain monsters and became even stronger. Having dealt with the squad of monsters, An Suho glanced at the rest of the expedition members. Everyone was delighted. Wow, it's Sword Emperor An Suho, a rising star. He cleared 2 sealed gates single-handedly. The workers shouted, "It's an honor to work with An Suho. Let's give it our all." The guy looked at the workers in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with them. He told his team, "Guys, get ready, no time to relax." He pointed to a fork in the road ahead. The Nexus had given up in the past because kobolds had poured out of that hole like a swarm of rats. Manhwa asked, "So we need to split into teams to continue." Suho objected, saying that he would go on alone from here. The guy knew that one of these caves would lead to the gate boss. He activated steel cleavage and slashed at the rock, sending rock fragments flying in all directions from the impact. The guys were whispering, "Wow, he broke a rock with one swing of his sword. How strong is he? Is that even physically possible?" Ho noticed that the monsters wouldn't be able to rush through such a narrow passage in a crowd, so he ordered the guys to guard the right passage, and he would go through the left one. At first, Suho thought about blocking one side, but then the guys wouldn't get anything out of it, so they needed to gain experience. The leader ordered them to fight as kobolds, and no matter what happened, not to follow him. He will come back within 12 hours, but if he does not return within 12 hours, they must leave without him. Guyeonhwa replied that she understood the order. Suho knew it would take him at least a day to gather everything he had come here for. Disappearing into the cave, he told the boys that they would see each other again. The guys were worried. He blocked the entrance. "Is it true? Everything will be okay. It will definitely not be easy for him alone." Kai Wan firmly replied, "Everything will be fine. We all know that." The leader cleared the sealed gates single-handedly, and the others were also of the highest level. They all remember it. Yeonhwa nodded. "Of course, everyone remembers this very well, so let's trust the leader and focus on our part. It's time to show off the fruits of our training. Let's farm so many levels that the leader's jaw will drop when he returns." Meanwhile, Suho moved forward into the depths of the mine. Now that no one was bothering him, he could really get down to business. A whole army of monsters awaited the hunter in the cave. Ahead he saw a sea of eyes blazing with malice. The bloody sword in Suho's hand cast a bloody glint. The guy smiled. "There's a whole crazy cloud of them here." But the hunter was sure that this was not particularly important. He had seen even larger armies of enemies. The system warned the player that kobolds, level 74 Earth Guardians, were approaching him. Suho exclaimed with a smile, and here he was, coming to them and rushing into battle. The guardians of the land, baring their sharp teeth, rushed towards the intruder with growls and hoots. The bloody sword flashed with furious speed, cutting down enemies like a reaper's scythe. These opponents of An Suho were not at all scary, and then the hunter felt another kobold sneaking behind him. The cave monster rushed towards the man as quietly and quickly as possible. An Suho turned sharply towards the attacker. He instantly blocked the attack of the small, nimble kobold. The guy grinned. Wow, they even had some tricks up their sleeve. Impressive, even if this resistance was pointless. Meanwhile, the guys from Suho's team methodically destroyed the individual kobolds running out of the cave. Dahan said that they dealt with all the monsters. It doesn't look like there will be any more, but for now, we need to keep an eye on the entrance. The miners' foreman announced a break and ordered them to start cooking so that everyone could eat. The miners' team paused for a snack. The tired workers collapsed to the ground. Half a day had already passed. The miner approached the fighters. They had been fighting for 6 hours already. They were probably tired, but Ki-won calmed the worker down. The young man explained that everything turned out to be simple because the leader blocked part of the passage. Yeonhwa understood that if the monsters had come out in groups instead of one after another, the boys wouldn't have lasted even an hour. The girl really wanted to know if everything was okay with their leader. The first impression was not particularly pleasant. She considered him strange. But it seemed that over time, Yeonhwa had become attached to him, and now she was worried. Even though she couldn't help in any way right now, she chuckled, "Damn, seriously, who else needs to worry about whom?" She mentally told the leader that she would wait for him and believe in him. Having dealt with all the attackers, the hunter sat down on a rock to snack on some chocolate. A bloody sword protruded from the body of one of the freshly slain monsters. The monster's blood was gathering into a sphere, the guy noticed. He was getting by on just one small chocolate bar, and his sword was being eaten here. After resting a bit and filling the sphere with blood, the hunter rose from the stone. The remaining kobolds grinned angrily, but did not dare attack the hunter. The mine's monsters hid behind the rocks and shook with fear when the boy passed by them. Suho noticed that they had finally sensed fear, but he was no longer interested in them. Now the hunter has set his sights on the owner of the mine, that is, the boss. The guy warned the kobolds that it was too dark in the cave, so, excuse me, they would have to turn on the light. He pulled out a flare gun, an object that illuminates a specific area for an extended period of time. The hunter fired towards the den, where the gate boss had calmly saved him. The pistol's charge sparked, scattering bright golden sparks of light across the cave. The light sources began to multiply, and soon the cave became as bright as if dozens of suns were shining above it. Suho saw a huge fanged creature in the far corner of the cave. It was the boss. The boss of the mine was Pulgasari, a level 99 monster, so named because it was impossible to finish off. They say he's tougher than most monsters because he grew up eating ore, making him a monster among monsters. Suho said, "Well then, let's wake up the monster," and threw a ghostly spear at the boss. The hunter's weapon flew straight into Pulgasari's fleshy muzzle. The spear jabbed the monster in the face. Pulgasari opened his eye and looked around questioningly. Suho laughed. The spear bounced off that fanged face too easily. Noticing that, for some reason, it had suddenly become light in the cave, and some impudent fellow was poking with a spear, the monster's eyes flashed. Pulgasari stood up and stamped his huge clawed paw. The gate boss turned and looked at the uninvited guest who had come into his domain. The monster raised its head and trumpeted loudly through its giant trunk, fire of rage bursting from its eyes. The kobolds squealed in fear, covering their ears and heads with their paws. The miners screamed in fear, asking why the shaft was shaking so violently. The mine wouldn't fall on them. Manhwa looked back. It felt like the shaking was coming from where the leader had gone. She tried to understand what the hell was going on there. Suho looked at the giant who had risen to his feet. Pulgasari was indeed very impressive. The guy smiled. It looked like he really pulled the lion by the tail. The gate boss bared his large, sharp teeth and growled menacingly. The system warned the player that Pulgasari had activated a boss-level fear aura. In response, Suho activated the Dragon Blood, and the Dragon Spirit effect from the Dragon Blood prevented the fear from affecting him. The hunter smiled crookedly. The gate boss's intimidation had no effect on him. Pulgasari stared at the man in surprise, not understanding why the man was not afraid. The monster took a breath and trumpeted into its giant trunk, trying to intimidate the impudent little man. But in response, the hunter only smiled, protected by the dragon's blood. Suho raised the bloody sword and provocatively said to the boss, "Come on, attack." The gate boss tensed and spat at the hunter. Spit steel is exactly what it sounds like. Pulgasari fires accumulated ore-like projectiles. Suho knew very well that no matter how simple it sounded, the power and accuracy of that spit was terrifying. But in the end, it's still just steel that a hunter can cut through. The guy activated steel cleavage and hit the monster's projectile with his sword. As a result of the impact, the heavy steel spit broke into two pieces. The halves rolled to the sides, and Suho still stood in his place with a flaming bloody blade in his hand. The guy smiled and said, "Pulgasari, now let's tame you. No hurry." When the dust from the fallen steel projectile settled, the monster was surprised to see that the man was still alive. The giant elephant couldn't believe that the guy had handled such a huge steel charge. Suho thought it was good that he had taken the precaution of collecting more blood from the monsters killed in the mine. The gate boss frowned and trumpeted angrily. Streams of magical energy flowed around the monster's body as it prepared for a new attack. Having blown his trumpet once again, the giant suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the hated enemy. He opened his fanged mouth and aimed at the boy. Suho was genuinely surprised by such lightning speed. The hunter asked in amazement if he really could be that fast with such a mass. The player thought that these were some kind of cheats. He quickly jumped to the side because the monster had already jumped onto the very spot where Suho had just stood. The boy jumped onto the rock and waited for Pulgasari to pass by him. The hunter realized that if he spent too much time, the cave might collapse. He quickly activated the tonic and blood weapon. Suho thought that he would have to use all the blood accumulated in the blood sphere to increase the attack range. The guy activated steel cleavage and slashed at the thick tail of the monster passing right below him. The boss howled in terrible pain. Suho jumped back away from the raging, menacing monster. Now he was convinced that the steel cutting worked regardless of the depth of the strike, due to the effect of the skill. No matter how thick the skin is, if the blade is able to pierce it, it can also cut it, and this is how Suho will subdue the monster. Of course, there is a standard strategy for defeating Pulgasari, namely fire. But this requires a huge flame, and Suho is not even a mage, so he definitely won't be able to do such a thing. And since I'm Suho, a swordsman, the only honest option is to deal with the boss with my sword. The wounded beast turned to the hated man and trumpeted furiously. The monster tensed up. The waves of fear coming from him became even stronger, but they had no effect on the hunter. Taking a closer look at Pulgasari's actions, Suho was amazed. The system explained to the player that Pulgasari had shrunk in size, activating hyper-regeneration. After taking significant damage, he shrank, absorbing the minerals in his body to fully heal. That's why they say Pulgasari is immortal, or more precisely, that he's incredibly difficult to kill. The monster growled questioningly. Suho smiled. "Did you think I would just watch and do nothing?" As the severed tail regenerated, Pulgasari stood up and activated Hyper Boost. Suho knew that this monster's Hyper Boost absorbed accumulated ore in order to strengthen the beast's skeleton. The gate boss used both of his skills, apparently realizing that he would have to give it his all in the battle with the hunter. Suho exclaimed that he accepted Pulgasari's challenge. The beast immediately took off and rushed at great speed towards its small enemy. The system warned the player that Pulgasari had used a hyper spin move. Suho had long been curious to personally check how strong Pulgasari was. After all, he was always considered one of the most terrifying of the unmarked monsters. Now the boy had the opportunity to test whether his blade could cut through the monster's best move. As soon as the beast, spinning at high speed, approached Suho, the boy struck it with his sword. The monster continued to spin, but its movement stopped, sparks flying from the bloody sword. The pressure from the gate boss was so strong that smoke came out from the hunter's shoes. The giant elephant's face was right in front of the hunter's face, and the beast looked intently at the man. Suho held the monster's gaze without blinking. He knew he was right, and so not a single muscle on his face moved. The guy realized that his skill was stronger and smiled slightly. The hunter's blood sword began to slow down Pulgasari's famous hyperspin. Exhausted and extremely surprised, the monster fell to the floor of his own cave. Suho was surprised why the monster's skill had stopped, and the giant elephant didn't understand either. The hunter decided not to waste time and immediately attacked the boss while he was in a weakened state. He activated Steel Cleave and slashed his sword at the monster lying on the floor. Pulgasari howled in pain. He was very badly wounded, but still alive. Suho quickly pulled Malayon's sphere out of the storage and quietly told the monster that it was now his. The rest of the expedition to the mine noticed that the shaking had finally stopped. Since the shaking started, the kobolds have not come out, so the miners have managed to collect most of the stones. Seo Ki-wan said, "Now all that's left is to wait for the leader to return." Yanhua remained silent. Suddenly, the girl saw a system message that the gates had been conquered. Similar messages appeared from other participants of the expedition, and everyone immediately perked up. The system also reported that the hunter An Suho made the greatest contribution to conquering the gate. Kaiwan exclaimed enthusiastically, as expected from their captain. Suho was bombarded with messages about bonuses, but he was interested in something else. He approached Malayon's green sphere of power. The guy took the sphere in which the monster was imprisoned in his hand and joyfully said, "Finally caught." The hunter noticed that the animal was truly resilient since it was able to withstand a blow that would be fatal for others. He looked at the wounded elephant. Suho did not initially intend to kill it. His goal was to tame the beast. It was not without reason that Suho used the only charge of Malayon's sphere of power on Pulgasari. He released the green sphere from his hands, allowing it to free the renewed little monster from its captivity. The elephant calf Pulgasari, a level 99th dominant species summoned beast, appeared on the ground. One mark like summoned beast or dominant species would be enough to give him a C rank, and this guy has both. Suho leaned over the baby elephant and activated healing, and soon his huge wound began to heal. When the wound was completely healed, the monster's eyelids fluttered slightly, and the baby elephant opened his surprised eyes. The guy said with a smile, "Hello, my cutie," the baby elephant said questioningly, "Pull." The hunter sternly told the long-eared little animal to listen carefully, and he replied, "Plop, plop." Suho explained that once they left here, they would never come back, so they needed to collect all the ore and mana stones. He asked the beast if he was ready to get down to business. Pulgasari answered with a smile, "Pull, pull," and ran to the crystals. Suho's team members waited for him for a long time, not understanding why the leader had not returned yet. Gaia, who tamed Pulgasari in the past, was called the Master of the Earth solely due to the beast's abilities. Suko opened the entrance to the subspace, where little Pulgasari dragged all the minerals he found in the cave. At the same time, the baby elephant ate his fill and happily jumped around the hunter's subspace house. Having collected minerals, the animal would spit them out in the house and immediately go for a new batch. Soon the entire floor was littered with large minerals, shimmering in all the colors of the rainbow. These were mana stones. The baby elephant ran back and forth, exclaiming, "Poop, poop." Suho smiled. His unusual pet was enjoying life. The hunter was amazed at what an impressive collection quickly appeared in his house. Pulgasari was truly the best miner. The Nexus mining crew has definitely already taken their share, so all that's left is Suho. The guys were worried. The leader was not coming out for too long. A lot of time had passed since the message about the gate's conquest appeared. The miners' foreman suggested that perhaps he was seriously injured and that they should go further and search for him themselves. As Daehan timidly asked the guys, it's not that they don't believe in the leader, they're just worried about what they all think about it. Seo Ki-wan stubbornly replied, his brother will definitely come back. The young man believed that it was their duty as team members to have faith in the commander and wait for him. Gu Yanhua chuckled softly. This boy had fanatical faith in An Suho. She reminded Daehan that the leader had given them clear instructions. The gates had been cleared, so they would wait as long as they could. Yanhua would be lying if she said she wasn't worried, but if they didn't have faith in their leader, the team wouldn't be a unit. She remembered his words before leaving. She needed to wait at least 12 hours, as the leader had said. And then everyone saw that sparks ran along one of the walls of the cave, and it began to crack. Then there was an explosion, stones flew in different directions, and a passage was formed. The boys' eyes sparkled. Their leader had finally returned. They hadn't waited for him in vain. Looking out from the passage, Suho noticed with surprise that all the participants of the expedition had gathered there. Kiwon screamed. Where had his brother been for so long? Did he at least understand how worried they were? Ho grumbled. They could have looked. The young man objected, but his brother told them not to follow him, no matter what happened. Vaughn insisted that they should believe and wait. Suho patted the boy on the shoulder and said, "Great job, keep up the good work." Kaiwan was delighted and was praised. An Suho told the others that they were all very patient. The girl philosophically remarked that if they couldn't believe in the leader, then who could they believe in? He thanked her for her trust. But she didn't understand why Suho came out so late. The gates had been cleared half a day ago, he replied. He had things to do. The kids wouldn't understand. Manhwa yelled that she wasn't that much younger, and how dare the leader treat her like a child. An Suho approached the miners, thanked them for waiting for him, and suggested that they all go outside. The workers shouted in unison, "Yes, let's go." The guild leader was worried. The line disappeared. This should mean that the gates were cleared, but for some reason no one comes out. Maybe something happened. They can't even get inside. Baedong Hyuk was already going crazy with worry. If something happened to An Suho, Nexus would be in trouble. He is the biggest star in the country. Even the association has its eye on him. And it's not just about association. The public won't forget to hold them accountable either. Suddenly, the guild secretary shouted that Hunter An Suho had finally come out. All the participants in the gate clearing returned safe and sound, and the leader and secretary breathed a sigh of relief. The head of Nexus rushed towards Hunter An as fast as he could, and he was very surprised by Director Baedong Hyuk's behavior. Suho said, as he promised, the gate has been cleared, the director can check for himself. The guild secretary was shocked by the huge amount of precious ore mined in the mine. Don Hyuk replied, "Yes, Hunter, Anne gave us a great gift." Although the contract length was shortened due to the special recruitment, it was more than enough to show Suho's sincerity. If the guild had failed to conquer these gates and handed them over to the state, a blow to their image would have been inevitable. The guild leader understood that today, An Suho had practically saved Nexus's reputation. Bei invited the guy to his place. They calculated the profit from the expedition to the Cobalt mine, which Suho wanted to notify about. The head of the guild thanked the hunter again, who replied that it was not necessary. It was the least he could do for them. Baedong Hyuk showered him with compliments, saying that everyone was concerned with lining their pockets, but An was not like that. The guy thanked him for the kind words, and Don Hyuk suggested looking at the summary report together. This is a preliminary estimate of the value of the materials extracted by the mining team this time. Suho's eyes widened in surprise. The price was 7.2 billion won. The mana stones in this mine turned out to be high grade and large. After processing, the net profit will exceed 10. The guy realized that the stones he took were worth much more, just to hold back his smile. Don Hyuk stated that he wanted to offer Hunter An's team 10% of the expedition's profits to this gate. The guild leader was sure that pretending that they had earned all of this with their own efforts would be completely shameless. Suho tried to refuse, but the leader asked him to agree. Only then would he feel at peace. The hunter assured Don Hyuk that he didn't need it. He had already quietly collected too many minerals. After much debate, An Suho proposed his own way for the guild to thank him. Baedong Hyuk agreed to everything. The guy was surprised because he hadn't said anything yet. The leader spread his hands. They owed so much to the hunter Anu that they would agree to any offer. The guy thought, yes, Baedong Hyuk was always like this. That's why he chose Nexus. The hunter admitted that he actually wanted to talk about it from the start. He wants to form a secret team to clear the gate. Don Hyuk was surprised. Suho has already formed his own personal team, but will soon join the association, so he asks the head to take the guys under his wing. The hunter asked to register his team in the Nexus and provide them with secret support. They are all very capable. Don Hyuk realized that it meant that Anne was going to continue being a hunter even after joining the association. The guild leader clarified that these were probably the same ones who were in the mine. Suho confirmed. Don Hyuk promised to arrange everything in the best possible way. If Ho had not been a regressor, he would never have been able to propose such a thing. The privileges of regression are pleasant. But he still trembled at the thought of betrayal. Now he would carefully check everyone and recruit only allies. An Suho entered the room where the team was waiting for him. Manhwa sarcastically asked what brought the leader to them. He replied that he had come to make an announcement. Starting from today, they are all members of the Nexus Guild. The guys' mouths dropped open in surprise. They all came under his command for their own reasons, so he registered them all in the Nexus. Now they will be paid. Now they will be at rank B, but they will be able to increase it. The guys were delighted. They became members of a large guild. Amazing. At that moment, Suho's phone rang. He walked away a little and answered the elder. Sun Yul had already heard that Suho had caused a big stir recently. It was really impressive. Pai called to share the news. The request for special recruitment had been approved and the higher-ups had given their consent. So Suho will soon receive his ID and start working. The guy thanked the elder for taking care of him. He promised to do his best to continue to impress his senior. In the Nexus Academy break room, all the members of An Suho's team seemed to be asleep. In fact, Seo Ki-wan digitized them and transferred them online for training. As soon as the guys entered the folder, a whole crowd of terrible viruses pounced on them. Everyone rushed to attack the computer monsters. A heated battle ensued. It lasted for several hours, but the boys did not notice it. There were surprisingly many viruses. They kept coming and coming. Guak Du-ho praised his comrades. They are doing well, but everyone needs to maintain their positions. Seeing that Ki-wan was barely standing, Manhwa asked him how he was, and he replied that he was fine. The girl suggested that he take a short break, but the young man objected, saying that he could continue. Now he is a full-fledged member of the Banshee team and cannot fall behind. He cannot be a weak link. Kim Hyun-min laughed and hit the young man and laughed. Wow, our little guy is in good shape. Ki-wan fell. Du-ho barked that he asked to keep an eye on the boy in Daehan's absence and not to bully him. The girl extended her hand to the young man and said, enough of the chatter, and suggested that he get up and not be the weak link. If he wants to level up to at least 100, he'll have to work a lot harder to avoid losing face in front of the leader. Du-ho added, and 100 is only the minimum if he wants to be treated normally. Hyun-min picked up, even though we still have a long way to go, let's push ourselves and continue on. Suho, who had dived into the net after the boys, heard Yonghua, the Banshee team, give the order to fight. The guys seemed to be full of energy, but he has already killed all the viruses. Anne grinned. He, of course, asked them to take on a more difficult task, but he didn't expect it to be so fierce. Suho asked Kiwon how he was doing, and the young man replied that he was taking a short technical break before the next stage. The squad leader announced that he had killed everyone, so they could head outside. The leader told the boys that if they were hungry they could go and have a snack, but they categorically refused. They had only just started. Suho smiled, which means you've already decided to work tirelessly of your own free will, then we'll see you outside. The hunter walked into a small cafe in Seoul's Silom district. He understood that he needed to tighten up his schedule. There was still a lot to do. Once the special recruitment request was passed, he would no longer have so much free time. And P. Sun-yeol will constantly keep an eye on him after he is hired by the association. So, first you need to find that guy. Choi Yun's car pulled up to the cafe. The girl got out of the car and headed into the cafe. The girl cheerfully greeted Suho and asked him to order her a strawberry frappe. The guy asked if she didn't have any money of her own, so he invited her to get his. Yun sighed. She had been trying hard to get the information she needed. At that moment, a strawberry frappe was placed in front of her. The girl was stunned by surprise. Ho laughed. She wanted a strawberry frappe. Here it is. She was puzzled how he had guessed to order in advance, and even guessed over time. The hunter replied with a smile. Let's call it intuition. In fact, the memory library is full of information about Choi Yun. It even contains such trivial details as coffee preferences. And Suho is not ashamed to use any useful information. The guy asked, so what? She won't even say thank you? Yun smiled and thanked him. Such a pleasure. The hunter asked, so if she found what he asked for, the girl nodded and handed him a folder with documents. She sincerely did not understand why Ho needed this drug addict and asked not to call him that. Suho needed a master, and this guy was just the thing. He is one of the most outstanding blacksmiths of An Suho's past life, and this guy's name is Nam Hai-wan. It's good that Yun found him quickly. Now he doesn't stand out in any way. Now all that's left is to find him. Suho asked the broker if she probably knew about the union's cash in Cheongdam. Yun was amazed that he knew about that too. Of course, in his past life, he had access to almost any information, and he offered to hand over the cash for his use. The girl laughed. Cheongdam is one of the best shelters. It will not be easy to get the rights to use it. The hunter reminded her that she had said she wanted to return the debt. Could a reliable broker really want to back out? The broker was indignant, but what? These documents are not enough. Suho grinned, which meant that Choi Yun's life was worth a couple of bills. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have lifted a finger. She objected. Well, no, she really wants to help him as much as she can, but this is Cheongdam itself. Finally, she agreed to call, and a little later said that everything was fine. The guy smiled. You see. The girl asked if he really needed Cheongdam, and he asked if she wanted to know the details. Choi Yun waved her hands. There was no point in asking, but honestly, Suho chose him simply because he was nearby. The broker reluctantly added that her superiors had one condition. They agreed to give Suho access to the Cheongdam hideout, even at half price, but only if he fulfilled their request. The guy thought, this is unexpected. Even half the price is already a significant amount. Choi Yun was sure that the hunter would agree, so she would call, but Suho stopped her. He would like to hear the request first. The girl noticed that he was quite scrupulous for someone asking for a favor. The guy explained that he had to be meticulous, as he would soon become an association hunter and official. The broker said the condition was simple: clear the gates. The union had recently found a new gate. The gate opened in a very popular place, on Naman-san. The transfer of gates from hand to hand requires silence, but these are conspicuous. Suho asked what the difficulty was. Yun didn't know. While they were researching, it only allowed hunters up to level 110. The gate itself is called Heavenly Mountain. The main monsters there are wyverns, and it is their mobility that causes problems for people. Suho doesn't have to go alone. He can join the next squad. Even he won't be able to clear them out on his own. The guy thought about the heavenly mountain on Namhansen. He asked if the wyverns there were blue. Yun confirmed with surprise. The hunter stood up. Great. When the cleanup was scheduled, Choi said that he could leave right now. Suho smiled. In that case we'll go now. Just adjust the conditions. No team is needed. He can handle it alone. Soon they arrived at Namhansen. The entrance to the dangerous gate was in a picturesque grove where tourists like to visit. The Union hunter lamented, "Oh my god, he went alone, but he also refused supplies. Isn't he too self-confident?" Choi Yun suggested to Hunter Kim Soo-won that he shouldn't be too strict. The girl was sure that Suho would clear the gates. He always shows unexpected results. Soo-won asked if he was so confident because he was on Suho. Choi Yun laughed. That's right. She thought that the cleanup wouldn't take much time, so she could sit down for now. Soo-won thought, sword god on Suho. If he clears the truth, he will become an even bigger celebrity. And if he doesn't cope, he'll sink to the very bottom. It will be funny to watch either option. Suho looked around. So this is what it is. The Heavenly Mountain. He read about it in the association archives. This gate was not sealed. But many hunters died trying to clear it out, since the only monsters here were wyverns, so they sent mages and archers. Warriors who couldn't interact with a target in the air were practically excluded, but Suho was a different matter. He activated his blood weapon and said, "Well, let's get started." The guy activated the jump and rushed upward, pushing off from the rock. From the outside, the celestial mountains are washed by blade-sharp wind currents, leaving only a direct ascent through the canyon. However, natural phenomena affect players differently, depending on their stats. For example, for a red rank like Suho, it's like a gentle gust of fresh wind, so he can climb directly. A level 109th Celestial Wyvern leader awaited the player on the mountain, but the path to the leader was blocked by several more monsters, slightly lower in level than the leader. The hunter jumped onto the mountain and looked around carefully. The monsters, seeing the uninvited guest, growled threateningly at him. Wyverns, lesser relatives of dragons, possess superior flight abilities and immense strength. They are also cunning, which makes them difficult opponents. Which means they probably think Suho is easy prey, just some guy with a sword. The monsters of the heavenly mountains circled above the hunter with angry cries. The monsters' membranous wings were adorned with razor-sharp claws. They flapped their wings loudly and screamed, trying to intimidate the intruder. The guy noticed that he was somehow being underestimated here. They use such a predictable whirlwind attack that it even becomes offensive. The hunter activated an instant strike and immediately struck a large wyvern. The winged monster fell onto the rock with a surprised cry. Suho warned that his attack range was far from that of a normal swordsman, and he is very different from everything the wyverns have had to fight before. The leader of the pack growled angrily when he saw the little man killing his subjects. Now several monsters at once prepared to attack the strange swordsman. The guy asked, "What? You can't handle it one-on-one, so you decided to attack as a crowd." He contemptuously called the winged giants pathetic scum. The monsters surrounded the hunter and launched a coordinated attack, but in the front ranks there was only bait. The real threat is the leader, who attacks last. Suho constantly felt the pack leader's gaze on him. Finally, the leader decided that the right moment had arrived. He opened his huge mouth and rushed at the enemy. But the hunter immediately defended himself, striking the winged giant with a bloody sword. The monster was surprised by the attack. He croaked questioningly, examining his opponent. The system informed the player that the Sky Wyvern leader had used intimidation. In response, Suho activated the dragon blood, the effect of the dragon spirit preventing the intimidation from affecting the guy. He thought with disdain that some wyvern would dare to consider itself equal to a dragon. Seeing that the intimidation had no effect, the leader let out a piercing cry. The hunter smiled, but now it seemed the lizard was really furious. In response to the leader's cry, wyverns began to fly in from all sides. The monsters sat on the rocks and broke them into individual stones with their strong paws. Suho chuckled to himself. It looked like they wanted to throw stones at him. And they do understand how to take advantage of the terrain. They are definitely not like ordinary monsters. The monsters flew up with the stones and threw the boulders straight at the enemy. Pieces of rock began to fall with a roar around the hunter. The guy thought it looked like the minions were dropping rocks to limit his mobility. And the leader immediately delivers a powerful blow. A good strategy. Huge rocks continued to rain down around Suho, but he deftly dodged them. He noted that it was a good attempt by the wyverns, and they were indeed intelligent, but it wouldn't help because Ho had activated the jump. Flying up, the boy activated the first form of the Void Style and Steel Slash. The wyvern leader was genuinely surprised to see the guy with a bloody sword in the air. The hunter grinned wryly. No matter how smart the wyverns were, they still hadn't seen death in the face. He dealt the pack leader a powerful blow that proved fatal. The system informed the player that the Sky Wyvern leader had been defeated. The mortally wounded winged giant began to fall onto the rocks with a scream, his scream awakening the king of the Sky Wyverns. A huge blue lizard flew out of its nest and roared. Its kingdom was in danger. The leader of the wyvern pack fell with a crash onto the flat mountain peak. An Suho's bloody sword was sticking out of the monster's neck. The guy jumped on the dead enemy, pulled the sword out of the wound, and said that he had taken the small change. He thought he would have time to fully master these skills before meeting the boss, but apparently there was still room for improvement. The hunter was already slowly beginning to figure things out. There was no need to rush anyway. The main course was just around the corner. Suho activated his jump again and rushed up the cliff. The awakened king roared from above, meaning he noticed that the hunter had already dealt with his offspring. Finally, the guy reached the true heavenly kingdom. From now on, everything will be for real. Near the peak of the heavenly mountain was the entrance to the boss room. The hunter landed on a small plateau where the king of the sky wyverns was located. Suddenly, it seemed to him that the sun had set and evening had come. Suho looked up in surprise at why the sky had turned black. It turned out that the king of the sky wyverns rose up and blocked the sun with his huge body. It was a giant monster of level 113. The system has warned the player that the Sky Wyvern King has used intimidation. Suho thought that if it weren't for the dragon's blood, his brain would have been knocked out cold by such a scream. For a moment, you could even mistake him for a real dragon. He is so huge. Among all the monsters Suho fought after his regression, this one had the highest level, but a wyvern was still a wyvern. He's already fought a real dragon, so there's some kind of flying lizard there. The hunter suggested that the gate boss begin the battle already. The Sky Wyvern King circled above the mountain peak, keeping an eye on his opponent. Suho snorted, and this one also wants to start from afar. I can't stand wasting time. He was sure that if he had only mastered that skill, he wouldn't have to stand still like this. I wonder if the king will come down if we take hostages. Let's see how long he will circle in the air if we run to his nest. As soon as the king saw that the enemy was running to the nest, he rushed with a cry to protect his offspring. The giant hovered above the hunter and began to beat its wings furiously. A hurricane-force wind arose. It picked up the stones and carried them towards the uninvited guest. Suho was surprised. Just think, just the pressure of the wind could push away so strongly. The king is still a king. His destructive power is several heads greater than that of his subordinates. It's good that the mountain is strong enough not to collapse from these attacks. Although, it may be the other way around. It is precisely because the mountain is so strong that the king allows himself to attack without holding back his strength. In any case, Suho now had a worthy opponent. The Sky Wyvern King used intimidation again, trying to frighten the enemy. But thanks to the dragon's blood, this had no effect on the boy. He jumped over the king and swung his bloody sword. The hunter activated Steel Cleave and struck the giant. The bloody sword descended upon the mighty body of the gate boss. But the sword only slightly scratched the ruler of the heavenly mountain. Suho noticed that the lizard was much stronger than he thought. It seems that the difference of 40 levels should not be forgotten after all. The hunter told his opponent that it was even better, as it would allow him to practice his techniques on the Wyvern King faster. The lizard felt that the boy had wounded him. He raised his fanged muzzle and screamed loudly. Literally, a moment later, the sound of wings could be heard from all sides. Wyverns were flying from all directions. Suho, of course, expected that the king might call for reinforcements, but something happened too quickly. And isn't it true that he called too many of them? Wyverns are usually extremely cautious creatures, but here it was as if they had all gone crazy. On the king's orders, they began throwing stones at the man. With so many of them, it became difficult to dodge. It's good that Suho decided to invest everything in strength first. High strength stats not only increase attack potential, but also improve the speed and range of jumps. It really helps with evasive maneuvers. Suddenly the guy saw a message from the system. The king urged his subjects to not give this little rascal a second to rest. After reading the system message, Suho smiled just in time. It was just a simple jump, but it took so long to master it completely. He activated his jump again and soared into the air. The system finally recognized An Suho's jumping ability and understanding. His jump skill has now been upgraded to C rank. As the skill rank increased, additional effects were added and capabilities expanded. The hunter grinned. The king flew away from him just enough so that he couldn't reach him when he jumped, using his head. But now Suho's jumping power has increased 5-fold, and he can also make another jump in mid-air. The guy activated the jump again and flew very close to the king. A bloody clot swirled in the hunter's hand as he modified the bloody weapon. Suho told the king that he had been careless and would now pay for it. The hunter first killed the wyvern that was flying to protect its king. The guy twirled the weapon in his hand and said that even an enemy of that caliber could be brought down with one lunge. He clutched the blade, preparing to deal the decisive blow to his enemies. Suddenly, Suho shouted for his blade to work harder and released several cutting streams, cutting down several enemies. Dozens of wyverns fell dead on the plateau, and the king was horrified at the death of his people. The monster landed on the platform opposite the hunter with a furious growl. Suho collected the blood of the killed wyverns into a sphere. He asked the king how he liked the new technique. He probably liked it. The hunter barely scratched the king's tough skin, but Suho needed such toughness to hone his techniques. So the boy asked the king not to die too quickly. The Sky Wyvern King growled menacingly. How dare a human say such a thing to him? The hunter jumped up and rushed towards the king. He swung his bloody sword, preparing to attack the blue beast of the heavenly mountain. Seeing that the guy was concentrating bloody energy, the monster growled threateningly. The king let out a cry of encouragement, demanding that his subjects protect him, but the wyverns were in no hurry to engage. After the death of their brothers, they were afraid to contact the hunter and snorted in fear. Suho told the king that it seemed his little ones were too scared to listen. The guy grinned. Since that's the case, it turns out that this man is the king of the wyverns. The enraged monster roared furiously, calling on his subjects to do their duty. They answered the ruler in fear, begging him not to ruin their lives. But some of the wyverns responded to the king's call, and Suho wondered if they still feared him more than death. And he already thought that they were smart creatures. The hunter swung his sword and the bloody wyverns fell to the ground. He sighed, "What fools." Ho was perplexed. After all this, he should have already improved his fencing skills, but they weren't growing. He planned to level up his skill and deal with this freak in one fell swoop, then climb to the peak. So he'll just have to force the wyverns to follow him, whether they want to or not. The guy quickly climbed the cliff, and here was the peak of Heavenly Mountain. The Sky Wyvern Queen is much larger and stronger than the king, but the queen is subject to a serious restriction. She is obliged to guard her eggs, so her range of movement is limited. Suho drew a line and noted that it was a safe zone. Seeing a stranger nearby, the Wyvern Queen reacted very aggressively. The system warned the player that the Queen of the Sky Wyverns had caused a landslide. A stream of stones flew towards the hunter. The guy praises her. Rather than move herself, she prefers to use the features of the terrain, maintaining proximity to the eggs. He activated an instant strike and slashed his sword at the edge of the safe area. The impact caused part of the rock to collapse, leaving the boy on a safe part of the plateau. Now, as long as the queen must remain in the nest, she will not be able to catch the hunter. The Wyvern Queen raised her massive head and screamed piercingly, calling her subjects. Suho chuckled. Yes, you'll call the kids to sort things out for you, and what a voice. Well, the guy doesn't care. The main goal is the queen anyway. At that moment, the Wyvern King landed noisily on the summit next to the hunter. Suho quickly jumped away from the winged king. The guy laughed. Well, as the head of the family, the king must protect his home. He suggested ending this senseless positional war. The sky giant growled. He was incredibly angry at the impudent boy with the bloody sword. The hunter activated an instant attack and attacked the Sky Wyvern King. Suho resolutely rushed into battle. Their confrontation with the king had already dragged on for a long time. The Wyvern King looked at the man with hatred. The hunter made a sudden lunge and threw the enemy back with a powerful blow. Suho decided not to even use the cutting technique because he needed to develop an understanding of the instant attack. As a pure swordsman, the only thing he can rely on is the blade. It is unchangeable, both in the past and in the present. So he must bring all his sword techniques to their peak as soon as possible. And when there is an enemy suitable for pumping, all that remains is to concentrate. You need to focus on the very tips of your fingers, to feel the very moment of activation of the skill. The boy rushed around his huge opponent, making lunges, and a wound appeared on the king's belly. The giant felt pain. He looked at his stomach and roared questioningly. There was a gaping bloody cut there. And then the system informed the player that his understanding of fencing was incomparable to anything. Ho grumbled, and was forced to wait. The wounded Wyvern King roared in rage. He looked at his enemy and did not understand what this little bastard was doing. Bleeding profusely, the Sky Wyvern King screamed and charged into battle with the hunter again. Suex took hold of the sword and said with excitement, "Yeah, come on, fly up." By this time, An Suho's instant strike had reached the highest rank and evolved into a new, more powerful technique. The guy pushed off the ground and flew towards his wounded opponent. The Lord of the Sky Wyverns no longer tried to avoid meeting the hunter. He was ready to destroy the man or die himself. Suho activated the second form of the Void Cloud slashing style and slashed his blade along the monster's entire body. There was a huge bloody wound gaping along the monster's spine. The guy had inflicted a mortal wound on it. The Sky Wyvern King screamed in pain, and the ruler of the Sky Mountain realized that he was dying. Spilling streams of blood around himself, he fell powerlessly onto the plateau. Suho also landed on the plateau, and behind him the body of the winged king collapsed. The system informed the player that he had defeated the Sky Wyvern King. Seeing that the king was dead, the Wyvern Queen screamed piercingly. The hunter chuckled, apparently upset that her husband had died. Now Suho headed towards the queen. He activated the cloud slicing skill again, and with one blow, he cut off the Wyvern Queen's head. The guy decided not to delay the reunion of the king and queen, and at the same time chopped down the queen's ardent winged defenders. The system was in a hurry to congratulate the player on his numerous victories. But most importantly, he defeated the Queen of the Sky Wyverns. The gates were cleared. Suho gained a lot of experience on the Heavenly Mountain, leveled up his double jump with cloud cutting, everything he wanted. The hunter's strength had already grown to 80, now it was time to start hunting. He pushed the queen's dead body aside and jumped into the stone nest. Down below, the boy discovered 12 eggs of the Queen of the Sky Wyverns. The Union's scouts found only 6, so it looks like Suho has hit the jackpot again. The guy thought he should definitely ask for a raise for them. That's all for the eggs. Now we need to deal with the monster bodies. You can always sell them at a high price or use them yourself. The body of the Sky Wyvern Queen is a particularly high-quality material, but Suho still decided to put everything into his ghost spear. He thrust his spear into the shadow of the slain queen. The system reported that the ghostly spear began to absorb the shadow of the queen of the Sky Wyverns. The weapon immediately began to strengthen, and soon it completely absorbed the queen's shadow. A 1-star monster is a great meal for a ghost spear. Judging by its condition, another larger monster is needed. The queen's body soon crumbled to dust, and Suho wondered who to choose next. The Union observers screamed, the gate line disappears. Wow, the sword god really turned out to be the sword god. Many thought that his passing through the sealed gates was just a rumor. Su-won was perplexed. Even a large detachment couldn't get through these gates, but he actually cleared them out single-handedly. Choi-yun reminded him that she had said that he would clean it up. Su-won didn't understand why the broker was so happy, and then someone noticed that Hunter On Suho was coming out of the gate. Choi-yun and Su-won congratulated Suho. He finally cleared the gates of Heavenly Mountain alone. He thanked them and said that they needed to look at some items first. He took out 10 eggs of the Queen Sky Wyvern. Kim Su-won was taken aback. As many as 10, the hunter confirmed, collected everything he found, naturally keeping some for himself. The guy played the fool and said that the queen and king fell far beyond the Heavenly Mountain. Their corpses could not be retrieved. Su-won asked the hunter, he is an excellent swordsman, but his official class is a healer. It's really hard to imagine that he fought flying wyverns using only a sword. As a fellow hunter, Su-won was very curious about how Suho had killed the wyverns. He must have had something else with him. Suho understood perfectly well what this guy was getting at, and smiled slightly. The swordsman-healer answered with a smile. Yes, 1 sword seemed to be enough. Su-won's jaw dropped. Did he really kill all the wyverns with just a sword, and even the king and queen? The Union hunter muttered. Wow, so cool. So that's what a real hunter is. Suho asked the broker if the conditions were met. She confirmed. More than, he even brought 10 wyvern eggs. In that case, the guy wanted to get the most spacious house in Cheongdam. Yun asked when he needed it. The hunter would like to move today, and he also suggested that Yun sell the items and stones he obtained. The broker smiled. Of course, she would sell all the items and launder his money using the best methods. In the meantime, Suho would like to ask Yoon for one more favor. There should be a patient named Nam Hai-won in the drug treatment center in Yeongdeung-po. Suho wants to know literally everything about him. Yoon was surprised, but it was she who gave him this file. The girl asked who he was. Suho seemed to have said that he was some kind of master. The guy angrily asked if he was supposed to explain everything in detail every time he asked for something. Choi-yun was offended. She considered them too close to talk about such things freely. Ho objected. That was not true. The broker snorted that the house would be ready in a couple of hours, and she would send him the address. He asked what about Nam Hai-won. The girl answered. Ho himself said that the boy was being treated in a drug treatment center. It won't take more than half an hour to gather information on any particular junkie. She'll let you know as soon as she's collected the report. Soon Yun called. The house in Cheongdam was ready. She also collected information about Nam Hai-won and sent it by email. Suho praised her. Good job. The broker was still offended. Couldn't she just tell him? The hunter said he was hanging up. As expected, Choi-yun works quickly. He found the right address on the map, Yeongdeung-po. That's where Hai-won, it turns out, was. Well, it's time to go recruit this guy too. Arriving at the place, Suho grinned. These are the royal chambers in which Nam Hai-won was chilling out, another semi-basement. The hunter headed towards the entrance to the apartment where, according to the documents, Hai-won lived. The curtains on the apartment windows were tightly closed. The guy pressed the doorbell, but didn't hear any sound. Maybe it was broken. He knocked loudly on the door and asked if Mr. Nam Hai-won was home, or if there was anyone at all. Suho chuckled and said very loudly, it looks like he'll have to come back another time. At this time, the owner of the apartment was lying unconscious on the floor, with 2 bandits bending over him. One of them grinned and asked Nama. The boy seemed to be expecting guests. The second one came up and said that it was time to finish. At that moment, they heard a loud knock on the door. The bandits turned around in unison and looked questioningly at the entrance. The door was knocked down, and An Suho was standing on the threshold. A big guy covered in tattoos rudely asked the guy who he was. Suho snapped back. The bandit didn't need to know that. The bandit was contorted with rage. He started screaming. This asshole went completely nuts. The hunter hit the big guy on the cheek, instantly knocking him out. The other 2 opened their mouths in surprise. Suho looked at them and calmly said, Okay guys, come here quickly. The detection of mana revealed that there were 4 people in the apartment. One of the bandits barked, Hey freak, who the hell are you? Another noticed that this guy looked familiar. Meanwhile, Suho was counting people. Those 2 were screaming. The third one was lying unconscious. And the fourth one is on the floor. That's where Nam Hai-won is. The bandit advanced on the hunter. Hello, why are we silent? You were asked who you are. Do you even know who we are? The guy also lightly hit the screamer on the cheek to shut him up. A light blow knocked out the bandit's teeth, and blood gushed from his mouth. The third one watched in confusion. The screamer lost consciousness from the blow and fell to the floor. The third one tried to tell the hunter that he couldn't do that. Suho interrupted him, slapping him on the cheek and adding that he could. The third bandit somersaulted in the air, losing blood, and also sprawled on the floor. The hunter approached the screamer, hit him too hard or something. Well, he's still breathing, so it's no big deal. We've dealt with these. Now we need to see what's wrong with the owner of the apartment. Suho shook the boy's shoulder, saying, Mr. Nam Hai-wan, it's okay. You can get up. But the guy didn't answer and didn't show any signs of life. And then the hunter saw a used syringe next to He-wan. These creatures pumped him full of drugs and tortured him. His body was numb, which means the injection was given quite a long time ago. He is breathing, but the signs of intoxication are severe, and we need to act quickly. Suho leveled up his healing to recovery, just for situations like this. Recovery can cure real illnesses. It usually affects areas you touch, but Isabella said you can extend the effect by adding mana. He grinned, saving a man, using the experience of the one who tried to kill him. What an unpredictable world. Hae-won's eyelids fluttered. He opened his eyes slightly and groaned. As if through a fog, he heard some guy calling his name. Nam Hai-wan sat on the floor and asked where he was. Suhai replied that he was at his home. Seeing the beaten bandits, Nam asked in fear why those people were in such a state and who the guy was. Suho explained that he calmed down those screamers, and Nam seemed to have taken drugs. Hai-wan screamed that they were the ones who drugged him. He shook all over, exclaiming, I swear it's true, believe me. The hunter saw that Hai-wan was too excited, so he couldn't talk to him normally. Nam Hai-wan admitted in an interview, after he became a famous blacksmith, that he was hooked by the Changsik gang. As a result, he suffered from withdrawal symptoms for a long time, in which case it is necessary to pull these dark emotions out of him now. Using the Ring of Emotions, Suho pulled out the heavy black energy from the future blacksmith. He asked Hae-won if he felt better, and the boy nodded affirmatively. The hunter asked, so those bastards from Chansik's gang pumped him full of drugs. Nam Hai-won looked at the big guys in bewilderment. So they were from the Changsik gang, Suho confirmed. Initially, the thugs from the Chansik gang called themselves the Golden Hand. But the Hunters Association found the name ridiculous and called them the Chansik Gang. Ho asked Hae-won if he was registered at a rehabilitation center, and he confirmed it, but how did the guy know this? The hunter said that he had obtained information while working to eradicate the gang. Hae-won no longer needs to worry about them. The drug addict, tormented by the bandits, sincerely thanked his savior. Suho promised to return soon. He noticed that Hae-won's lips were dry, and he was shivering. He asked the owner of the apartment to sit down for a minute. The hunter activated recovery. This skill helps addicts get rid of withdrawal symptoms. Hae-won will need to constantly receive recovery to fully heal. The hunter once again promised to return, but now he needed to go to the hideout of the Chansik gang. Hae-won stopped his savior and asked again who he was. The guy turned around and replied with a smile that his name was An Su-ho. He was a hunter, and they would see each other again. We were stunned. Could it really be that same An Su-ho? Even he, without having a television, heard this name just a couple of times after going outside. The news then said that Hunter An Su-ho single-handedly cleared another sealed dungeon. Now Nam Hai-won really recognized him. The guy was dizzy, amazing, that same An Su-ho. Leaving Nam Hai-won at home, the hunter went to the lair of the Changsik gang. After a series of gate missions, half of Yongdongpo was turned into a veritable slum. And because the area is located in the heart of Seoul, it has become a hotbed of crime. Even the police and the association turn a blind eye to this place. Suho finally found the right place. Seeing the sign, the guy asked what kind of small fry uses such a pretentious name. He walked up to the pompous sign and calmly walked inside. There was a grocery store on the ground floor. His condition only confirms that he is protected by bandits. It is obvious that he would not be so untouched without a roof. Suho walked through the store and headed towards the bandits' lair. He found a familiar staircase and began to climb up. His target was on the 3rd floor of the building. On one of the flights, the hunter heard a rude shout. A huge fellow demanded that he stop. The big guy barked that if the kid took another step, he wouldn't leave a single wet spot on him. Suho smiled, and it was apparently the bouncer, well, classic, and asked the big guy where Changsik was. The big guy roared, "Who the hell is a guy to ask their boss?" And then he recognized him, Hunter An Suho. He smiled. "Oh, thank you for recognizing him." The guard handed the famous hunter a high five. The guy lightly hit the bouncer, knocking him off his post on the stairs. Suk replied that it was indeed him, so let Changsik come out. As soon as An Su-ho entered the gang's premises, blows began to rain down. Every now and then one could hear the sounds of bodies flying apart and falling. As Su-ho advanced, the number of bodies lying in different positions increased. The guy noticed that none of these insolent bastards understood a word. Was it really so difficult to bring him to Chansik? Well, what can you do with them if they don't listen to words and even start fighting? Opening another door, the guy saw the gang leader, Chansik. Most of this gang are awakened. The fact that the gang operates so openly shows that society is not in order. Before the regression, the Chainsik group was even larger, and they couldn't be dealt with for a long time, which led to a lot of casualties. This means that the cancerous tumor should be removed before it has time to grow. Changsik asked Hunter On Suho what this sudden crap was. The guy answered, "Is it sudden?" The guys started it first. The leader asked what exactly they started. The hunter asked if Chansik would continue to play the fool until the end. He threw a syringe and an empty vial in front of the leader, saying that they had harmed his friend Nam Hai Wan. Suho just left him, or Changsik will continue to deny it. The boss asked who this Nam Hai Wan was, and one of his subordinates whispered something to the boss. The guy put his foot on the table and said that Chansik had ruined his best friend's life. And after this, the bandits are still wondering why he cares about this. A shadow fell across Chansik's broad face as he wondered what to do. Finally, he barked for everyone to get out. The guards tried to object to the boss. The leader yelled at the idiots to get the hell out of there. The bandits reluctantly left the chief's large office. When the doors slammed shut, Chansik said that there seemed to be some misunderstanding and suggested that they discuss everything. The hunter smiled wryly and asked what this misunderstanding meant. He stood on the table and, destroying it, headed towards the gang leader. Changsik jumped up from his chair in fright. Suho noticed that with every word, the bandit was digging himself deeper and deeper. A frightened Chansik warned that if the boy touched him and he called the police, he would be in trouble. The hunter hit the bandit and muttered, "This is nonsense. It's even somehow unusual to hear about the police from a gangster." Chansik gasped. The guy was surprised. Wow, one hit wasn't enough. The gang leader muttered that he would never forget this and would take revenge. Suho laughed. Could Changsik really be serious? The hunter clenched his fist and noted that the bandit continued to dig in. Before the blow, Suho suggested that he try to take back his words. Suddenly, Chansik's confidants heard strange sounds in the boss's office. They ran into the office, asking what the hell had happened. Suho calmly explained that their boss had escaped. He broke the window and ran away. Can't they see? They were perplexed, but then the third floor came up. Suho chuckled. Changsik is a level 100 hunter. He can survive this. The bandits asked the famous hunter, "What now?" Suho replied that he was going to shake this building to its foundations to see if anyone wanted to stay and go to Cheonak. The bandits turned pale, in that very Cheongak colony next to the Cheongsan prison. While ordinary criminals are sent to Cheongsong, the players' criminals are sent to Cheongak prison. It is overflowing with the most dangerous players, making life there a living hell where might reigns supreme. This reputation makes small-time gangsters tremble at the mere name of Cheongak, just like now. The guy growled at them to get out of here quickly before he tied them all up, otherwise he would pin them to Chansik and send them to Cheonak. The bandits gritted their teeth, wondering what about their boss, but then someone shouted that they didn't have any boss. Everyone ran away, the hunter snorted. What loyal henchmen? What else can you expect from them, cockroaches, by God? He warned the fugitives to leave empty-handed if even one piece of paper was lost. Now Suho wanted to see what they were hiding in their lair. Mana detection has detected 2 special objects. One is on the 2nd floor, and the second is here, in the corner, on the 3rd. The guy looked into the office. What banal idiots they were. Did they really think that no one would find it? A high-quality safe from a renowned brand that opens solely by reacting to a given mana. The safe is strong enough that it is not easy to remove the contents by cutting the steel. All that is needed is to carefully cut off the front panel. Suho called Pulgasari. The baby elephant cheerfully greeted his owner with a cheerful, "True." The hunter told the pet that he only needed to remove the safe door. If he could handle it, the baby elephant answered, "True." The animal extended its trunk and easily broke off tasty pieces of steel, which it immediately ate. Suho praised the baby elephant. What a great boy. He looks more like a pig than an elephant. The hunter and his pet looked inside the safe. The guy exclaimed, "Wow, just look, there are gold bars and a lot of cash." But much more important is all this accounting with the names of countless victims. Chansik's gang started with microloans aimed at ordinary people, then they attracted hunters. They hooked the awakened on drugs to extort money from them, and through this addiction the gang grew greatly. The drugs were much stronger than normal for the players, leaving them with no choice but to comply. If it weren't for Haewon's personality trait, he would never have been able to escape. Suho was sure that sending these creatures to Cheonak would be too soft. They must feel to the bones all the pain they caused their victims. After searching the bandits' lair, Suho went to Nam Hai Wan again. He once again took up the restoration of the future famous blacksmith. The healer said that was all for today and asked how Haewon was feeling. He replied that thanks to Suho, he was feeling much better and thanked the hunter for his help. Suho knew it would take more time for a full recovery, but this would be enough for now. The hunter gave Haewon a folder containing the accounting records left over from his defeat of Changsik's gang. The guy was stunned. Could it really be that Suho had defeated the Golden Hand? But that couldn't happen. The hunter explained that the loan amounts were small, but the interest rates were exorbitant. Haewon confirmed that he used his talent to pay off his debts, and as a result, the gangsters got him hooked on drugs. He tried to escape their grip and secretly made antidotes and neutralizers for himself. But they broke into his home and pumped him full of drugs, and neither the police nor the association lifted a finger. Haiwan was sure that whether it was the Changsik gang, the police, or the association, it made no difference. He knew that Suho would soon join the Hunters Association. He was just very angry. The hunter understood him perfectly. Pleas for help from Yongdongpo residents with drugs and debts are simply ignored. That's the reality. Everyone is passing the buck, saying that this isn't their area of responsibility and that they need to quickly join the association and initiate change from within. The hunter put his hand on Hee-won's shoulder and said that thanks to him holding on the whole time, he managed to save him. The guy had been through so much, tears welled up in the poor drug addict's eyes. He remained silent, clenching his fists convulsively to keep from crying. The boy hit his forehead on the floor and again thanked his savior. When Haiwan calmed down a bit, Suho said that he had a proposal for him. Changsik's papers contained information about Haiwan's abilities, his personal trait. The guy even earned money with the help of his talent. Apparently, this is a personal synthesis feature. This is the creation of new substances by mixing and processing materials. Production by synthesis is not subject to errors. Only Nam Haiwan possesses this trait, which is why he is called the blacksmith and master of mixing. An Suho was supposed to take him under his wing, but Haiwan was wary. He carefully confirmed that this was indeed the case. The hunter announced to the boy that he would like to officially hire him. From Chansik's documents, he learned about the victims of their scheme. He can't just ignore it, but there are too many victims. Does Nam Haiwan want to create a complete neutralizer of this drug? Then Suho will be able to help people more effectively. Of course, he will pay decently and provide good living conditions. Hee-won was amazed. The treatment alone was worth all the gratitude in the world, and he was also offering money and shelter. Most would start demanding benefits from the one saved, but he behaves more kindly. He is a true hero. Suho asked if Haiwan was not satisfied with the conditions. The guy exclaimed, "Not at all." He assured the hunter that he would do everything and asked him to allow him to help his savior. He doesn't need money. The fact that Suho saved him from this hell is more than enough, and he also heals him. How can he accept money? The hunter insisted that he had to hire him, otherwise he himself would be uncomfortable and would not be able to provide resources. Hei-won was touched. At that moment the phone rang. Suho's team arrived. It was time to go. The hunter invited the guy to go. An Suho and Nam Haiwan stayed at a private house in Cheongdam while Banshee went on a mission. Upon entering the house, Hei-won couldn't contain his delight. Suho was also impressed by the top-of-the-line house. 3 floors, staff ready to rush at the first call, beauty. The hunter offered Hee-won to choose his own room and could use the laboratory on the 3rd floor. Everything you need can be ordered via delivery, but Suho needs to stop by Nexus headquarters. At this time, Jin Hui called. The hunter had something to tell him. The reporter was intrigued. Suho said he had some great material. So the hunter went alone to Yongdongpo, one of the largest drinking areas in Korea. There he destroyed a well-known gang and then identified the victims. Now he plans to make his own neutralizer to cure those who were forced into addiction. Suho confirmed that he told the same thing to reporter Zhuo and that he plans to publish a series of articles. Zhou decided to start by showing the realities of the Yongdongpo slums and then write about the Changsik gang that parasitizes on them. Then there will be a story about how they discovered that someone had taken out the bandits and decided to dig deeper. And then, ta-da, Mr. An will appear. Zhuo picked the perfect mood. He didn't even have to adjust anything. Suho knew that once this news went viral, the police and the association would be inundated with criticism. Suho joining the association doesn't mean he will deal with their mistakes. They need to learn responsibility. Nam Haiwan will soon develop a great neutralizer. If Nexus acquires it, everyone will benefit. Nexus uses the drug to save the victims, which will also make the news. Although Nexus is actively involved in rescue efforts, it is not publicized, and the public is unaware of it. This is a chance to raise Nexus's brand status as a moral company in the eyes of society. Bae Dong-hyuk smiled. Everything is already planned. Good. They will support the hunter's idea. But developing a neutralizer is no easy task, Ho said, and one of the victims, Nam Haiwan, has already begun development. The guild leader nodded approvingly. They will buy it and help people. Don Hyuk thanked the hunter, who asked him to take care of Nam Haiwan when he started working for them. Hyuk assured that he would do everything he promised. Suho thought, great, a mutually beneficial cooperation has been established. Before we go back, it's worth checking on that guy in subspace. The bandit's huge body shook from the effects of the drug. Changsik gritted his teeth and muttered An Suho's name. The hunter opened the entrance to the subspace and appeared in the secret house. He noticed what a mess it was. Everything was scattered and broken. Looking at Changsik, it is immediately clear that he is seriously into drugs. The guy activated the recovery and healed the gang leader a little. The gangster's eyes were swimming, and he didn't understand what was happening. Suho told Changsik to stop mumbling and come to his senses. The big man screamed angrily and rushed at his jailer. An Suho kicked away the enraged bandit. Changsik screamed hysterically for the son of a bitch to let him out of here. The hunter laughed. Wow, you're really lively. Is the effect of the dope coming back in a new way or something? Although Changsik has already pumped up, so it will last for a few days, but he doesn't need to worry. There is still a reserve. The gang leader shook with horror and muttered, "Brother, please let me go." He crawled on his knees and begged, promising to do whatever the hunter said. But An Su-ho sharply replied that this would not happen. The bandit yelled, "Save me, I have been kidnapped and kept locked up here." The hunter chuckled. "Scream as much as you can, no one will come." Your idiotic sucking immediately evaporated upon hearing that you ran away. But Suho also promised to deal with them. Their victims had suffered so much that letting them go so easily was not an option. Leaving Changsik with a supply of drugs, Suho returned to his new home. Haewon had already met him and invited Hunter An to come upstairs. The delighted guy announced that he had finished the drug neutralizer. The neutral jam was called Hammer 2. Suho was amazed. He had only been gone for 2 hours, and he had already dealt with it. Haewon explained that he used the developments of the neutralizer that he had already used, which is why he called it Hammer 2. The author was sure that the effect was guaranteed. Suho asked, "Why the hammer?" The name of the drug that Haewon was pumped with was fantasy, so he decided to call the antidote Hammer, which will shatter fantasies. In one of his past life interviews, Haewon said that Hammer 4 saved him. Hunter said that Haewon is amazing, even though it's just a prototype, but to develop a second version so quickly is incredible. The guy laughed sheepishly, "All thanks to your support, Hunter An, and he just worked with his hands." Suho asked if Hammer 2 could go into mass production. Haewon nodded his head. The formula is ready, so with the resources he can make as much as he needs. The hunter asked the guy what level he was at. Haewon smiled. He was just at 50th, but after the synthesis, he grew. Suho understood, so there was no need to call Haewon for now, then we would save all the other victims. The first article about Yeonungpo was published. Suho was perplexed. A whole day had passed since the release of the first article, and there were still less than 1,000 views. Jo Jin-hui's prediction was absolutely accurate. These were not the only seedy slums in the city, nor even the second. There wasn't much of a fuss, but this time it was just a stepping stone to seeing the bigger picture. Volunteers handed out boxes of drug neutralizers, food, and water to addicts, who expressed their sincere gratitude. The next batch of humanitarian aid arrived, and it needed to be distributed quickly. Thanks to Nexus's support, the provision of aid to the victims went smoothly. Suho saw the phone ringing. It was Pai Sun-yeol's call. The hunter greeted the elder, who asked if the little one was doing well. The boy replied that thanks to his elder, everything was fine with him, and Sun-yeol laughed. He called Suho about presenting him with a certificate of honor and how he could quickly handle everything tomorrow. The hunter thought that after receiving the diploma, it was only a matter of time before he would finally be included in the special selection. Suho was happy with everything. Sun-yeol promised to prepare everything, and the guy should dress more decently and come to the association for lunch. The guy immediately called Jin-hui back about tomorrow. The reporter already knew about the presentation of the certificate of honor. Hui told his friend that he would be there. Suho was worried. Even though the views were few, the journalist had criticized the association, so he was probably already marked. But the reporter was sure that no one cared about any nonsense without views, especially since he hadn't broken any laws. Today he was going to publish the second article about Yeongdungpo, and tomorrow he would write about the award ceremony. Hui asked why Suho doesn't have social media accounts, as they could seriously influence public opinion. Almost the entire fan club complains that he does nothing. The hunter was surprised that he has a fan club. The reporter dropped the link. Ho found it was quite lively, and the name was Guardian Angel. Hui explained that fans jokingly call themselves believers, and Suho noted that Hui seemed to know a suspicious amount about it. In his past life, Suho also had a fan club, but he always thought that social media was a waste of time. However, it would be a good idea to work on his popularity, and then he noticed the nickname of the fan club's creator, Zolato Khan. The hunter asked the reporter point-blank if he was the owner of the fan club. Hui asked sheepishly how Ho had guessed, and he reminded him that the reporter was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Guilds don't have fan clubs, so Hui, as a personal reporter, decided to take care of it. The hunter laughed. Since Hui was doing this, he was ready to put up with it. The reporter thanked him and asked what about social media. Jo is ready to deal with them. He is an expert, and he will simply post major news, and that's it. Suho agreed to create an account, but decided to run it himself. If Jo sent him texts with photos, he would post them. A delighted Kavi asked for a link to the account. He would forward it to the fan club and immediately publish the second article. Haewon glanced at Ho's phone. The device was buzzing incessantly. The hunter replied, "Nothing to worry about, just notifications." Hui must have already advertised his account. Better turn off all notifications. And then Suho saw a message from Hui. He had just posted news about tomorrow's award ceremony in the fan club. The next day, Ain Suho went to the association for the award ceremony. The guy was stunned. They said it would be simple, but what kind of horror is this? The hall was packed with spectators. Everyone was making noise and waiting for the appearance of the hunter Anna. The association's staff asked everyone not to push. The hall was already full, the rest were standing outside. No one understood why so many people had suddenly gathered there. It turned out they were all fans of An Soo-ho. But this event was not even mentioned on the official website, so how did they find out about it? For the first time in the association's history, so many people turned out, even for a non-official event. The audience was worried about when the sword god would come. They really wanted to finally see him live. The girls' eyes lit up. They couldn't wait to see what he was like in real life. Some even skipped classes for this. The fan club president said he couldn't participate. He was really sad. Jin Hui must have listened to all this and barely held back a smile. He wrote to Soo-ho that he was in the hall and there were a lot of his fans there. The hunter immediately replied that he knew, that he could see and hear them himself. The hero of the occasion came early to observe. Hui was puzzled as to where he was. Soo-ho replied that he was in the hall, and the reporter shook his head in bewilderment. He activated the colorless loneliness that the first Mumumu gave him. As before, this item worked perfectly, and no one noticed Soo-ho. Sun-yeol texted the little one to run into the corridor near the hall. He wanted to look at his face. The hunter hurried to slip out of the hall through the back door. The guy greeted the elder. Sun-yeol smiled. "Oh, here comes our superstar." Pai pointed to the hall and said that he had never seen such a crowd of people in the association, but in fact, it was even good. The public's opinion of the association after yesterday's article wasn't great. Ho realized that the article about Yongdyungpo had still caused some kind of reaction. Sun-yeol grumbled, "Fucking Jin Hui, he's just scribbling some bullshit out of nowhere." He told the boy to go and accept his reward, and that was all for today, but he still had things to do. Soo-ho bowed to the elder and thought that people had always been indifferent to him. Even knowing that the PBS had sent its reporters here, Pai didn't check a single one. Although everyone had name tags, a little attention, and Jin Hui would have noticed right away. Well, this carelessness allowed Jin Hui to slip inside, and that's great. The host announced that they were beginning the award ceremony and asked everyone to take their seats. The door opened and An Soo-ho walked in, and the room immediately exploded. The fans shouted, "God of the sword, what a handsome man, and what eyes." Now it's clear why everyone is crazy about him. Every time Soo-ho felt terribly uneasy in such situations. The host asked the award to be brought out and the ceremony participants to come up onto the stage. As a token of gratitude, Hunters Association President Jang Kyung-hwan presents Hunter An Soo-ho with an award. Numerous cameras started clicking. The president whispered, "Soo-ho, it seemed, was not the first time posing like this." He responded in a whisper, all thanks to Kyung-hwan's instructions. The president laughed. He had heard from Pai that Soo-ho had done a serious job in Yongdyungpo. The guy replied with a smile that he had only helped the victims, that was all. The president warned Hunter Anna that he would hear good news in a few days. The guy realized he must be talking about a special set. They shook hands firmly. Soo-ho thanked everyone and said that he only did what he thought was right, so he felt a little awkward accepting this award. And at the same time, he now wants to try even harder, so he will continue to work as hard as he can. The audience applauded. Fans shouted that they love the sword god. He is the best. Then they moved on to questions. Kim Sang-woon asked if and still planned to join the association, and the hunter confirmed this. They asked Anna what prompted him to create a Stargram account, and he replied that a friend simply recommended it, and he decided to give it a try. The number of subscribers showed that many people are interested in An Soo-ho's life. They asked the hunter what he planned to post first, and he smiled. Well, since he received the reward, he'll write about it. Suddenly, PBS's Jin Hui raised his hand. The reporter took the microphone and introduced himself. The deputy president of the association was alarmed. Wasn't this the guy who wrote the dirty article about them? Someone confirmed, Park Kai-man hissed. Did they really invite him? Have they completely lost their minds? Kyo-man was raging. What idiots. They need to be more careful with the check. Hui recalled his work on Yongdyungpo. The police and the association are accused of many things. Is An Soo-ho aware of this? The hunter confirmed that Kvi had climbed into the lion's den and still decided to ask such a question. He definitely had balls. The association's vice president slowed down the employees so that they wouldn't sit around and do something. Jin Hui always expressed his opinion clearly no matter what happened, the so-called manly type without inhibitions. Kyo-man demanded that something be done about this. Hui asked if they could expect a change in attitude after An Soo-ho joined the association. An association employee asked the vice president to wait a second. Soo-ho replied that if he joined the association, he would do everything possible to ensure that there would be no doubt about its righteousness. In addition, Hunter An promised to eradicate all traces of corruption. The reporter thanked Hunter An Soo-ho for his answer. After the event, the hunter quietly left the association's office and got into his car. A reporter soon joined him, and the hunter remarked, "Well done." Hui said, "Damn, the guys from the association were staring so hard I was shaking the whole way." Ho objected that he wasn't even scared. The journalist laughed. The question was pointed, even though the editor had asked him not to make trouble. But Hui thought, it's time to strike while the iron is hot. The third article still needs to be published, and Anna's authority needs to be raised at the same time. Suho thanked his friend, thanks to whom he was able to speak out that he was going to change the association. Jin Hui was surprised, and didn't say that just for the sake of it. The hunter promised to work hard to ensure that this kind of criticism does not happen again. The journalist laughed and said he would look forward to it. The friends, laughing merrily, drove on. A few days later, Hunter An received the very good news that the association president had told him about. Suho received a service certificate from the Hunters Association. He was appointed as a level 5 specialist. After the second article about Young Dongpo was published, the number of views for both articles skyrocketed. In the third article, the reporter wrote about the Chansik gang and the victims of the drug Fantasia. The comments said that An Suho was the only ray of light that had broken through to Young Dongpo, which everyone had ignored. But some were still outraged that a private individual was engaging in such activities. Following the sensational publications, An Suho's fanbase grew even larger. There were also trolls in the chats who believed that the activities of Hunter Anna were arbitrary and lynched. The association's website reported that Yeondeungpo hero An Suho had joined the association through a special recruitment program. The fans were delighted. Hunter An really got into the association. The interview turned out to be true, and at the award ceremony, it means he really spoke honestly. On the day of An Suho's new job, a crowd of journalists and fans gathered outside the association's office. The guy walked through this noisy crowd and quietly cursed, "It's easier to meet monsters." Someone asked, "What happened to Nexus then? He seems to have a contract with them, so it turns out that An Suho abandoned the guild." Baedong Hyuk, looking at the comments, said, "As expected, Nexus is being talked about on every corner." Well then, it's time to draft an official statement for the press. Soon, a statement was released in the media that Nexus wishes An Suho all the best and has no claims against him. The hunters were actively discussing Nexus's position, saying that they were the best in this field. Hexagon and Prime, the so-called first and second ranks, how can they even be compared to Nexus? These are just greedy guilds that look at hunters as a source of money. Hexagon mages are constantly ending up in the hospital due to mana depletion. In general, Hexagon is an amazing pile of trash. In the studio, the host asked Baedong Hyuk if they said they terminated their contract with An Suho due to public pressure. The head of Nexus objected, "No, the contract was originally based on the fact that it would end as soon as An joined the association. He wanted to get some real-world work experience before applying for recruitment." Du Hyuk said he sincerely believed that Hunter An would be of much greater use to humanity within the walls of a government agency. This interview had greatly strengthened Nexus's positive image, and now it was time for Suho to speak. He walked towards the entrance of the association, and from all sides they shouted that Hunter An was amazing, the god of the sword. He really wanted to take advantage of the colorless loneliness and slip away unnoticed. But Hui asked him to show himself to the people in person. Many would come just to see him. Previously, Suho simply followed orders, and there were fewer scandals than with other stars. But people thought he was just doing what he was told. This time, he is acting on his own. The newcomer was met in the foyer by the president of the association himself. He exclaimed, "Wow, here comes our Hunter An." The guy was surprised to see President Jang Kyung-hwan and his deputy Park Hyo-man here. As expected from former politicians, they know how to show off in front of the camera. Suho greeted his superiors. The president laughed. On the first day, he simply had to personally meet the newcomer and congratulate him on joining the association. Kyung-hwan invited the hunter inside, and the doors slammed behind him, leaving the crowd behind. The president asked how the guy was doing, and he politely replied that thanks to the president, everything was great for him. Shan was glad to hear this. He asked if the guy had been given a schedule. Suho replied that they had not yet. The president said that his deputy would explain the details, and if he had any questions, he could come see him at any time. The guy was perplexed that the deputy would personally brief him on the matter. This was unheard of. But Park Kyo-man, in turn, told Suho that these two would show and tell him everything. Ann knew the vice president would push it onto others, but oh well. Pai Sun-yeol smiled widely. "Oh my, look who we have here." Suho greeted the elder. They hadn't seen each other since the award ceremony. Pai invited Suho to sit down and asked Jong to bring drinks. The guy couldn't figure out why there were two people with the same orientation, and even from different departments. Sun-yeol turned to the little one, who quickly replied, "Yes, boss." Pai winced. Once the elder, always the elder. You can only boss around at official meetings. The guy was surprised that Pai Sun-yeol spoke like that. Compared to the times when he was called a swordmaster, he was very gentle. Suho replied, "Okay, senior." Pai asked what his duties were in their company. The hunter replied that, firstly, he had to pass a probationary period. Pai smiled. "That's right, but they are a special association that works with awakened individuals. Their system is different. Training is conducted internally, and each department takes 2 to 3 months. Since N is a celebrity, a lot of departments have their eye on him, but there is no need to worry. He will still have to go through rotation." Suho expected them to stick to formalities while there were so many eyes on them. There was no way Pi Sun-yeol would want to talk to him in person just for this reason. Sun-yeol said that he chose Jong to be Suho's general supervisor because they knew each other, and he would conduct a general assessment of the newcomer. Suho and Chulmin shook hands, and Chulmin expressed hope that they would work well together. Pai patted Ho on the shoulder. Okay, we've seen each other, and that's enough. My job is done. See you again. He told Chief Jong to take good care of Anya. And then Ho realized Pai had come to give Ming a nonverbal warning. Don't even think about dragging him into the gate department. The head of the Special Affairs Department shouldn't be giving such warnings to anyone. Pai really hasn't changed at all. When Pai left, Min breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that he hadn't expected to become Suho's general supervisor. The guy was also very surprised, but since this happened, he really counts on Mina. Jong offered to tell him about the training program. Suho probably has an idea about the association's departments. The guy nodded affirmatively. Yes, the Department for Special Affairs, Management, Awakened, Gates, and Resources. The Special Cases Unit handles emergency situations, such as the capture of criminal players. Cheol-min smiled broadly. The boy had done his homework perfectly. As Pai just said, An Suho's probationary period will take place in all 5 departments. And the first will be the department for working with the awakened. Suho knew that the guy who worked in this department was Director Lee Wan-in, one of President Jang's men. Min explained that each department would assign him a supervisor, and he would have to pass their tests and tasks. Zhong was confident that the guy would do a great job. By the way, Suho is currently considered a trainee, so he must be careful with his language when communicating. Suho had never worked with the Awakened department before. Department head Lee Wanik met the intern and introduced himself. He kindly noted that the nation's rising superstar was the first to arrive in their department. Wang-ik said that he would be Suho's supervisor, and the guy thought that nothing had changed from his previous life. A couple of years later, Wang-ik would resign. There were rumors within the association at the time that he was secretly involved in human trafficking. However, the truth never came to light, which is understandable, otherwise President Chan's position could have been shaken. It's no surprise that the matter was swept under the rug, but this time things will be different, because Ho knows how things went in the past. The boy extended his hand to Wang-ik with a smile and returned the greeting. Wang-ik told Zhong that he could go. The president had already conveyed everything to him. Min took his leave. The door opened slightly, and the department administrator, Jung-sung, looked into the chief's office. He heard that Suho had arrived. Vanek introduced the boys to each other and told the intern that he would be supervised by an employee. The curator should be someone of high rank, usually the head of the department, but in fact everything is dumped on the subordinate. Was delighted. He had heard a lot about Suho and still couldn't believe that he would be working with such a star. Suho laughed. He was not a star at all and was surprised to think that he did not remember this boy. Jun-sung countered by saying that An Suho is literally the most popular person in Korea right now. He said that the trainee doesn't have to work too hard, since it's already known where Suho will end up anyway. The hunter was confused. In what sense did he know? Laughed. But everyone in the office only talks about this. There is no need to pretend. It seems like Pai Sun-yeol isn't even trying to hide it. Well, since everyone knows everything, there definitely shouldn't be any problems. He suggested that Omu work hard. He replied that it would be great if An stayed with them, but what could he do? He handed Suho a manual on how their department works. There are actually several volumes, but they highlighted the main points when they found out that An Suho was coming. In his past life, the guy had to memorize a dozen of these manuals. Connections really do decide everything. Explained that their department is divided into 2 sections, one for working with the awakened and the other for working with the unawakened. Suho will need to pass a theory test based on the manual and field tests in both sections. This is all that he will be assessed on, so there is no need to worry too much. The theory test can be taken at any time. The main thing is to get a passing score. An Suho said that he would like to take the test in half an hour. Jun-sung laughed after half an hour. Good joke. But the hunter assured him that he was completely serious. The department administrator was taken aback, then stuttered, "Well, I guess we'll do that then. You can get ready right here in the office." He gave Ho a pen and paper and said that he would be back in about 40 minutes. Just in case, left his business card so that An could call if anything happened. Although this is a manual, there is a lot of information in it. It is not surprising that he does not believe that An can memorize it in half an hour. Obviously this is impossible, but Suho has access to the mind chamber. Passing a test based on memorization is like 2 fingers on the pavement for Hunter Anu. 40 minutes later, Jun-sung returned and asked Suho to begin testing. The test had 50 questions, and estimated that the trainee would need at least half an hour to complete. The guy knew that the test had a lot of tricky questions, but he was surprised to see that Suho was solving the test amazingly quickly. A few minutes later, An handed over the sheets and announced that he was finished. Was stunned. That was speed. Then there would be a break until lunch. After lunch, An will be able to choose any section, and then they can begin the field test. He offered to walk the intern to the cafeteria, but Suho said he already had plans for lunch that day. The guy laughed. Well, yes, such a celebrity definitely has a ton of meetings scheduled for this time. Suho went out into the hallway and called Chul Min, who invited him to have lunch together, but asked him not to tell anyone. Zhang happily agreed. At that moment, Administrator Om approached Zhang. The guy said that Suho had just passed the theory test, and it was Zhang who was in charge of evaluating and compiling the results. Om was shocked, but it didn't look like he was just showing off. He offered to let Zhang take a look, and the intern answered all the questions. The evaluation process is simple. Chalmin suggested doing it right away. Wanted to be present during the evaluation to make sure everything was fair, and in reality, he was just curious. Zhang loaded the test sheets into the machine. Both he and eagerly awaited the verdict of the testing program. But when the result came out, both of them opened their mouths in surprise. How could this be? Suggested rechecking these points, only this time manually, and Zhang agreed. Oddly enough, after careful rechecking, the same result was obtained. The administrator couldn't believe it. Maybe there was something wrong with the program. Zhang reminded that they had already checked everything 3 times themselves. Perfect scores on the very first test right after admission. That's some kind of nonsense. Now understood why Pai Sun-yeol chose him. It was simply unbelievable, Zhang confirmed. Indeed. Cheol-min sighed. In fact, he was the first to volunteer to work with Suho, but Pai literally stole him from under his nose. And all because Suho is too talented. Suho felt uncomfortable. Cheol-min treated him to lunch, so he wanted to at least buy him coffee or tea. He handed Min a cup of tea, who thanked him and reassured the guy it was his first day, so everything was fine. Min was surprised that Ho invited him to lunch. The guy explained that he didn't really know anyone here, and he didn't want to eat alone. He just wanted to sit quietly. It had been a long time since he had even been able to drink coffee from a vending machine in silence. Chong said that this was the perfect place to hide from prying eyes and have a quiet break. And then Min remembered about the test. He congratulated the intern. Suho looked questioningly at his interlocutor. Zhang reported that Suho received the highest score on the written test he took this morning. Zhang was rushed, so he immediately gave an assessment, but he didn't understand how this was even possible. Ho fights well, passed the special selection straight to the 5th rank, and also turned out to be smart, a truly ideal hero. The guy replied that it was all thanks to the people around him. Min warned that he would be too modest and might start to irritate. Laughed. Okay, I'll just admit that I'm cool. Suho suddenly thought how long it had been since he laughed so freely. It's not like Suho lived in constant tension after the regression. But still, it felt more like a continuous problem-solving process than a new life. And sitting here, in a familiar place, with a familiar person, just sipping coffee, and felt like he was back in the good old days. When Suho realized that he had been betrayed, he thought that it was all over. But moments like these remind the guy of the vow he made to himself. Never repeat the same mistakes and overcome every adversity. And ultimately bring peace back into everyday life. Anne said that he would soon start working in the field. Did Min have any advice? Zhang asked what was the purpose of Ho's work. The guy was indignant. It was not fair. Min laughed and admitted that he was joking. Zhang asked the boy if he knew what the Department of Awakened Affairs did. The main and most important task of the Department of Awakened is the processing of current information. It is clear to everyone that no one except the Awakened One can see his characteristics windows. Therefore, everyone needs to come here periodically and register their data, but not everyone does this. Dealing with such cases is one of the main responsibilities of the Department of Awakened Affairs. Each Awakened One is a superhuman. Some become bulletproof, others invisible. Therefore, each country tries to keep information about the Awakened up to date. So they won't force Suho to be an office rat. They'll most likely give it to those who avoid updating their data. The guy asked what about the work on the unawakened. Min answered, essentially the same thing. It turns out that Suho will be dealing with unregistered players. Min confirmed that it was true. Ideal heroes really are built differently. Ho laughed. He was flattered. Everything was going exactly as Ho had expected. This was preparation for level 5 work. He himself had participated in similar programs. After dinner, Suho told Jun-sung that he would like to start with work on the affairs of the awakened. The administrator decided to immediately escort the intern to them, and along the way congratulated Suho on receiving the maximum score. Of course, expected impressive results, but he didn't even think that Anne would solve everything perfectly. The boss would definitely like it. Jong Song asked the hunter not to pretend that he didn't know him later. Ho laughed. Lee Moon-ho, the head of the awakened section, extended his hand to An Su-ho in greeting. He had already heard that the guy had passed the theory exam with the highest score. Moon-ho gave the hunter a folder, saying that this was their field training methodology and that he could begin immediately. Explained that players who are late in submitting data, or who avoid submitting altogether, are called malicious evaders. The practical internship will involve identifying such individuals and updating their data. Suho asked if this was apparently a list of draft dodgers for his practice. Confirmed that it was correct. He handed over the folder, saying that there weren't many of them, and there shouldn't be any particular problems. The hunter chuckled to himself. Everyone on this list was a known pain in the ass of the Awakened Affairs section. So why did they decide to give these guys to Suho? Was this really the way to deal with the most unpleasant job? I wonder if this was the idea of section leader Lee Moon-ho. Or is this a personal test for Pai Sun-yeol? He is one of those who constantly tests his people. Well, whatever it was, Suho was ready to answer any challenge. He suggested that go straight away. Agreed, but first he would show him how to use the stat scanner and a couple of other gadgets. Suho received a temporary certificate as a data update specialist, something he hadn't done for a long time. The tax service sends its employees after malicious defaulters. The army catches deserters. The work of the association with draft dodgers here is not much different from other services. Said he was an office worker, so Suho would be accompanied by another specialist during practice. Level 7 operative Han Ho-seong entered the office and introduced himself. Said quietly, he is a well-known veteran of the association. One can learn a lot from him. The administrator wished the intern good luck and ran away. Suho introduced himself, and the operative asked to look at the list they gave him. Ho-song was taken aback. There was a lot of work here, it was strange, but they said that a newcomer should be treated like a prince. Okay, the rest, but the very first draft dodgers on this list are either impossible to catch or no one has seen them for 100 years. Since they set such a level of difficulty, it seems they want to raise the status of the famous An Su-ho even higher. The guy smiled, but people looked at him sternly. The operative threw down the list and asked if the trainee knew how to operate the scanner and other equipment, and he confirmed that he did. Suho assumed that the operative was thinking about who to deal with first. He nodded his head. Just about that. The intern asked, what about this man? The hunter pointed his finger at the photograph of this one. Han Ho-sung frowned. Does the kid even know who he is? Suho naively replied, a malicious dodger. Ho-sung sighed. I'll be honest, everyone on this list is a known criminal, especially this one. He fled abroad. There's no way to fish him out. Suho objected, but he was on the list, which meant he was active, and they couldn't just leave him alone. The operative, confused, confirmed that everything was correct. The guy smiled. That's great, then I'm off to catch all these guys. Kim Gun-won is involved in the illegal trade of medicines. Also known as a doping designer, he supplies drugs to athletes. The problem is that his drugs work like skills. He denies it, but several complaints have already been received, and after the association requested updates, he went on the run. Usually such people are considered missing, but the fact that his name appears on the list suggests that he is actively working. Even though this is clearly criminal activity on the part of the player, it is not the responsibility of the Special Cases Unit. But the Special Department is constantly suffering from a shortage of people, and Pai Sun-yeol doesn't care about anything that doesn't bring him profit. The Khan asked how the guy was going to catch him if he was overseas. Suho countered that Kim Gun-won was definitely in Korea, and that many Korean athletes were still using his products. The ease of access clearly indicates that his base of operations is in Korea, Ho-sung agreed. They just need to check the doping complaints that have been received. The operative did not understand how Suho could do this. Kim's doping leaves no traces on the body. He reminded the guy that you can't get a warrant for complaints. These are not official charges. Suho replied that he had his own channels and asked to be allowed to make an independent attempt. Ho-sung shrugged. Okay, try it yourself first. The intern thanked him for his trust, and Khan told him to call if any problems arose. The veteran of the association was sure that the guy would understand everything himself when he hit his head against the wall. Suho called Nexus Academy and said that he would be there soon. He needed help with one matter. Hearing the task, Ki-won exclaimed joyfully, it was a piece of cake. To find Kim Gun-won, they will simply access the mobile phone number of the athlete against whom they filed a complaint. From there, you can get access to Gun-won's phone, and the location will pop up. Suho smiled. He knew he had come to the right guy. Kai-won asked, then we'll connect right away. The leader objected, they are waiting for another one. Hunter An smiled. Hyun-min could easily break any defense. He nodded affirmatively. Kai-won whispered, no offense, but it's hard to get past such protection. Suho replied that he apparently doesn't know about his personal peculiarity. It is the ability to create passages through literally everything. This talent is called entrance creation, and the Banshee team owes its flawless sabotage raids to it. Applications like Pelagram notify the user if a login attempt comes from an unknown source. However, Hyun-min's skill creates a passage without affecting the defense systems, so everything is fine. Ki-won sighed, and he was sweating to get past the defense. Suho encouraged him. He was the only one who could bring them to this stage. The leader advised him to think positively. He wouldn't have to deal with such boring stuff anymore. The guys looked around with interest. So this is what Pelagram looks like from the inside. Kai-won suggested looking at the chats first. Finally, they found what they needed. The suspicious chat was called drugs. These avatars in the chairs are athlete Ham Dae-ho and the dealer. Fortunately, the chat has not yet been cleared. The folders on the table are logs. Judging by the contents, it is definitely a dealer. Suho asked Ki-won, let's follow this guy further. The young man nodded. Aha, you see the door behind the seller's avatar, let's go through it and get to his pelagram. Having logged into the dealer's account, the guys were amazed at how seriously he was pushing. There were so many buyers that the chat list was like an entire building. Suho grumbled that he would lock everyone in Chonggok down, but for now he needed to find his superiors. We need to comb through all the logs, contacts, messages, call history, everything. Kaiwan noticed that this number often pops up. It seems that he receives goods from him. This number should lead to the supplier. Let's start the same circle again. The guys were already dizzy. How many layers of third parties he was running all this through for his own safety. Suho noticed that they had gone through so many intermediaries, they should have already gotten to the source. Hyunmin confirmed that it was definitely Gunwan's phone. He seems to be obsessed with himself. There are so many selfies. Suho asked Kiwan if the geolocation was working. They needed to track it and return. Kaiwan walked through his frequent spots and seemed to have determined where he was hanging out. The location in question was in Seoul, in the Gangnam district, the Acro skyscraper. There, doping designer Kim Gun-won met with the leader of the Platinum Gang, Sun Baek-kum. The gang leader was pleased. Thanks to Gun-won, profits were flowing like a river. Gun-won chuckled. This isn't a leap of 1 or 2 days, and what's more important, everything is settled with the police as it should be, isn't it? Sun Baek-kum confirmed that, of course, it's not just the cops who are on this product, but also the association's hunters, who don't poke their noses into their affairs. Suddenly the lights went out in the room and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Gun-won asked if it was some kind of accident. The gang leader hesitantly confirmed, it looks like that. The doping designer was indignant. This wasn't some kind of slum, and the gates weren't breaking through. Why the hell did the electricity go out? The leader barked at his subordinates to go and sort it out. At that moment, there was a terrible cracking sound. Gun-won and Baek-kum turned towards the entrance in confusion, wondering what the hell was going on. An Soo-ho broke through the wall of the room with the bodies of 2 bandits. He raised his head and noticed with a smile. Here was Gun-won. The gang leader said thoughtfully, this guy looks familiar. Who is it? An Soo-ho introduced himself as a data update specialist for the Korea Hunters Association. Kim Gun-won has been avoiding updating his personal information for years, which is already enough to get him arrested. Gun-won muttered, An Soo-ho, that same sword god. The guy confirmed, yeah, that's the one. So it's better not to resist, of course, if they want to live. Soon electricity came back into the room. The leader of the Platinum Gang and the doping designer sat quietly on their knees. Suho thanked them with a smile for their assistance. They thought angrily, what assistance? You just beat us up. He thanked Yanhua. Thanks to her Amy, they got inside without any difficulty. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she replied that it was too simple, even boring. She elbowed Hyunmin and added that they would always respond when the leader called. Suho turned to the detainees and suggested continuing the conversation. First of all, Kim Gun-won. The stat scanner works amazingly, doesn't it? Read the characteristics window, usually hidden from everyone. Pure innovation. They said that the accuracy is usually about 70%, but here it's 100. Suho warned the Dodger that if his characteristics later differed from these, he was a dead man. The next song by Baek-kum, Suho knew that he would later become a big crime boss in Gangnam. It's not very convenient to do this now, but he can't pretend that he didn't see anything either. The hunter told the gang leader that he had overheard something extremely interesting. Something about bribing prosecutors and even association members with drugs. Suho asked menacingly who exactly was in the association, and the bandit began to shake. The guy understood that whoever it was obvious that all this fuss was for the sake of protecting Gun-won. The bandit was sweating and silent. The hunter asked if he didn't want to answer. Baek-kum exclaimed, it wasn't that, he was just about to start talking. Suho warned him, no nonsense, or you'll seriously die. He shook the bandit and demanded that he answer. Yeonhwa smiled, bringing back memories. Hyunmin confirmed that he could never have imagined that he would respect him so much. The girl frowned. Could it be that Hyunmin was also one of these believers, his fans? Suho asked again who they were supplying the drugs to, and the bandit stuttered and answered, Vice President Park Kai-man. The guy asked, and that's all? The bandit nodded, only to him. Suho thought for a moment. It seemed he wasn't lying, but was Kyo-man really unaware of the details of his mission? If he had known, he would have crossed out his accomplices, or at least warned them, which means someone did it on purpose. It's unlikely that it was Lee Moon-ho, although he gave out the list, which means someone put pressure on him. There is only one person above Kyo-man or with equal influence, President Jang and Pi Sun-yeol. Park Kai-man is like the president's tongue. There's no point in biting it. It turns out that the main suspect is probably Pi Sun-yeol. But were they not on good terms with each other? It's worth just observing. When news of Kim Gun-won's capture breaks, one or the other will react. Suho said that Kim Gun-won would go with them, and that they would see Song Baek-kum later. The guy thanked everyone involved, great job, and the bandit couldn't believe his luck. When everyone left, he asked in confusion, and he just left like that. The trainee entered the operative's office and reported that he had returned. He yawned and asked, "Well, did you find Kim Gun-won?" The guy replied, "Yes, I did." Han was taken aback by what the guy said. Suho explained that he found Gun-won, updated the data, and handed him over for questioning. He called Han Ho-seong to take part in the interrogation. They entered the interrogation room. The operative muttered, "It can't be." The detainee said that he admitted everything and asked to be lenient towards him. Even the performance report shows a near-perfect result. Ho-sung couldn't believe that the guy had dealt with such a difficult player, and with such ease. The charges were confirmed, so Suho requested that Gun-won be transferred to the Special Cases Unit. Han was bursting with curiosity about how the guy caught him. Suho evasively answered that he asked around here and there. Han wanted to catch the remaining draft dodgers together with Suho, but he refused. He would like to catch them all himself to get a better grade. The guy told the confused operative that if he needed help, he would contact him. A few days later, everyone was talking about how An Suho had caught all the malicious draft dodgers. How could he cope with something in 2 days that even the toughest specialists couldn't do for years? In the Department of Awakened People, everyone was delighted. Because of these dodgers, they were getting scolded. So, appearing in an unfavorable light once is 1,000 times better than constant stress. They really wanted Suho to stay with them, or at least work with them longer. He is so talented. Many even joined his fan club. The intern laughed. That was very nice, but first he needed to finish his duties in the department. At that moment, An Suho's phone rang. It seemed the news had reached P. Sun-yeol. Suho picked up the phone and greeted the elder. Sun-yeol said that if the younger one wasn't busy, he should drop in to see him for a minute, and the bait worked. He praised the younger one, who showed himself very well in the Awakened section. Suho shows amazing results every time. The guy thanked him. The elder asked if he was the first to catch Kim Gun-won. Suho confirmed. Pai slyly asked if he had found Kim Gun-won there. Suho understood that Pai really already knew everything, so we would finish quickly. The guy replied that he had also found Songbak-kum, but felt that he was beyond his capabilities at the moment. Sun-yeol smiled. Funny, you mean to say that he is a big shot? Pai changed the subject. Oh well, whatever, you just got back. The elder asked why Suho hadn't reported it to him right away, and the boy replied that he had been waiting for a convenient opportunity. He's an intern. He decided to wait, then either Pai or the vice president would call him. Pai smiled crookedly. Well done, Suho. But from this moment on, he must report everything to him, and he will tell him what to do. Sun-yeol was surprised, and he wouldn't even ask anything. Suho said the elder must have his own reasons, so why ask questions? Pai laughed. What a psychologist you are. He handed Suho a card. Good job, go with your friends to a more expensive restaurant. The boy tried to refuse, but Pai said that when adults give gifts, you need to close your mitten and nod your head. It looks like there really is something going on between the vice president and Pai Sun-yeol. Suho called Ki-won and asked him to collect all the information on a couple of numbers, and if necessary, he could take Hyun-min. Hunter An was surprised. Ki-won didn't even ask whose numbers they were. He promised Won that if he worked hard, he would treat him to something tasty. And then Suho remembered that he still had to meet with reporter Jo Jin-hui. They had been planning to go to a restaurant for a long time, and now they finally got around to it. Hui congratulated his friend on the start of his real career. The hunter thanked him and asked if Kavi had been busy writing articles all these days. The journalist nodded. Suho scheduled the meeting so that Hui could get to know the team members better. In particular, Hai-won wanted to meet, so Hui was invited. With the help of Hammer 2, all the victims were cured, and Nexus became a popular guild. All related articles also went viral. Jin Hui was looking forward to continuing to work with Suho. The hunter was counting on this too, so they drank to their joint work. The next day, An Suho was sent to the section dealing with the unawakened. Lee Se-hyun, the section leader, greeted the famous intern with delight. She asked if he knew what he would be doing in their section. An nodded, searching for unregistered players. Se-hyun explained that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He only needed to find one. She handed him a folder. This was all their data at the moment. Would fill him in on the situation in more detail. Leader Lee wished him good luck, and Suho promised to do his best. To begin with, Suho decided to look at the documents, but there were only reports there. If a person does not confess, it is impossible to say for sure about awakening, and people with a low level cannot be distinguished from ordinary people. Some people avoid registering because of work. Athletes are a perfect example. At that moment, Jo Sung-gil, an investigator for unregistered players, walked in. Suho didn't remember him either. He said with a smile, "I heard you broke all the records in the awakened section." Han Ho-sung praised Suho so much that Sung-gil was intrigued. He asked the intern, "And what, this time too, you will do everything yourself?" The guy confirmed. The satisfied investigator agreed, suggesting that they call him if they run into any problems. And Suho went to meet the first person he noticed. The guy said that since Park Gun was the best, they would also send him to tomorrow's competition. At this rate, he will take first place tomorrow, and the prize money this time is very cool. They were released early, and the guys invited Gun to karaoke, but the young man replied that he needed to help his mother with work. Park Gun sheepishly apologized and promised to definitely join next time. He waved to the boys and hurried home. The young man approached their family restaurant and shouted to his mother that he was back. In the hall, the schoolboy saw a familiar face and was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the sword god himself was eating in their restaurant. The mother put her finger to her lips and asked her son to pretend that he didn't know him, as this might make the visitor uncomfortable. She asked Gun why he was so early. Didn't they have practice? Gun replied that there was a competition tomorrow, so they let him go early. Mom was perplexed. He should have gone for a walk with friends. He objected, Mom is alone here. How could he not come? The boy asked his mother if he could calculate the sword god, and she allowed it with a smile. Suho asked for the bill. Gun replied that it was 10,001. Does the gentleman need a receipt? The hunter answered, no, it's not necessary, and immediately asked the young man, his name is Park Gun, right? The young man broke into a smile. Just think, the sword god himself knew his name. Suho asked if they could talk. He was from the section that worked with the unawakened. And then it dawned on Gun, this is the State Association of Hunters, the section for working with the unawakened. The young man muttered that he had things to do now. Suho assured him that it would only take a minute. The schoolboy shouted sorry and started running along the street. Mom looked after him in confusion. Oh my God, what's wrong with him all of a sudden? The young man hid in one of the nooks and crannies and sat down near the wall. He mentally asked himself why he had to show up now. Gun didn't tell anyone that he had a status window, so how did he know? If this is found out, the young man will have to stop practicing archery. The young man's phone rang. It was his mother. She asked her son where he had gone. He replied that he was nearby. It seems like he wanted to pay off the sword god and suddenly left. Gun replied that he had calculated the sword god and asked cautiously, but Mom didn't understand what he was talking about. The guy said that he felt ill and decided to return to the dorm to rest before the competition. Mom asked worriedly if everything was okay. Gun shouted, yes! It looks like Mom is worried. Apparently the sword god didn't tell her anything. Apparently he wants Gun to surrender himself, but now he can't. He can't refuse tomorrow's competition. It's the largest tournament for high school students in the entire country. The first place prize is 50 million won. With this money he will be able to pay for his granny's operation. He has practically lived his whole life for this tournament. As soon as the competition is over, he will register immediately. Just one more day. The next day, Park Gun came to school early. He was very afraid that An Suho would come here too. But the sword god was nowhere to be seen. A classmate approached Gong and said hello. The young man shuddered. Van Seok was surprised why Gun was so tense. He seemed to be over-nervous. He looked like crap. Van Seok reassured him that even if Gun wasn't in the best shape, he would still take first place. Park Gun is always above everyone else. He even wiped the floor with his seniors. A real talent. Gun objected. Van Seok himself shoots at his elders every day. Van Seok sighed. The world only cares about first place, but he was stuck in eternal second place. He reminded Gun that he had something to fight for, so the guy should win. He would root for him. Gun thanked Sok, who helped him relax a little. At that moment, someone called out to Gun, saying that the coach was calling him. The young man entered the hall and saw the coach talking to An Suho. Seeing the sword god, Pa Gun was almost speechless. The coach asked Gun to come over to them for a second. The young man was terrified. He was sure that An Suho had come to take him away. The coach said that he would go, and they could chat calmly. Suho told Gun that he was very busy yesterday. The hunter asked the young man, Park Gun, have you awakened? Gun thought maybe he should lie. The tournament was starting soon. He could just lie once. Suho warned me that this is an extremely important matter, so please be honest with me. The young man was silent for a moment, then replied that he had awakened. The hunter thanked him for the truth. You need to withdraw from the competition and register your awakening. Gun begged. Couldn't he at least participate in this tournament? He hadn't even chosen a class. But An Suho firmly answered, no, it's not possible. He understands what situation Gong is in and that it is unfair, but that is the law. If Gun participates in the tournament and then registers, the results of the competition for the last 2 months will be cancelled. Therefore, it is better to enter the data now. Suho invited the young man to go with him to the association. The hunter was glad that Gun decided to cooperate. In his past life, Park Gun won this tournament and then lost his title in disgrace because Hongwon Sok reported him. After this, Gun became a criminal, a notorious villain nicknamed the Bow Demon. It looks harsh, of course, but it really is the best choice. Suho asked the young man why he was acting like a criminal. Gun muttered, but he didn't immediately say that he had awakened. The hunter reassured him. The guy hadn't broken the law, so he should stop worrying. Gun was confused. How could this be? Suho asked if anyone had suffered because the guy had not entered his information. Nobody got hurt, so everything is fine. No need to feel guilty. When they arrive, Gun needs to go to the reception desk on the first floor. Most likely, I will have to give up archery, perhaps forever. But Park Gun was a great archer, and Suho was sure he had a great future. Climbing up the porch, Park Gun bowed respectfully to the sword god. Suho heard investigator Zhuo calling out to him. He went out for a smoke and asked the intern if it was hard for him to cope alone and if he needed help. Hunter Ann replied, not at all, especially since he had only just begun. He asked if that was all the questions, and if so, he would go. Moving further away, Suho called Jin Hui. The investigator was perplexed. It was obvious that there were difficulties, and this guy had no shortage of pride. Park Gun approached the reception desk, and a few minutes later, the girl said that his player card was ready. He looked at the card and thought, that's it, he's not an ordinary person anymore. I even felt better after registering. I probably need to tell my mom. He dialed the number, but his mother didn't answer, although he had already called 8 times. Gun rushed home. Did something happen? There was a ton of people around the restaurant. Gun apologized and asked to let him through. The hall turned out to be full of people, and there was a line at the checkout counter. The girl asked if he was Park Gun by any chance. The others picked up on it, like a young talent, and could we take a photo together? Gun was confused as to how they knew him, but the girl explained that they all came on the recommendation of the Sword God. He posted on his Stargram about local food. The girl showed a post with a huge number of likes and comments. It's cute that the Sword God's first post is about food. And before going to the holy place, they found out everything about it. That's why they know about Park Gun. The girl noticed that it seemed that the owner was having a hard time there and needed help. Gun came to his senses. Exactly, Mom. The woman was surprised at what he was doing here. What kind of competition was it? He promised to tell me later, but for now, I should probably clear the dishes. The most popular positions were those ordered by the Sword God. Park Gun immediately formed a Sword God set and handed it out to the guests. By the end of the day, the mother and son were already exhausted. Today was the busiest day since the opening. Mom asked again, so what about the competition? Why is Gun here? At that moment, another person entered the cafe. The woman apologized. They were closed. They ran out of food. The guy replied that he was not a visitor. He was Jo Jin Hui, a PBS reporter. He would like to interview Park Gun. They have received some information about him. They were told that he had withdrawn from a major competition today, honestly admitting to awakening. And the competition was in full swing. The coach asked Won-seok if he was in shape. The boy nodded. He would give his all for both himself and Gun. Won-seok didn't expect Gun to take this step. Well, thanks to him, the world will know about him, Won-seok, earlier. Won-seok wouldn't have known if he hadn't accidentally overheard Gun muttering this nonsense under his breath a couple of days ago. No wonder that poor guy was such a good shot. How dare he even stand in Won-seok's way? Okay, that dumb bum is gone. It's Won-seok's turn. The guys were surprised. Won-seok is in good shape today. It seems like he is taking out so much anger that he is always second, but he has always been good. The guy smiled. Yes, let's do more. Won-seok is the god of onions. Suddenly he saw An Soo-ho. It was strange what the sword god was doing here. An Soo-ho approached the guy, asked if he was Hong Won-seok, and invited him to come into the association. His participation in the investigation is necessary. It will take about a day. Won-seok screamed like he was going to kill the whole day. But tomorrow is the finale. What kind of investigation is this? He screamed that he couldn't. He simply wouldn't go. Soo-ho explained that it was his older brother, Hong Dong-seok. He is under investigation for draft evasion, a serious case involving many people. Therefore, the hunter advised not to resist. The guys were surprised. The sword god himself was talking to Won-seok. It seemed like someone from his family had committed a crime. Poor guy. And Hong Dong-seok pounded his fist on the table and shouted that he had really woken up. The guy asked who had reported him. He reminded the specialist that he himself had given him the player's card, so why the hell did he suddenly start acting like a jerk? The investigator warned that by refusing to cooperate, you are only making your life more difficult. Soo-ho was surprised. He caught everyone who was connected to the draft evasion case, whom he remembered, and the section was torn apart. Hong Dong-seok claimed that he shouldn't be here. And then his younger brother, Won-seok, flew up to him and hit him with a backhand. The sportsman brother beat his older brother and growled that it was all because of him, the freak. Soo-ho heard that the brothers don't communicate at all, and don't even call each other on holidays. Investigator Juo asked Soo-ho to help them. He sees how much work there is. The guy replied that he was on probation and could not be allowed to perform official duties. The department shouted at Investigator Juo to stop messing around and get to work. Soo-ho was perplexed. He had already brought them so much work on a silver platter. What more did they need from him? Well, it's time to deal with the last case. The hunter entered a computer club where smoking is still permitted. There are no customers, and the overall atmosphere is rather ancient. Following the cataclysm and the rise of virtual reality consoles, the traditional gaming industry collapsed. It's amazing that a place like this is still in business. Seeing the guy at the computer, Soo-ho realized that the guy had been found. He sank into a chair at the nearby computer. The hunter started the game. The neighbor glanced sideways and asked if you were playing in the organized crime group. Soo-ho nodded. Yeah, but after a long break it felt a bit strange. The guy admitted that he hadn't seen anyone enter the OPS for ages. Ho said he was glad that at least someone was playing. The player suggested adding Railgun as a friend and hanging out together. Ho asked, Railgun, who is number 1 in the rankings? The guy smiled. It was nice that they remembered and offered to treat Suho to something tasty. He asked what the customer wanted. Actually, the guy works here, so it's no big deal. Hunter Ann called out to Railgun. Suddenly, An Suho asked, "His name is Guillaume, isn't it?" He showed his ID and said he was from the Korean Hunters Association, Unawakened section. Suho asked the guy to present his documents. The player was taken aback and looked at the hunter in silence. Finally, he stuttered and asked how he knew he was Kim Guillaume. The association's intern replied that he had his own methods and again asked to see documents. The guy said they were in the utility room at the end of the hall. He'd bring them now. Suho watched the unusual boy. He followed him to the end of the corridor and discovered an emergency exit. Ran away. He knew it. Kim stopped to catch his breath. He didn't understand how this guy even thought to come there. And then Suho appeared behind him and asked if Kim had finished running. The fugitive cursed. The hunter said, "Enough," and exerted a little pressure on the guy. The blow he received left Kim in a state of shock for a while. He dropped to his knees and cowered in fear. Suho warned that he could arrest him right there on the spot for refusing to cooperate and escaping. The guy exclaimed that he hadn't done anything wrong, so why all of this? The hunter asked, "It's not the younger brother Kim Guillaume in front of him now, but the older one, gone, isn't it?" The guy shook his head. "Nope." Suho smiled. "Well, yeah, what are you thinking? Usually they say something like, 'What are you even talking about?' Okay, we need to figure this out in any case, so we need to go to the Kims. After all, Gon's real body should be there." Suddenly, Kim clenched his fist and rushed at Suho. He blocked the blow by simply catching the fist with his hand. Kim's hand trembled from the tension, and unable to bear it, he screamed in pain. An Suho told him that he came to help, but he was causing trouble. The hunter warned that if Kim raised his hand against him again, he would be sent to the police station in handcuffs. In the Kim's apartment, Kim Gum's body lay on the bed. Suho approached him, judging by his breathing and pulse. He was now sharing his brother's body. He asked Kim Gon when his younger brother woke up. Kim Gon's mastery ability only activates on the same player. The hunter warned that if you check the opening hours at the computer club, everything can be easily figured out, so it's better not to lie. Finding an extremely rare player with the mastery ability turned out to be much easier than expected. All that was left was to convince them. Kim Gon asked, "So what now? Are you going to hand over Guillaume as an unregistered player?" No one wanted that. After the accident, Gon is paralyzed from the waist down, and Guillaume has become a vegetable. They have no one and nothing, and this is the only way they can live. Suho calmly asked, "Did he say anything against it?" The hunter repeated that he had come to help them, so they needed to calm down and listen to him. Gon asked why they should believe him. The hunter introduced himself. His name is An Suho. He asked if the Kim brothers had heard of him. Kim Gon was stunned. The same sword god, An Suho. The hunter smiled and quickly reacted. At that moment, Gon's real body came to life, and he asked how An wanted to help them. Ho asked, "Maybe we should sit down first." The disabled man snorted. "Oh well, just tell me how exactly you will help us." Suho said that he wanted to give them jobs, and he didn't want Kim Gon to become a hunter again. He chuckled and asked An Suho whether he could see him at all or not. Suho doesn't want to say that Gon will have to go to the gate using his brother's body, and objected, of course not. He was counting solely on him, Kim Gon, as a hunter. He must have heard about personal items. Each player has items that are ideally suited to their characteristics. These are called personal items. Gon had heard about it, but only a few people in the world find such items. In his past life, Kim Gon became infamous precisely because of such an item. Suho said that he knows where the item that will suit Gon is, and he wants to give the brothers a new life with it. Kim asked why the hell Suho decided to help them. Everyone had forgotten about them. Apparently they needed something from them. Kim Gon knocked on the doors of government agencies and charities, but no one helped him, and he became a villain. Suho knelt down and said that he had not forgotten about him. He asked to forgive him for being so late. He should have helped him much earlier. He really wanted to help them. These are not empty words. But he was late because he couldn't find a way, not because he ignored their problem. Kim Gon remained silent, deeply moved. He apologized for being harsh. No one offered them any help, so they are careful in such matters. Suho warned that if Gon started working as a hunter, he would have to quit his current job. If the club didn't pay them enough, they could get everything back. Gon smiled. No, he and the boss have a great relationship. In that case, Suho will introduce Gon to the guild to work as a hunter. All that is needed is a personal item, which he will soon obtain for him. After Pai Sun-yeol and Suho, Park Kai-man also decided to contact him. I wonder what he wants to talk about. Suddenly he saw Pak Gun running towards him. He handed the sword god a bag and said that his mother had made food for him. His Stargram post and news coverage helped them a lot. Suho smiled. He didn't do anything special, but posted it because he really liked the Uda. Or did the reporter turn him in? Gun laughed. Not really. It just became immediately clear who gave the tip. The hunter smiled, which meant the information was inaccurate. He said that he would be happy to eat their roles and asked if Gun had chosen a class. He confirmed that he had chosen an archer. Now he's thinking about where to start working. Suho suggested introducing him to an excellent guild. The Nexus leader reported that Suho had once again recommended excellent new hunters to them. Bae Dong-hyuk immediately ordered the newcomers to be registered. The intern knocked on the vice president's office, saying it was An Suho. Kyoman invited the hunter to come in. He wanted to know how his business was progressing. He heard that the guy had already distinguished himself. Suho laughed. He was just lucky. Pak smiled. What a modest man. In the department with the awakened ones, they got only difficult tasks. He even noticed a case of corruption in the military conscription procedure, which was not part of the assignment. Where did this guy get this kind of information from? Suho noted, asking about sources. Judging by the reaction, there is a high probability that Lee Won-ik and Park Kyo-man are connected to the corruption case. Let's throw out the bait. The guy explained that he conducted his own investigation based on the collected data. I also received some information from friends. Pak shuddered. What kind of people were helping the guy so seriously? Suho replied that these were brokers with extensive connections in all areas. The vice president yelled, and where exactly are their connections? The guy apologized, but he cannot reveal information about these people. Pak suddenly softened. Hunter Ann, are you really going to treat me like this after everything that happened between us? This type of information needs to be shared with those who manage the company. Suho agreed. According to his information, there are connections in the Hunters Association. Since the data was obtained from a reliable source, it probably came from someone inside. Pak said he would like to meet with these information brokers. The guy objected. They don't want to be exposed, so it won't be easy, but he will try to ask them about it. The vice president smiled broadly and asked for an answer by the evening. So Park Kyo-man was hooked. Suho found Jun-sung and asked if his evaluation was already ready, right? The administrator looked down. The section was swamped with work. Could he wait a couple of days? It was unexpected. The guy wondered what else it could mean. The investigator exclaimed, where did all these draft dodgers come from? Now they will have to live at work. Suho asked where he should wait then. Was confused. They hadn't even assigned him a workplace. So what should we do? It turns out they don't have any plan. Suho invited Min to have coffee. Jong laughed, meaning that Suho was essentially just kicked out the door. The guy nodded. Min just heard that the guy caught a bunch of dodgers. The unawakened section is horrified. It's not good news. The department found itself involved in some unpleasant situations. Ho asked Min if he was good at office politics, and Min became wary of why he was interested in that. The boy explained that he wanted to know what dangers to avoid. Mina's face hides nothing. He is attentive and careful. It is obvious that he himself has suffered from internal squabbles. And Suho had previously been too busy surviving to pay attention to those around him. Min said that at first glance, everyone was divided into two factions, the vice president's team and the head of the special department. In their past lives, they not only didn't control factions, but they were actually on the same side. The factions themselves are easy to distinguish. For the vice president, the awakened and management departments, the gate and resource departments on the PI side. The president doesn't have his own faction. He needs to last out his term, so he's focused on foreign policy. Suho thanked him and would keep everything he said in mind. Min offered to arrange a workplace for Ho in the gate department, but he refused. He can prepare for exams in the cafe. The curator agreed that this was possible and promised to prepare teaching materials. Suho didn't have to prepare for the theory, so he had a day off. He went to the Nexus, telling the team to gather. Everyone was happy. The leader announced to the boys that the time had come. They didn't immediately understand what time Suho explained that he had promised them. The time has come for their revenge. Soon they will be able to do what they wanted. Kaiwan probably told them everything already. Yeonhwa asked, but the leader was going to start taking revenge a little later. Suho answered, yes, but he found out something curious. The details will come later, but for now he will tell them about the plan. Using the power struggle within the association, they will overthrow the vice president. In the evening, Suho and Park went to a meeting. The vice president said that Hunter An works quickly. He admires him for that. The meeting place seemed run down to Pak, and An explained that people were concerned about their safety. Pak grumbled, they could have found some private house. They must have planned something. All the guys were wearing masks. The vice president was surprised. He didn't feel anyone. But he has the sword god with him, so there is nothing to worry about. Suho suddenly said that this place was the best. Park didn't understand in what sense. The guys rushed at the official, and Suho explained that he was ideal for the job. The vice president of the association roared, what the hell is going on? Hunter An chuckled, and what do you think? You are being kidnapped. There's no need to explain all the details, but for now, let's go to bed. Guak Do-ho stunned Park. Park Kyo-man came to his senses and found himself lying in some unfamiliar room. He jumped up and started banging on the door, shouting if anyone was there. Suddenly he heard a creepy growl. Pak became quiet. What are these sounds? Is there a monster here? The growling is getting louder, getting closer. The vice president climbed the wall with wild screams. He screamed, help me, please, someone, get rid of this monster. But the growling grew louder. And then Pot noticed that it was a man in shackles. Suho said sarcastically that the vice president was holding up well. Park Kyo-man muttered, An Suho, so you organized all of this. The vice president asked menacingly, "You bastard, do you think you'll get away with this?" A bloody club appeared in the guy's hand, with which he hit the screamer. Ho asked, "Is it courage to yell even in such a position, or are you just stupid?" He healed the broken arm and said, "Stop whining, it's already annoying." Pak asked what he had done to deserve such treatment. The guy asked if it was not enough since you continued to be rude. Pak immediately apologized and begged not to hit him. Suho offered to cooperate so that their conversation would be civilized. He asked the vice president if Pak saw that guy. This is Chansik, the leader of a drug trafficking gang. Depending on how Park acts, he will either continue to live as Park Kyo-man or as a Changsik-like figure. Pak said that he wrote down all the details of his actions in a notebook. Taking a look, Anne gasped, Well, it's no wonder that Pai Sun Yol Park will be gobbled up alive." The vice president didn't understand, Suho said. From the moment he caught Kim Gun-won, his position was shaken. Park wondered if Kim Gun-won had been caught. Anne nodded. Someone had written him down on Suho's probationary work list. But Suho found him and also met Song Bae-kum, who said that they had someone present in their pocket. And who contacted Suho first? Pi Sun-yol doesn't waste a minute to bury Park, and he doesn't even suspect anything. And no one from the department reported it. Park was shaking. Damn freaks. And yet it was he who set them all up. Pak's head is hanging by a thread. As soon as Pai wants it, it will all be over. A trembling Pak asked if there was no way he could survive. Suho said that he would have to do everything. Azan said. Park nodded his head in agreement. But first he has to swallow this thing. Pak asked what it was. The guy explained that it was a bomb. This item reacts to Suho's command and cannot be detected by any skills. This is insurance in case Pak suddenly betrays. If the vice president doesn't want to eat it, then he doesn't have to. But it's worth thinking carefully about whether Pak wants to leave here, safe and sound, or live like Changsik, having lost yourself. But Vice President Park Kaiman must make the right choice himself. Pak, drenched in sweat, closed his eyes and swallowed the ball. Suho praised him. Well done, so let's start cleaning up the mess he made, one by one. If Pak wants to live, Pai's ability to bury him must be taken away, and that starts with correcting the mistakes he made. To make things look clean, you can pin it on someone corrupt, but if someone innocent suffers, Pak waved his hands. Of course this won't happen. The first thing to do is to sort out the case of evasion of military service. It seems that the head of the awakened department and the head of the unawakened section are also involved in this, Pak confirmed. Suho ordered that all the money be returned, and that no one would blab. If he doesn't return it, the deceived people will raise a fuss and everything will come out. Pak will take the money from his accomplices or cover the difference himself. The main thing is that there won't be any fuss. And what about the assessment of Suho's test in the Department of Awakened Ones? The test and the work in the field are passed. Why is everything dragging on so much? I will report on the rest as it comes in, but for now, I need to close my eyes. Suho swung. Close your eyes. I don't like to repeat myself. He hit the association's vice president on the neck with a club. Park Kaiman cursed and lost consciousness. The guys were waiting for the leader on the street. They were interested in what was going on there. They've been closed there for quite some time now, and the silence is so strange. And then the door quietly opened and Suho came out. He carried the lifeless vice president of the Korean Hunters Association on his shoulders. Yeonhwa asked if the leader had hit him. Nothing could be heard at all. Suho smiled. That's the only way to hit. Okay, that's enough. We need to put him in the car. Now they will use Park Kaiman to carry out some internal maneuvers before Pai takes over the association. This notebook contains all of Pak's dirty deeds. Once Park Hyo-man is no longer useful to them, they will get rid of him. If someone wants to take revenge on him, let them say so right away. We'll think about how to do it. The guys unanimously answered that they didn't need Park Hyo-man. Then it's time to go back. Ki-won couldn't understand how the boss made him talk. Ho smiled, forced him to swallow a bomb that would explode as soon as he refused to obey, but would obey for a while.